Well, hello everybody and welcome to another video. Cool windy day. I'll tell you, it's the end of September and today's the first day where it feels like we're moving into autumn here for me, really. To be honest, some of the leaves on the trees have been going brown for a while, but yeah, so welcome guys. Early autumn, I guess. Summer is over. It's weird, on my original plans for this year, so at the end of September, I was kind of hoping to be finishing this LP at the end of September. But hey, yeah, so welcome guys. Let's log in. Hold on, that's not the right character. Oh my god. Almost messed up there. That's so weird. That's prototype Tremor. This is actual Tremor. Here we go. So today will be the real test, okay? So I've got a plan for this Let's Play. Specific things I want to do each episode. And there was already a lot today, but in the previous part, for what was it last time? Part 3, we never quite got to where I wanted to be. So on the plan for today is to conclude the last couple of quests that we missed on the last episode, and do what was quite a chunky bit. So this will be the test, really. But we'll see. There won't be another trial today, but there will be more dungeons. So they'll continue along. And actually, one of my favourite dungeons in A Realm Reborn is in this episode here as well. So I put myself in the inn. Look, back at Gridania, because I do have some plans here for Gridania here at the start. We get out of bed. We do a bit of a stretch. I don't have to voice it. He does it. And then I'll wave. And I'll say, hello, everyone. Let's do it. Let's go to... the plan. So, well, what do I want to start with here? First of all, I guess to point out, for people who are watching live, we have a link shell now. So if I go up to social, crossworld link shells. So this is basic... Where is it? Oh, okay. I have to swap worlds in a second, but we do have a link shell now. When I go back to Oceania, because we're on Kraken again for a second, we do have a link shell, so I'll just invite people to that. What that basically is it's a chat room. If you remember in the story in the last episode, we got one of these link pearl things. It's basically a phone, right? So we can put, I think, up to 64 people into this, and we'll be able to chat. So anybody who's watching the series long, anyone who's added me to friends, if you find me in game, I can put you in the link shell as well, which would be nice. Can it be a little bit tricky with setting this up? We had to actually create a new character on Ravana over in Materia, and then it would work out. But yeah, so that's one thing I wanted to show off. The other thing, while we're in the inn, so in the last episode, we got these new abilities here, these general abilities. Cast Glamour and Glamour Plate. And if you remember in part 2, I bought these things, these Glamour Prisms. This crystalline prism captures the likeness of a piece of equipment and projects it onto another object, comparable form and function. So, the gear we're in right now is the Hall of the Novice gear. I'm on a gladiator right now, I guess. So, well, let's swap over to our archer for this. Both characters are in the same gear. But let's say we want the archer to look different to the gladiator, okay? Well, we can use glamours for that. So, basically what you do is you can... what happens if I just use the ability? Cast glamour. Okay, if we use the ability, we can pick a piece of gear. For example, this kind of ugly hat that I've been wearing. Let's show this hat here. We can take the hat, and what we can do then is pick any other skin that we like that's in our inventory, and it will apply. So we can make the hat look like the mask, if you remember. So I'll cast this, and you get a nice little animation, hidden by UI as it is. And there you go. So now when I look at my hat, we need to close this. It's got that plus on the top right, and what that means is it's glamoured to look different. And in fact, while I'm mousing over, if you look, it says it's the hempen hat, but then it swaps and it says, actually, it looks like the Manoa mask. So that's one thing about glamours. The other thing is in the inn, we have this thing, the glamour dresser. And this is so weird to be doing this in the LP here, because I remember on the Twitch playthrough, I had no idea how this worked, and it was you guys teaching me, and it was really complicated, and I couldn't quite get my head around it. But so, see, when we interact, it opens up, there's all these gems. I guess these are glamours or something, I don't know. But what we can do here is you can store items as skins. So you know how like in Guild Wars they just unlock on your account and that's it? Here you got to put them in the dresser, basically. So we could do that. Then there's also this thing here, the armoire. And the armoire is kind of like expanded skin storage for like class skins or weird items you might not be able to easily get back. So if I click store an item here and we say anything that's in my armory chest, for example, my main hand, oh, we don't have any of those. But here, this is my armory chest, anything on my head, my body, or my hands. I don't know why the game does this, by the way. It splits head, body, hands, and legs and feet. But anyway, so like all this squall gear that we had, or whatever, we can deposit any of these. And indeed, this is a very good idea. So I'm going to deposit the jacket, the cloud stuff, basically any of these items that, Tantalus cuffs, I guess. So this is basically me putting the skins in. Oh, only items with durability of 100 can be stored. That's annoying. So we can't put the skull stuff in because we were fighting in it, basically. But I'll show you the other stuff. So then the wild rose gear or whatever. And then for the legs as well. Basically random skins that you might lose, you can dump these into here. And I think this is like infinite storage, but only for those specific items. I think, anyway. I'll do that. But we can put the Tantalus stuff in here. Okay, so now that those are all deposited, if we go back to the Glamour Dresser, what you can actually do as well is make a whole, they call it a plate, okay, a whole setup of gear all at once. So you can have 20 of them. So I'll just do this as our first one. And what I'm going to do is you can assign earrings, you can assign a weapon, you can do all kinds. So I'm going to just say here, any item. Oh, and we want to open our armoire for this, I guess, because it's actually in the armoire. So over here, these exclusive extras, I guess, are what these are. So different skins from different seasons. So here, I'm going to set up a, well, we don't have a hat. Let's do a wild rose setup. So that's wild rose, that's wild rose, that's wild rose, that's wild rose. So that's how our plate will look, and I'll just save it. And I can save it in the current state. And you can rename them as well, I think. Oh, no, I don't. Maybe you can't rename them. But anyway, so that's one. And then we can go to 2, and we can say, all right, well, let's do a wild rose setup, and then let's do like a cloud setup. Let's look like cloud, I guess, here as well. And obviously, a big part of cloud is having the Buster Sword. But I don't know if there is a Buster Sword skin in the game. But if we do that, then that's like a great sword. That will put us onto a very specific class. Dark Knight, in this case, I guess. I don't know, maybe there's another variation with a regular sword. Hello, welcome to, thanks for the membership, Ul'dah there. So anyway, that's a quick rundown of just setting up plates. You can set up 20 of them. I wish you could do more. Because I like to have, like, a definitive look for each of my classes. But then I like having alt looks as well, and it kind of gets a bit complicated after that. You could just have the gear as well. You could just hold the gear. You don't have to use plates. But plates are pretty handy. So now, with the plate set up, and you'll see this is a lot more convoluted than our guild was, does it? Now, when I'm on my archer, I can click this button, the glamour plate button, and I can just apply for free now. It cost me a prism to deposit this stuff. It doesn't cost me a prism anymore. Actually, it didn't even because it was the armoire. But yeah, so if I just hit apply, it just changes the way we look. Because I never assigned anything to the headpiece, it won't mess with the head, or the weapon, or any of that. So yeah, here, this is Wild Rose, so we could have a Wild Rose archer, or at the click of a button, we could wear the cloud stuff. I guess I'll do Wild Rose. I think that looks a lot better. You can put dyes in the glamour dresser as well. That's how it works. The final little thing as well is you can then also bind a gear set to a specific glamour plate. So here, if I go back to my gear sets, we have our archer set. If I right-click it, I can say link it to Wild Rose, right? And now what this means is whenever we swap to this, we'll look like Wild Rose, no matter what the gear is underneath. It will just always pop that plate back on. So you see it's got the 3 cards there with the 1. So yeah, that's a little bit about glamour plates and glamours, and we unlocked that in the previous episode, and I felt like I was, we were pushing through the main story a lot, so I thought I'd talk about it here at the start of this episode. Right, let's run on out into Gridania now. The other thing we missed out in the previous episode was I have had an archery quest ready to go, and I've just not done anything with it. So let's go collect that now, and we'll use the Aetherite as well to teleport there quite nicely. Christ, there's so many quests around. What is that guy's quest? Broadening Horizons? Is that the one I want? So you've probably noticed the title of this video is Getting a Chocobo. And yes, that is a big plan for today. This was the thing I was originally most excited about with the MMO. So yeah, anyway, I don't suppose that this archery quest is going to be too fascinating. And depending on how, I'm going to play it by ear, but over the next few episodes, I'm probably come to a decision as to maybe just skipping a bunch of the class quest stuff, but we'll see. So you've returned a passable performance. Basically, I just shot some more targets in the second map. I carry with me generations of wildwood tradition. Okay. It was my ancestors who first learned to conceal their presence and fight from the shadows, to hold enemy at distance, to protect the weak. All of it, everything was, this is a waste of time. You cannot understand. So he's like a ludicrous traditionalist. I bid you go to the North Shroud. Exali scouts have been sighted near the river, and unless you're entirely ignorant of Gridanian history, I need not explain that this act of aggression is part of centuries-old conflict. The minions do not matter as their leader. Oh, so the quest isn't even over. Oh, he just wants me to go kill the leader. I really want the skill. We get like a big jump back ability. So let's go do that, I guess. This again was not in the plan. Violators will be shot. Really? This has got so many objectives. I feel like I've been in the middle of this quest. Oh god, that's a map we've actually never been to. That's off in the North Shroud. So how do we get there quickly? We could Aether right. Well, let's just walk, I guess. Let's walk to the Central Shroud, like so. If they let me through the gate, anyway. Which I hope they do. Because didn't they not let me through the gate last time? Could have been. But yeah, so, and then obviously we're leveling Paladin as well at this point, and there's a lot more going on with Paladin. Like we would have a whole 30 levels of quests. In case I didn't make this clear, it's every 5 levels you get another class quest. And the levels have been going blindingly fast here, so maybe that wasn't too apparent. But yeah, so you get up to 35, so however many quests that is. Can we go through, please? You stand before the White Wolf Gate. Ah, they won't let me through. Wait, that's just as a Central Shroud, though. Oh, I don't know. This whole place is a goddamn maze. Look at this here. It says that there's an exit from Gridania. It's near the Conjurer's Guild. So what if we just Aether right to the Conjurer's Guild and walk through there? Peloton, so that we can move nice and quick here. Lovely weather for it. I'll tell you, about an hour ago, I logged in, and it was lovely here. Well, yeah, no, about an hour ago, an hour and a bit, something like that. Yeah, hello everyone in chat. Hey WP, I'm all geared up for a lazy Sunday working on a game dev project. Listen to me in the background. That's really cool, man. I found a game last night that was very Grimrock looking. Basically, I was on the Conjurer's Guild. I was on the Grimrock subreddit, which is really quiet these days, you know, because essentially Almost Human haven't, you know, they've essentially disbanded, it seems. I think they did one trailer for the game, which was the Switch port last year, and that was it. You know, there's nothing really going on. But anyway, I kind of had this itch to play like a blobber again or something, and there were basically the top post of the whole year over there. Well, it's very quiet, but it was someone saying, here's some similar games, here's some similar experiences, and even talking about some of the mods. Okay, are we here now? No, we're not. This is the wrong map, right? This is just the not... No, it's the right map. Yeah, Violators will be shot. We're okay. I don't think we ever came here before, did we, guys? So we want to come up here and just kill some kind of a boss. I don't think it's going to be a part of a fate or anything. Yeah, anyway, he found a game. I can't remember the name of it now. This is a terrible anecdote, really. But it looked really good. Like, someone had made a really cool classic, like, old-school blobber. People were saying, I think Spire was in the name or something, S something. It looked amazing. I was like, oh, I should play this, and if I like it, I might do a Let's Play on it. And I like, looked... He has, like, a bunch of games, and they're all solo dev projects. It's one guy made this game, and is getting rave reviews. And he's got like a bunch. There's like a whole Steam store page. You know, like you can look up the developer or publisher on Steam. And he's just like in the top comment of the page, he basically says, don't let the professionalism of this page deceive you or anything. It's just me. I'm just a one-man band making these games. I think it's really cool. All right, let's proceed in. So I'm curious about that. I want to try it out. And I like all these inspirational stories of solo game dev. Okay, so what's the objective here? Defeat Nezwil Catlan the Violator. I guess we'll try. Oh, I was looking at this spell here, like, what's this ability? And it was just cast Glamour. That's the kind of thing, again, I'd probably put in my pouch But the thing is, I don't ever really just randomly cast glamours on individual things. The armory chest is pretty good, right? It's pretty deep. There's a lot of slots you can put in. But depending on how many classes you play, it can get very cluttered. So I tend to sort of ease off on having the actual individual items. But I do know a lot of people, like, they'll just glam their weapon manually whenever they want their skin to change. The prisms aren't really very expensive. And of course, we're a Gillionaire now. We have 1 million gil. Look at this. So people did tell me in the comments of the previous part where that 1 million gil came from. And it seems, so this is, I remember reading this, if you live on a low population server, which is what we're doing, not only do you get this insane road to 90 thing, but they give you money for it. But you have to hit level 30. And so what happened was I hit level 30 while we were in a dungeon and synced down. I guess we keep going. Where is this guy? All the way over here? So we never saw it, but basically at the end of like Harley Tarly or something, or Satasha or whatever it was that we were in, boom, we just suddenly came out of the dungeon with 1 million gil. And 1 million gil is quite a lot of money as well, by the way. I kind of think this is a bad thing to do for new players because, like, you lose perspective of what a lot of cash is and stuff. Now when you get like multiple thousands of gil as a quest reward or a sale, it feels a bit like, well, whatever, you know. But it's a good amount of money. Like on my main, I've been really trying to earn money for ages, and I have 20. Today I hit 20 million. So to start at 1 million, after like a lot of gameplay getting to 20, I'm quite astounded by it, really. Don't expect us to get anywhere near this. Like, we could probably play the entire rest of the main storyline. I mean, all the expansions included, and we won't double this. This is a crazy amount of cash. But I'll show you something cool we can do. So there's somebody here, a Mender character. I should probably do some more AoEs. I really want to proc the stronger AoE. Alright, we completed it. I thought we might have failed there. Wait, is that it? Oh my god, that was... There wasn't even any dialogue. Normally you get dialogue, at least, with a scene like that. That's crazy. You have succeeded in slaying Catlan, the Violator, prompting his scouts to flee Gridania in disarray, return to the Archers Guild. Unbelievable. Alright, fine, I guess. Yeah, I didn't really get much of a good look at this place. It's a bit miserable anyway, though, isn't it? So, don't feel like we're missing out on too much. Ah, yes, the completion that makes you feel like you failed. Yeah. I don't know. That felt like I let a valid NPC die or something. God, I feel like my nose is like bunged up or something, but I'm not remotely sick. Do I sound a bit nasal today? I think I do. You always sound nasal, WP. Alright, there you go. It was pure luck. Sure it was. Off with you, he screams. Even that's not the quest done. I'm going to go back to her now. Okay, I'm given to understand you single-handedly drove off an Ixali scouting party, and that you did it with precision and guile. How exactly was that training? Tremor's an adventurer who was just thrust into the jaws of the enemy in the hope he wouldn't come back. And against expectation, he did come back. Is this truly your impression? Yeah. You said it was pure luck. These guys are... For all his skill at reading the idiosyncrasies of others, he has yet to recognize his own. Impressive work, Tremor. Thank you. Give me my skill. There we go. So, oh my god, we get a lot of stuff here. And the other really cool thing about these is when you do finish it, so that's that's halfway done, the Archer's Guild, because it ends at 30. We're half finished with it. When you finish, I think we'll get some cool gear. Some, like, Archer special looking gear. I'm going to take the money. And we do actually get a better short bow from that as well, which is nice. Repelling shots. Alright, and what do you have for me next? Well, there's not a skill on that next one, so I'm gonna leave that for now. Because we do have quite the to-do list today. But let's see, so repelling shots. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's here. Jump 10 yards back from your current target. Cannot be executed while unbound. Oh, or like immobilized or so. So, normally I would put a skill like this on my third hotbar, but that's okay. We can have it down here. And it can be on Q, I guess. Q is usually a movement skill for me. I nearly always have Q as like just a dash or whatever. So on Dragoon, you don't need a target, but on this you do. So on Dragoon, you can jump around and do all kinds of stuff. Oh, somebody's trying to invite us to a free company. That's cute. It's because if you actually look at us as a character, we have the sprout icon. And we're not in a free company, so we'll probably get invites. That's very cool, because... Oh no, we're back on our home world now as well, obviously. Alright, so anyway, yeah, I guess we only get to see this when we're actually in combat. And usually Q is a dash in for me, but this time it's going to be a dash away. But whatever. It'll be a kind of a cool combo, I guess, to do like leg graze or foot graze. And then repelling shot away. Right, so there you go. So that's the Archer quest. Let's have a quick look now back at the main storyline. Because we were asked to come to Gridania in order to learn a little bit about the Twin Adders, the order that's here. And in fact, we're going to go straight back to that theatre area that we were at originally when we met the Seed Seer and we became the Envoy. But just opposite where that theatre area is, there's some NPCs, which I think might be really interesting to show off. And it's in relation to the Refer a Friend code thing. So, yeah, as you guys know, throughout this series, I've said anyone who wants to play with me, you're welcome to come along. You can grab a Refer a Friend code from me, and it gives you, like, boosts and things, and it gives you new items. And it gives me items as well, so we both mutually benefit. Well, a couple of you guys have done that now, so I actually had a couple more mails. This is one of the reasons that I'm back on the main world here, because I wanted to collect my mails. So if you look at my inventory here, I have some new items. First is a headpiece. It's called the Friendship Circlet, and you see it's item level 1. It doesn't really give us too much defense, but what it does is it increases XP earned from battle, crafting, and gathering when we're below level 25. So it's a lot like the ring we got from doing the Hall of the Novice tutorials, and it's a lot like the earring. Why do I not have the earring equipped? There we go, we have it now. Or Menfina's earring, which I think was like a pre-order bonus. So you can have the ring, the earring, and the helmet. And the road to 80. And then maybe a bit of food for 3% buff, but that's kind of nuts. So, I've never had this before. I only got this yesterday. My whole other character, Macon, I never used this. So this is very cool. Only below level 25, though. And obviously both of our classes now are higher than that. But should we pick up a new class, it'll be quite cool. And I think it's like a cute little feather that we'll see in our head or something. There you go, yeah. Which is quite good for an archer, I think, actually. So I think the feather's cool. In addition, speaking of feathers, we also get Chocobo feathers, which is very on theme for this episode. So what I'll do is I'll come to my pouch. This is going to be our Chocobo stuff, this pouch. And just for fun, I'll dump these in here. So basically, a common symbol of friendship throughout the land, these brilliant plumes can be exchanged at Calamity Salvagers. The Calamity Salvager is this NPC here, and the main quest is right there. So it can all be done here. So basically, these can be exchanged for random items. So this is like Miani or the Birthday Vendor or whatever in Guild Wars. It's just a bomb of different things. My guy's just relentlessly yawning. I love that. So what we want to do, I'm not going to go through all of these. This is just a crazy, like these belts. Remember I said in 1.0 or early patches you could wear belts. I don't know. There's a bunch of shit, but we're going to do deal in spoils. And you'll see it says gold Chocobo feather exchange or silver. So the silver feathers can be exchanged for gear, like max level, really, really good gear. So for level 50, the base game, 60, the first expansion, 70, the second expansion, 80, the next, and then finally 90. So they're pretty good, and they allow you to skip some of like the, I'm going to say time-gated stuff, but really, guys, it's not really a time gate. And to be honest, the silver feathers aren't really that great. But then there's the gold feathers. The gold ones are for the person issuing the code. And by the way, speaking of the code, I do have another one. So, I don't know, anyone watching this at any point in time, you can try that code. I just put it in the live chat. That's my next Refer a Friend code. Basically, I get 5 of these feathers for each referral, so I've got 10 now. And you'll see there's a really cool mount here, this one. But we need 15 feathers, so we're 1 referral away to being able to get that. There's also, however, a Chocobo whistle, and another mount. So there's a couple of mounts you can get, basically. And then there's these dyes, and they say that they're really rare dyes. Pure white, jet black, metallic silver, metallic gold. I've never really used these. I'm not going to spend my feathers on it just yet. But it'd be cool if we can come back here at some point and get one of the mounts. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you to the people who use those codes. And apparently, one of the chocobos you get, if we get enough of these gold feathers, is a 2-person chocobo, which is kind of amazing. Then there was also this. This is a emote we can get. You unlock it, and now forevermore if I type /fist bump. I'm amazed how much gold selling is going on in these. See, we just fist bumped. Sorry, my bomb was in the way there. There you go, look. Boom. We fist bump, and you can see the ring on our finger as well as we do it. I love that. So that's cool, and that's sort of custom little thing. And then finally there's this, a shard of aetheryte, which can be attuned to new adventurers, allowing for swift travel to their side in times of need. So basically, when I activate this, it says you can now teleport to the aetheryte nearest any friend who is a sprout. So, like, cheap, I guess, or free? I don't know. Seems pretty cool. But there you go. That's the refer a friend code stuff. We also have a level 18 weapon coffer from the main quests we did in the last episode. So if I open this, it will give me the weapon for my current class, which happened to be this elm bow. Now, I don't know which one's better. The bow we got from the quest a second ago, or that. Here we go. Yeah, so here's the link shell thing. If anybody wants to join the link shell, I can invite you, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what that was, that pop up there. Right, so there you go. Housekeeping, blah, 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 random little things. We all good? I think we are. Let's go do this quest now, A Hero in the Making. We're just going to do a quick tour of each of the 3 crown companies. And again, I was planning on doing this in the last part. So let's run on in. And hopefully we get some cutscenes, because my throat seems sore immediately. I have no idea why. I do have a hot drink with me, by the way, guys. I have a cappuccino.
The 3 seed seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Calamity, I suppose.
Our forebears were once strangers in the 12's Wood.
Can I just say, is it doomed to rain here every time we're here? I don't know if there's more story in this specific place. It might be.
Fearful of the green wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization. And soon, they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seed Seer.
Oh my god. Okay, I remember this. I gave you guys a little anecdote a few episodes ago, right? Which was that... So again, I played the game, I had a year's break, I came back. Then there were some, like, main characters that I spent, like, just hours with. So much time with these main characters. And eventually I realised that I remembered them from my early Realm Reborn stuff. This is that moment. These 2, you'll remember, were on the cart at the start. I guess this is their first showing here. This cutscene I remember, weirdly enough, except in my memory it was sunny and nice here. It wasn't pouring with rain and miserable. I remember this very clearly. So, I just want to point out, okay, before we even know this character, the game has called them a self-assured youth. I obviously haven't read about spoilers about the later stories and all that, but I have seen a fair few lore discussions about this game and story critique and review, and we all know that what we're currently playing is very slow and it's very, like, steady to get into, and a lot of people burn out and spin out of this stuff at Realm Reborn, and they don't like it very much. One of the things that a lot of people don't like about Realm Reborn is this character. But I'm just going to say, that at this point in the storyline, you're not supposed to like this character very much, I think. So just bear that in mind as we go along. And what they've called him here at the very start is a self-assured youth. Self-assured. It's okay to not like some characters at some points in the story, is what I'm going to say. You know, we're not meant to be overly in love every second of the way through. So anyway, what do we think of him? I don't want to put words in your mouth or thoughts in your brain. You can take him however you like him, right? Maybe you do like him genuinely. But I'm just saying, like, if you find he irks you or something, the game knows that. And, you know, people will have arcs and they will go on journeys. So anyway, right, yeah, the self-assured youth. Did you see the Gridanian standard there hanging behind the Elder Seedseer?
The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elizin. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness.
Has he got a horn?
And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat.
Wait, she has horns as well? Yeah, because she's not human, right? She's like... She's not an elemental, is she? Or is she? Was that other kid an elemental too? I really have no idea. Yeah, like they're on the stage with her.
5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the high roads without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
Cynical girl. And she, I gotta say, guys, this is a wild character. The twins, you might expect that they're in the story in equal abundance. It's fucking crazy. Like, I don't consider this to be a spoiler, okay? She just vanishes for ages. And I remember being like, what? I didn't even remember who she was. But then she comes back, and then it's like you can never imagine a time where she was away. It's nuts, honestly. Like, I forgot she was a character. Once upon a time. Self-assured boy and cynical girl.
By the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you, join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity.
And look, she's not even looking at the stage. I think when I first played this, I was of the mindset like, it's just an accident or a bug or whatever, but it never is. It's very clear.
We must think of the children.
Woods will be done.
It's up to
Won't
us to
anybody
protect
think of the
forest.
children?
Elementals.
It was the immigrants. Even when it was the bears, I knew it was the immigrants. Brilliant quote from Moses there. They're creepy they're really creepy. I can't believe how creepy they are. So yeah, people in chat, thank you guys. Wow, you're giving me the lore details. They're Pagel. They're kind of like Highlanders, humans or whatever. They're a bit more in tune with the elementals, and they all have horns.
If you'll permit me, Alfie, no.
Oh my god, his voice. Oh my god. Okay, again, I don't know how many times I have to say this over and over. Just get used to the fact that in this Let's Play, this comment's going to come up a lot. That voice is fucking crazy and sounds nothing like the character. Oh my god, he sounds really old as well. Oh, you know what's really bad about this? We're going to get used to these voices, and then the cast swap is going to happen at the end of A Realm Reborn, and we're going to have to go through it all again. If you'll permit me, Alphino. Holy crap.
And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler.
No, I don't.
You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
I want to go back to the Japanese voices. Yeah, let's go back to Japanese. Yeah. The Gridanians are fortunate enough to have should I voice him this way? To contend with the two beast tribes. The Exile are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal, Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Rama. So, I've always called this Rama, again, it's a classic Final Fantasy summon, and here it is in this game, as a primal. I think they call it Ramu, though. I think they pronounce it Ramu, which blows my mind, and I don't like it at all. It's like the Tidus thing. I'm going to say Rama. Fuck all that. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. By the way, you see how she's got a little bit of red in her hair? He's like blue, she's like red. That's how you can tell them apart easily. I don't know if there actually are model differences in in their hair. I think one sweeps left and one sweeps right or something. I quite have a lot of respect, by the way, for a video game of any nature. It doesn't have to be an MMO, not an FF or whatever, but or any media really that makes twins some of their like main characters. Because you tend to find, especially with like films and TV, people avoid that a lot because they want every character to be very distinct and well defined and so on. They don't want audiences getting confused about who they're looking at and stuff. But it's cool, man. It's nice. It breaks the mold a bit, and they go for it. I actually think you're already seeing a tiny little bit of the writing quality here as well with Alice being, that's the girl. Did she introduce herself? Being like cynical about how you're gonna remember people, how you're gonna honor the people you can't even remember. Like, because you could just take that as just shitty MMO storytelling, like going through the motions, turn off your brain. But no, it's okay to be. But what that is that's the game saying no, it's okay to be cynical. And we've thought about where it's rough around the edges too, and there's a character giving voice to that. Because again, you could just be very doylist about that whole thing and just say, oh, we just can't remember because it's the player character, blah blah blah. But no, they write it in. Though they clash with the Exile in ever more regular... I'm going to do this voice, I really am. Though they crash with the Exile ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. Okay, I won't do the voice. There's someone absolutely having their heart broken right now if the idea that they're going to have to listen to this alpha now. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. He said it. I did say it. Meanwhile, the Exile will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. By the way, they mentioned Rama there as a summon. I can't remember. Well, whatever. Let's just keep playing. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to an all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? Well, perhaps we'll find out if the Elder Seedseers, well, it's fell on fertile ground. ... Hey, I'm a Scion now. I know things that you don't, it would seem. But she didn't even speak. Yeah, they're the complete reverse. Like, look at their leggings. They both have a bit of thigh exposed, but on the reverse leg. I think eventually they start joking about how they've been dressed alike and stuff. So there you go. Attend the Remembrance service here. Now, I have a little something to show you guys. Now, you may have noticed in the last part, I didn't actually do a lore section. We didn't bust out the encyclopedia. Well, I'm not going to bust out the encyclopedia here either. But I do have something to show you. So on the official website for Final Fantasy XIV, they released little lore stories and snippets and pieces of world building. And they did this for 1.0. They didn't do much, but they did a little bit for 1.0. And I'm going to show that to you now, because they teach you about the orders. So, here is a thing about the Grand Companies. And this is what they said. Boom. Look at those boobies. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Let me compose myself here. Stop that being so zoomed in. So this is what they originally said on the official website for 1.0. And as you can see, we don't have to sharpen the hell out of this one because it's not a scan from a book. The Order of the Twin Adder. The Order of the Twin Adder establishes a medium from which the Seed Steers can return from their wanderings deep within the Black Shroud and directly oversee not only the safety of Gridania's citizens, but the workings of the local guard. Both the God's Quiver, who defend the forest from external threats, and the Wood Whalers, who protect it from internal strife, have expressed their support of this temporary measure, although they have proven their aptitude for handling political affairs in light of the calamity. Oh, I guess this isn't... I was sure this was 1.0. I guess this was written during the calamity patches, or just after, and the events that followed. There are still those within Gridania who would question the Seedseer's ability to lead a nation into war. Yeah, because she doesn't really seem like much of a war leader. But here, they also tell us about her. Elder Seedseer Canny Senna. Eorzea's children are as trees in a grove, bending to the wind like the willow or bearing it like oak. Yet, live how we might, the wind shall blow. There's some fluffy stuff there. The eldest of the three siblings of Pagil ancestry. So there are three siblings, and they're all this race. Where did the Pagil come from? Kani serves as the head of the council, the governing body which presides over the affairs within the city-state of Gridania. As is common amongst those born of the prestigious Senna line, Kani was blessed by the 12. We got a player spamming the fuck out of some kind of noise. Let's go over here, so that's not so unbelievably loud. I guess I could have just turned the game down as well. Anyway, before reaching her 6th name day, she had already predicted a devastating fire and a locust infestation, earning her remarkably early admission into the Stillglade Fane. I don't know what that is. After becoming a sister of the Twelveswood, it was not long before she had risen to Elder Seer and left Gridania to live in the forest with her siblings. She left, where she served the city-state by communing with the elementals, maintaining the delicate balance betwixt man and nature. As the number of rumours regarding unnatural phenomena began to swell, however, she was left with no choice but to return to the city and assess her options. So it was that she was decreed the reinstatement of the Order of the Twin Adder. A woman who has earned the respect of her people by always letting her actions speak as loud as her words, her affable demeanour belies the brave heart which beats beneath her tiny breast. Why are we specifying that she has tiny breasts? Well, I guess it doesn't pluralise it. I don't know. Let's move on. Motto: no road close. Just close to those true of heart. Weapon: Cloudstrom, a legendary staff carved from the branch of a tree said to survive the 6th Umbral era. Well, we don't know about the 6th era yet. That was the one immediately before this, because I haven't got that far in the history just yet. But there you go. So that's all. Just a little detail there about these guys. Maybe they mean chest, but they use the word breast to sound archaic. Yeah, it is a bit weird, isn't it? But even then, talking about someone's tiny chest? I've got to say, it didn't look tiny, especially knowing that concept art a second ago. Let's move on to Ul'dah. Ul'dah! And see what these guys have to say. Sorry, just checking my notes to be 100% sure I've done everything I wanted to do at Gridania. We will swap over to Ravana soonish, guys, as well. But I have a plan. Oh, actually, do I have a plan? Shit. No, hold on. Let's go back to Gridania real quick. Back to the Black Shrouds. We unlocked retainers in the last part, didn't we? Because I want to show them real quick before we get back into the story proper here. Pretty sure we unlocked retainers. Was that her in the concept art? That's a good question. It might not have been. So, what I'm going to do here, because I haven't planned this out well enough, because I'm a fool, is I'm going to mouse over furiously all of these different icons until I can see. They were in here, weren't they? It's the market board, summoning bell, market board, company chest, trader. Where I buy a retainer from somewhere, or I get a retainer. I thought it was someone over here, to be honest. I'm going to go try that out. Let's go to the Leatherworks. If anybody in the chat can tell me where I pick up a retainer in this town, that would be amazing. Let's go to the Shaded Bower, though. Good to know you're not the only one who says Ul'dah like that all the time. Yeah, it's a word you have to shout. It's in the top right. The top right of this little area. I really thought it was either on... Oh, here you go. It's right here, literally. Parnell. Retainer Vocate. Hello. She's also in an incredibly low-slung top. Is that player armor? My God. Okay, greetings. I take it you came to see me about a retainer. Okay. I would like to hire one, please. Yes. According to our records, you may hire up to 2. So just so that you guys know... There is, you got the free trial, which is insanely long. Then there's, like, having a sub. There's a really cheap sub, where you can only have, like, 2 characters per world or something, which effectively isn't really a restriction, I think. But the cheap sub, that's what I have and what I've always done. And for that, you get just 2 retainers. There's an expensive sub for, like, another £5 or something. And with that, you can get 8 retainers. And it's a weird one, because you can play this game completely ignoring this feature. Like, 100% never really give a shit about it. But it is a fun feature, and it's weird. I've kind of just now crossed over the threshold, a couple of years deep, to be honest, into, on my main, I kind of think, oh, it'd be cool to have a lot of retainers. Retainers will... You give them classes, and they level up and do it. They basically can end up earning you a lot of money. once you've got them to high levels and you tell them to go mine things for you, do things, I think you can get a good amount of in-game cash. So it's a weird thing where it's kind of like paying real world money for in-game, but you do it through retainers. I don't know what I really think about all of that. But, yeah, we're going to have 2. And in my old playthrough, you saw I had 2 very silly characters. I'm going to let those of you who are watching this live here right now name these retainers, okay? So here we go. We can hire 2. Currently, I have none in my employ. So I will hire a retainer. Excellent. We have quite a few men and women on our list, so I invite you to describe the retainer you desire down to the most minute detail. So, I think I can... So you can make your retainer look like anything you like. So this is... I don't know what this is. This guy's called Unspeakable Doof. Apparently. I don't know what... Where is it? Is this from last time we were doing this? I mean, what? He looks alright. He's a Rogadin. That Rogadin. My god, what's wrong with me? Why do I keep messing this stuff up? Hrothgar. Of course he's not a Rogadin. Yeah, so you notice it's just like Character Creator. We can make it someone look however the hell we like. And because we're doing this in Gridania, they are native to Gridania, we could have a male Viera. That would be kind of cool. So yeah, listen, if someone in chat has a very snappy, quick idea of a race, a gender, and a name, type it now. I will pick it. I will take 2 suggestions from you guys. So, yeah, let me see what you think. And I think this is a really cool feature, but it's... I don't know. I feel like it needs to be in more of the game or something. I'll give you guys some weird trivia as well. I was talking to someone on Discord about this yesterday. A lot of this stuff is kind of a weird holdover from a very old feature back in 1.0, before even the first patches of 1.0. So I'm talking about launch 1.0 now, like really early. There was a very, very old feature called having a path companion. And what that was they were like your cousin or brother or whatever, and they were an NPC that would travel with you. Do you remember how Guild Wars 2 was originally going to have like a companion system where you had someone traveling and the arena ended up cutting it? FF14 kind of did the same thing, except it made it into the game. And you kind of create a character like this, and they were like your friend, and they'd go through the story with you. Really weird, and they ended up cutting it. But kind of fun to look back at, and I suppose it was something a little bit like this. I don't want to do a Lalafell. We did a Lalafell last time, and it's just not that funny to me. Not a Lalafell. That's my only thing. Macon already has a Lalafell. We can laugh at the Lalafell over on Macon. So yeah, I'll tweak that. I'll say not a Lalafell. Okay. Oh, we're getting quite a lot of suggestions here. Oh, how do I do it? First come, first serve? Oh my god, the chat is so laggy. Wow. Why do I try and use the OBS chat? It's so laggy. This is much better. People are saying Hrothgar as well. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I mean, female Hrothgar is also new, so it's also kind of novel. Their outfits are unbelievably gross here at the start. A Hypello themed one. That would be amazing, but you can't do the Hypello. I would love the Hypello, man. Oh, I'm just a 10 fanboy. You know, in 10, there's those little penguin people. Like Tobley is one. They're very rare in the background in X, and then in the sequel, that Tobley's like the major one. The little penguin. And they're basically just kids in masks. They're called the Pelu Pelu, and they're very obscure 10 lore, really. It's very obscure to know that they're called the Pelu Pelu. I think it only comes from the Ultimania. Anyway, the newest 14 expansion has the Pelu Pelu in it. It's crazy. You want to do Owaka? Owaka would be a very good retainer. Owaka and Once, that would be a cool idea. All right, look, I'm gonna scroll up and take the first suggestions because I don't know how to do this fairly. The people who typed quick, they get in. So what's the first one? Alma Biolv, Ram's sister from FF Tactics. I don't know what. I haven't played Tactics. Make Evil Logan. A female Makote named Corey. That is very self-indulgent. Considering it's Corey dropping the message. Oh yeah, also, there's a Final Fantasy XIV app. Good point, NT Authority in chat. There's an app, and if you download the app on your phone, you get another free retainer. Well, is it free? I don't know. Do you pay for the app? I don't know how it works. Listen, Issa, that's a cool idea. Dragon Mail, Steve. Okay, here, look. Someone's got a female Vieira called Opai. So we'll do that. That's the first suggestion I see there. I don't know what Vieira voices or anything are like, by the way. So you can be Rava or Vina. Let's do Rava. She looks fucking cool. Vieira of the Rava. Although we won't get into Vieira lore here. Okay. And she's like middling height. And let's hit the randomize button. Okay, I'm going to hit the randomize 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, I don't like her. 6, 7. That was a really good one. We had it like second. She's quite cool. I like the red on her ears. Look at the customization on this. My God, look at them. Oh, I like her face. She looks crazy. All right, let's do her. Okay, and what's it called? Opai or something? Yeah, all right. Oh, why am I saving the appearance data over and over and over? We don't have to do that. No. Finalize my retainer's appearance. Yeah. I can think of several retainers that are exactly as you describe. Oddly enough, they have strikingly different personalities. If you'd be so kind as to state a preference, it would be most helpful. She polite, rough, serious, carefree, independent, or lively? I think she looks serious. Well, very well. I have just the individual in mind. When summoned, this retainer will greet you just so. If there is something you would ask of me, ask it. And when dismissed, she'll say, call on me as you please. Hire this retainer. Excellent. Do you want to give her a nickname? A pie. There we go. Now, the fact she's from Gridania has, like, something to do with taxes and stuff? I don't know. Oh, what? Oh, it's taken. Is that what they're saying? Really? It has to have a unique name? Alright. Should I add a third P? No, I don't want to do that. Ugh, that sounds ugly as well. Oh, God. The problem is character creation is such a... There you go. Congratulations. She's now in our employ. Do you know what? Let's just do the 1 for now. Let's just do the 1. Oh, Apai is booba in Japanese. Oh, wow. I've been tricked. Okay. All right. What is wrong with you guys? It's her, isn't it? She's influenced the stream chat. All right. So there you go. So we've hired a booba Vieira, I guess. Well done, guys. I'll tell you, the last ones we did are not great. Okay, so what happens here, right, is you can pick your retainer. This would be your list of all 8. And you'll see she has a class, she has an inventory, she has gil, she has items for sale, and you can put her on a venture as well. So what I do here is I will speak with her here. And so this is her. She's out. She's obviously phased. But any summoning bell in the game, you can run over to, and your retainers will appear, okay? So we can give her money as like a bank. And what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to give her... I'm going to deposit 100,000, 1 million gil. I'm going to... Oh, wait. Did I mess that up? No, that's only 10,000. That's 100... Oh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. So I've given her 1 million gil. Because I kind of want to go back to normal RPG without having 1 million gil. So she's like a bank. I don't really know why you would ever give them gil, to be honest. They hold gil once they make trades for you, and then I just withdraw it on my main. What else is there? Well, she'll sell stuff. So, for example, I can just say, all right, I want to sell these imp wings. So I can put them up for sale. I can see while mousing over that they sell for 1 gil each. So there you go. She's trying to sell those imp wings for me now. And this is the player market. And she only lives here, by the way, on Kraken. She only exists here. And this is all trash because it's all early game stuff. So it's all going to be cost basically nothing. But, you know, we can clean our inventory, I guess, to a certain extent. She will only sell up to 20 items. So after she's trying to sell 20 things, you want another retainer. And when I say thing, I mean a bundle. Like, she's selling 16 animal skins there. That counts as 1 sale. You buy them in batches. And there's no such thing as buy orders in this game either, by the way. You just browse what the retainers have. And yeah, I think retainers are in 1.0 and they were very laggy or broken or slow. And then the other thing is, of course, we can set her... We can give her gear. You can edit a comment. So you can say, oh, she's my salesperson. I have a Simpsons quote on my other characters. One of them's about Edna Krabappel, I think, or something. I don't know. If anybody wants to submit a Simpsons quote for me for this character, I'll throw it on there. Yeah, you can glamour her gear. You can equip her with whatever you like. I actually don't know how to do that right now. How do I do that? It's like it hasn't unlocked. There might be more features we have yet to unlock. But yeah, she'll like actually level up. So the way you kind of play the game, if you're going to use these, and I do recommend you play with it, is you can, like whenever you finish your gear and you're like in a new set of gear, you give the old gear to these guys. Instead of binning it, you can be like, okay, and they'll, by the way, they'll never be a higher level than you are. So like, if I want to teach my retainers to be good miners, like level 60 miners, 70 miners, 80 miners, I have to do that myself. I have to go out in the world, gather items, level up, and then I can teach them how to do it, essentially. And then they'll level up as well. So, you basically, yeah, instead of just throwing your old gear away, you can outfit a whole team of retainers. And when you get a house, they live in the house with you and stuff. It's cool. So there you go, there's the retainer feature. I would love to return to that as this Let's Play goes along. Obviously, we're in the midst of a lot of stuff at the moment, though, so we'll just play it by ear for now. Okay, so that's it. So now we can swap back and all that, but let's go to Ul'dah, I guess, first. And yeah, because she only lives here, when I swap to another world, I don't bring her with me. So there's a weird thing with the economy in this game where you can only sell on your home world. And what it means is you can travel to other worlds and buy things cheap and sell them on your own, and I don't know. Like, I've done that a couple of times. We want to go to the Chamber of Rule. Economics are hard, and the economic balance in this game of how people can shift gear loot around but only sell in certain places is weird. I don't know whether that favors high population places or low population places. I really don't know. Right, so Ul'dah. Let's see what these guys have to say and whether we like the look of this order. Everything's coming up Millhouse. That's a great quote. Yeah, I'll put that on her.
And Reborn as well.
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
He sounds way more manly once the cast changes. So yeah, by the way, you may have noticed we've met Reborn already, right? And we met Melvib, and we met the Seed Seer. You might think that Reborn is like based on that because they're the leaders. You might think he's like the king of this place or something. He's not. She is, and we haven't met her yet. She's obviously not the king. But yeah, like and I like that. There's a bit of asymmetry there.
Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold, where by the grace and glory of Nal'thal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Hold on, if we do this out of order, because we can do this in any order, right? Would Alphanos have different dialogue in a different pace here? Because I wouldn't have met him yet.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
Oh, the Imperial Legion. What has he done?
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
That was great.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled.
Can I just say, someone in chat just said, my opinion, WP's opinion for FF14 improved during Shadowbringers, but I haven't played Endwalker. Actually, it improved before Shadowbringers. I loved Stormblood, which is the expansion before that. I mean, you can watch it happening live.
Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall.
Ul'dah!
Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you.
I like how she said nothing so far.
Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
Yeah, for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Your grace.
Raubon?
I love how he carries her around.
People of Ul'dah, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people.
It's occurring to me that many new people watching this are probably like very incredulous about this. It's very difficult to take the Lalafell seriously because they are toddlers. But the thing is, guys, the game treats them like fully autonomous, adult, independent actors with all the savvy and competence you could imagine of any other race. So yeah, this looks crazy. You end up getting desensitized to the hilarious weirdness of it all, I guess. As I was watching that and listening to her speak, I was thinking, man, this must look so weird. But yeah.
Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanimo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and
Glory
fortune.
to the Sultana!
Stride fearless into the inferno. For we are, by fire, reborn!
God, I love him. He's so cool. I'll tell you, you don't have to wait very long either for cool stuff to happen for him.
Fancy meeting you again.
Fancy it indeed. Oh, this will probably be me voicing him now. Yeah. The Ul'dahs have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. By the way, guys, have you noticed the pacing here seems a bit weird? This is one area where the story is not that good. All the way through FF, I would say the pacing can often be quite crazy. It sort of feels like there's a game here where, shouldn't it be like you visit Ul'dah, then you get this, then you do the Ifrit stuff, then you visit Limsa, then you get the Limsa one, and then you do ... But it's kind of weird, isn't it? I feel like this is a first trip to Ul'dah style experience we could be in right now, but they shifted the whole Ifrit arc earlier than it. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. Indeed, we have. The Uldahns do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. Remember, this whole place is about gold and money and industry and economy. So they have dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Remember, they're repeatedly summoned here. This is the big problem. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Guardians have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Umoja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldahns send their forces to smite the Primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It's a war of attrition with which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. Like me. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. This was such a natural decision for me when I played this the first time. Of course I was going to do this. I look so weird with the goggles. We have people here. Okay, so then we have the one at Limsa. But, of course, there was that little detail on the official website about these guys as well. So, by the way, let me see here. Oh, Christ. I've got to be really careful clicking around in OBS. So, what does it say here? The Grand Companies of Eorzea, by the way. I never showed you this. They're called the Chocobos. Though the land is riven and the heavens torn asunder, it is in this chaos that our bonds are given strength, they say. So, just an overview here. It says, for thousands of years, Eorzea has been victim to a catastrophic cycle of destruction and rebirth that periodically envelops the realm and threatens all who live upon her soil, each time faced with a tragedy seemingly worse than the last. However, the peoples of Eorzea have found some way to persevere. One method, seemingly going back hundreds of generations, has been the establishment of the comprehensive command centers, which combine military, economic, and technological resources of a city-state in order to better prepare it for the coming doom. These are the Grand Companies. The last recorded emergence of the Grand Companies was 1,500 years ago, at the end of the 5th era, and the arrival of the Great Deluge, which would trigger the Dark Period known as the 6th era. So, yeah, like the Umbral era is the Dark Ages after these apocalypses, basically. But yeah, a little spoiler there for our history lessons. There's a great tidal wave coming on one of them. It was through these companies that the then warring city-states were able to put aside their bitter differences and join together to form an alliance and ensure the realm survived. As the 6th era drew to a close and the 3 city-states, Limsa, Gridania and Ul'dah, once again revived the Grand Companies, a final attempt to forestall the coming 7th era. With a number of remarkably talented adventurers in their ranks, they stood fast against the beast tribes and the savage might of the Primals, as well as the Guardian Empire. This is a 1.0, obviously, and invaders from the north. The Guardian Empire, the invaders from the north. Despite their valiant attempts, however, the calamity could not be avoided, and the lesser moon, Dalamud, descended upon the Cartano Flats. From its core emerged the Elder Primal, Bahamut, who rained fire upon the realm. So it was that the 7th Dark Ages began, the 7th Umbral Era. 5 years on from the devastation, aided by adventurers, the Grand Companies now strive to raise the realm from the ashes. So that's a quick overview. And again, that's a nice, like, primer. I was very close on this LP to just reading that at the start, like the very, very start. Because it kind of cuts to the chase of most of the details. So, anyway, yeah, these guys, the Rising Flames, sorry, the Immortal Flames. Rising Flames is something else. Currently, the bulk of Uldah's military strength comes from their standing army of mercenaries and the now dwindling contingent of palace guards known as the Sultan's Sworn. To bring order to their ranks and oversee additional wartime training, the Sultana has resurrected the Immortal Flames, an elite force of battle-hardened veterans that once instilled fear in the city-states' neighbouring nations during ages past. This unit would act as a core aspect of the army, essentially bolstering its power and, in effect, grant more authority to the Sultana and her advisors, something which those in control of the city-state's economy, namely the Syndicate, are wary of. And we get a little bit about Reborn here as well. He's the Flame General. Bwahaha! The battlefield is the best and worst of places. Where else can a man's enemy become his mentor, or an ally his enemy? Using winnings amassed during his reign as a gladiator, Reborn, the Bull of Alamigo, purchased the Colosseum. And by doing so, he earned himself a place among the most infamous syndicate. Now, this is, again, 1.0. I don't know if you see this happen in 1.0. So, yeah, he's not from Ul'dah. He's from that conquered nation nearby, Alamigo. He's a refugee, and he had nowhere to go, nothing to do. He became a gladiator, he fought in the pits, and he ended up winning enough that he bought the Colosseum. That's his story. He says, however, unlike other syndicate members who, blinded by their wealth, fancy themselves the true leaders, Reborn has remained faithful to the Sultanate's nobility, openly pledging his allegiance to the Sultana, which we just saw in that cutscene. He loves her. This is why, after a long hiatus, the ever-popular warrior returned to the young ruler in readying the city-state for the end of the 6th Astral Era and the dark days that would follow. Like we saw, he was there in the Battle of Kano. Aware that he would more than likely receive little cooperation from his fellow syndicate members, ever too occupied with their infighting to see that which truly threatens Ul'dah, Reborn sought the revival of the Immortal Flames, which under his lead helped protect the Sultana and the nation while sating his thirst for revenge on the Guardians. Because the Guardians conquered his home country. And then there's his motto, which I guess we don't have to read. So yeah, I love that guy. He's very cool. There's also another character closely associated with him, but we will... that's not the Sultana, that we'll deal with later. Alright, finally we have Limsa. And Melvib. And to be honest, I've spent so little time. Neither character I've made with this game I've ever really spent much time at Limsa. I've not really done any of the Limsa professions, the classes. The most I've done at Limsa is fishing. So these guys are sort of on the... As gorgeous as the town is and all that, cloudy though it might be right now, this is kind of the lowest on my list, I'd say. You love the player posing in the background? Yeah, it is cool. I actually wanted something a lot like that for my Guild Wars 2 Let's Play back in the day, but it was too difficult to do. Here to attend the Remembrance service. Be quick. The Admiral is due to give her address at any moment. Alright, let's see what this address is all about.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
The faces are really good. I think that's all the graphics update.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell
Oh
with
yeah,
pride.
it's red. I'm very proud with it. The crimson.
700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
What is it with me today? I can't help but notice everyone's boobs are out. Even I never realised that about her outfit.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners. And together, we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano.
Yeah, can I just be clear? These grand companies were first made ages ago, but dissolved. And they've brought them back, basically.
That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
You'll also notice of the base races, nearly always there's a humans, but then there's like the Rogadin are most associated with here. The Lalafell at Ul'dah. The Elazon in the forest.
Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom, much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep.
Being a Western pirate from the perspective of Japanese devs, and you were sold on starting on Limsa. Yeah, I really like the piratey thing. I love the pirate in Maple Story as well. The thing is, they don't fully go through in some ways. Like, you get Rogue here. It would be really cool if the upgrade to Rogue was just full-on pirate or something, but then it becomes ninja, which feels like it feels like a missed opportunity.
But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again?
It's funny as well, I don't remember, I remember the Seedseer cutscene. I don't remember all these ones. I must have tuned them out.
There are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano.
Yeah, exactly like a Corsair class.
The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go.
So you notice each area seems to have 2 beast tribes. Like, these guys have the kobolds and the Sahagin threatening them. Oh, almost spilled a drink there.
These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the Curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
You know, it's funny to me, right? Like, the Guild Wars 2 community will shit itself over, like, the Lion's Arch instance in Janthir Wilds, just because it's a lot of dialogue. But the Janthir Wilds Lion's Arch instance is full, absolutely exploding with, like, really intriguing, cool lore stuff going on. Here, meanwhile, over in Final Fantasy, look at the length of this cutscene, and it's just her waffling on about unity, and it's just like a war speech. And they've done 3 of them back to back, and the players don't bat an eye. It's like the attention span over on the Guild Wars side is just so minimal. It's unbelievable, right? I mean, not that this is highly rated, to be fair.
Gather the lads!
Woohoo!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
Where's me
I'll
cutlass?
follow ye to the 7 hells, Admiral.
Melwib has a lot of great growth during the game that goes under the radar for a lot. Does she? Really? Oh, that's gone under the radar for me.
Fancy meeting you again.
Oh, hello, Alphino. Fancy that, yes. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa is plagued by 2 beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. So you might be wondering, what order are we're going to be fighting more primals, right? What order are we going to do them in? Woo! Also, sidebar. Do you guys want to hear a really cool theory about Leviathan in FFX? You notice how Leviathan is not a summon in X. Like, lots of the summons come back, but Leviathan is not in that game anywhere. And in fact, there's no water-themed Aeon in that game anywhere. There is a cool theory that the end of the game was going to feature Tidus becoming the Faith for the final Aeon. Like, his sacrifice would be there at the end, and the final Aeon would be Leviathan. That's Tidus as the final Aeon, Leviathan, and that's why it's like this big hole. Like, his whole character is connected to water, and water is constantly being recalled with him. It's pretty amazing, right? I love that theory. I never mentioned that in my LP of that game, but yeah. Or at least I don't think I did. Maybe I did. It's been a while. As if the beast tribes present weren't troublesome enough, the Guardians have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominsans' backyard. And that is to say, naught of internal strife. Alright, I'm done. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight among themselves, the Guardians whet their blades and watch. If the Lominsans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside and their primal threat dealt with for once and for all. But how? How do we stop that? To this end, I expect that it will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. That started to sound more like Snape. I think Alan Rickman said the way to do Snape is to never have your lips touch. But maybe that's more the physical face acting rather than the voice. Okay, well there you go, guys. Again, this was all going to be in the last episode. Tremor, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service is now concluded? A moment ago, you say. What a coincidence. What a coinkydink. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies? Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sand, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. Do you see how this just feels chopped and changed and just a bit weird, you know? Alright, so here's what we'll do. We'll use the Vesper Bay 88 ticket. We'll grab these quests, and then I will swap over to Ravana. Oh, those tickets are so handy, eh? Wow. Yeah, pray return to the Waking Sands. We're doing it again. This quest is now available. Oh! That's one of the side quests. One of the side dungeons. We will be looking at that later. Yeah, there are optional dungeons. In fact, are there some of them in this game? Oh, there are! Let's grab that quest right now. Because I do intend to do that today. Literally, this is on the plans. Nedrick of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn has some useful information he wishes to share. Hail there, adventurer. I'm Nedrick, an explorer by trade and a scion by allegiance, and you, my friend, look to be an adventurer in need of a challenge. I happen to know just the place that will offer it to you. Tucked away in a corner of eastern Thanland lies Halatali, and it is there that you will find all the excitement you crave. The place boasts a storied history. It was built by some 100 years past as a training ground for gladiators. The calamity laid ruin to it, though, as it did most things. Now Halatali is a shadow of its former self, but in the dark of that shadow lurk wild beasts, both bloodthirsty and beyond count. For one such as yourself, I dare say there is no place finer than Halatali to test your skill and refine your technique. Indeed, I've taken the liberty of passing your name along to the Flames who oversee the place. Should you visit, speak to one by the entryway. He also has a quest here. Is this where all the side dungeons are? It might be. Oh, it's so. These are some of them. That's like the last one there. That's full of Malboros, by the way. Which you'll notice we have not fought or seen yet, despite being in the very first CGI trailer. And you might have thought they'd be in the forest. Hello, Tataru. Some people let fame swell their heads, and I believe yours remain in proportion and firmly attached to your body. Thank you. Pray return, if thou wouldst, to the sands which waketh. That's Urianger leading us in, is it? Oh, I've got this link shell thing. What's going on here with the link shell thing? Is this people trying to join the link shell? Oh, accept link shell invite? I think this link shell is for Kraken. but we have another one set up on the other place, so... Welcome back, Tremor. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you'd hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust now you see why your services are in such demand. So, by the way, guys, in 1.0, the story is split among the three orders. And, the three Grand Companies. And there's, like, different cutscenes and stuff as you progress.
The gods only know what Grand Company our adventurer friend will keep.
But of course, in this game, it's not. The story doesn't really follow them in that way. The gods know what Grand Company. Well,
the wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Are they? Interesting.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and 7th Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alizé, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the 7th Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience.
Your grandfather? Who cares about your grandfather?
There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
God, he's smug.
I should hope so.
I think that's it for her now.
My lady! We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
I think that's it from her for ages now. Just as a spoiler, in the Raid series at the end, I know she's a part of that, but I think, and then as far as like the main story is concerned, it's quite cool. You can see even early on they're doing long setups. One of the greatest strengths of this game is that they'll introduce a thing and it's not relevant for ages, but it's good when it comes back. Alright. So, who do we pick? Well, I spoiled this. A better version of this LP. I probably would have not spoiled it already. Oh, but hold on. Just before we fully round out as well, there is, of course, the final Grand Company to read. Do we pick them? The Maelstrom. I love the colours. At the heart of the thalassocratic navy lies the Crimson Fleet, composed of 5 independent squadrons, the 1st through the 5th. The Maelstrom is an extension of the 1st, expanding its role as an armada flagship and granting its power to administer not only the remaining 4 squadrons, but the various merchant fleets that navigate the seas off of Vilbrand. I can't remember what Vilbrand is. Is Vilbrand just... What's Vilbrand, guys? With the re-establishment of the Maelstrom, the Admiral has invoked ancient maritime law by which she has promoted herself to Chief Admiral, effectively expanding her authority to cover not only state and military dealings, but grant her the power to directly command all the ships in Lominsan waters. While averse to this encroachment on their independence, the city-states pirates are willing to put aside their differences, lest the Garlean Empire take more than just their freedom. So everyone's always so scared of the Garleans. It's all about the Garleans, guys. The nasty empire. So Chief Admiral Merlvib Blofisvin. Victory is a far-flung shore. Mark the skies, abide the tides. Trust to your crew, and she will be yours. As it has been since the ill-fated Galadian grounded off the coast of Vilbrand, countless generations past. So is the Galadian just some massive ship? Like, not an airship like the Agrius, but just a straight-up ship. The leader of the Limsa, Limsa Lominsa has borne the title of Admiral, for she not only commands the Thalassocracy, but also the armada that defends it. Melvid is the latest to take this city-state's helm, and she brings with her an impressive list of laurels, such as the discovery of a safe route across the Indigo Deep to the recently discovered Western continent. Wait, the Western continent? Isn't that the newest expansion? Isn't that Dawn Trail? Isn't that the Western continent? I thought that was like the new world, though, and no one had really gone there until... I don't know what the story is with the newest expansion, but I'm sure that's off to the west. So she found a safe route. Is she in the new expansion then, maybe? I don't know. And the unprecedented sinking of the Invincible fleet dispatched by the northern nations beyond the Blood-Brine Sea. She's honest and steadfast in her ways, but at the same time can prove stubborn and uncompromising. And though once a pirate of high standing herself, upon becoming admiral, she's gone out of her way to impose strict regulations on piracy, drawing the ire of nearly every brigand crew hailing out of Limsa Lominsa. Her reinstatement of the Maelstrom and the power it is granted over the city-state's privately owned vessels is viewed as but another measure to tighten her grip on the nation. Wow, she's not very well liked. I didn't realise that about her. That she was very authoritarian. Well, there you go. So those are the three orders. And I'm going to pick the Twin Adder, which are, let's look at the markings on their hats. You, the Serpent Officer. This thing about snakes in association with the forest, I don't fully get either, by the way. I take it the Elder Seats have touched your heart. Have you resolved to entwine your destiny with that other Twin Adder? I have. You've chosen wisely. Remember, you can change this later. So we get the honey yellow dye for this. I'll be proud to call you brother. Get a friend request. I'm more than happy to accept more friends. Okay, so off we go now. Back home to Gridania to cash this in. And we're still not where I wanted to end the last episode, by the way. We're still not. It's a good thing I didn't just try to rush through all of this in the previous part. I've had some people saying, WP, you know, if it's going to be one long playlist that we just watch along and people just pause and come back to it as and when they're like, why limit the episode length? Why are you putting a cap on like how long each episode is? You may as well just... And it's because I need to stand up and go to the toilet and stop my throat getting sore and have a bit of energy and prep. Like, I can't just sit here for 15... there is a person behind the mic. That's the only thing. I don't want to be doing it when I'm too low energy or whatever. And I feel like around 5 hours is probably my limit. You are come to the Adder's Nest, headquarters of the Order of the Twin Adder. You do well to welcome they who would toil in the Elemental's name for good for our forest nation. I'm here to enlist if you'll have me, or my name is Tremor Dubois. I believe you're expecting me. Your character was a Lancer and you did go with the Twin Adder. Yeah, I feel like you're just going to get connected with your home, you know. I feel like people say that this isn't an alt-friendly game or whatever, but I feel like having 3 characters, one for each order, is a cool idea. Yes, our recruitment officer sent word that you were on your way. It's a pleasure and an honor, both, to welcome you to our ranks, friend. So now let me gather together the relevant documentation. Sir! Yeah, you've got up multiple times this very stream. What is it? Report. An urgent message from Amirasic Spire, sir. A Highwind Skyways airship has taken fire from Imperial forces in the skies over the East Shroud. The vessel's engines were crippled, sir, and it's been forced to make an emergency landing southeast of the 9 Ivies. Gods, could not have come at a worse time. All but a handful of our forces are presently afield, dealing with the exile. Tremor, I know full well you have yet to be formally introduced into our ranks, but we have urgent need of your aid already. In all likelihood, the airship was bearing civilians, and if the reports are accurate, they'll have come down dangerously close to Garlean-occupied territory. Please make all haste. Okay, so yeah, we heard about this. The airship travel was kind of threatened by the Empire. Well, here you go. Okay, so off we go. Now, before I do all of this, we log out. We go data center, back to materia, proceed. Oh, no, I messed it up again. I keep doing that. It's hard to have ults because the storage system doesn't link any of them. Well, there's less need to have ults. So let's go back to Kraken. There's less need to have ults because, you know, you've got all the classes on that one character. It really is just for the pleasure of having a different sort of race or whatever, you know. Okay, visit another data center. Here is where we pick it. Materia. Ravana. Go. And now, I swear, I don't think I have any more plans on Kraken now. We've shown off retainers. We've opened our mails there. I don't own any houses or anything like that. Maybe the way later we'll swap back. But for the next good while, we won't be looking at this swapping anymore, I promise. And this very tantalizing intro with the Endwalker music and the moon. We can finally stop glossing over. Okay, so let's log back in. We're back, guys, and we can play co-op here. Okay. So, oh, this guy's called Snargle. That's hilarious. Wow, and he actually he's doing like a char thing. You're 100% here. There you go. I'll invite you to the link shell. Yeah, anyone I see here, this guy's asleep on the bench. Any of you guys that want to play with me, I'll throw you invites to the link shell. This person looks a little bit like how Alice ends up looking. Maybe a little bit, maybe not. Alright, well anyway. Okay, and we got a friend request from Snargle. Brilliant. Hello, everybody. Okay. Next quest. Company you keep. Twin Adder. We're going back to the Hawthorne Hut. And we will, run on over. Is Thancred a Traherne? No, I wouldn't say so. I would say either Minfilia is this game's Traherne, and there are reasons for that. Or actually, you could say Alphino is a little bit as well. At the start. In as much as it kind of feels like they come out of nowhere and they're suddenly like the be-all and end-all. And that annoys people. People don't like to be usurped. Oh, let's try out our new skill, ready? Q. Oh, it's really short. The Dragoon jump is huge. That's basically short by 3 in Guild Wars. Very short, isn't it? Oh my lord. Yeah, so you could say maybe Alphino. Alphino or Minfilia is probably the best equivalent. Oh, interestingly, when I proc Hawk's-Eye from single target, it will give me the AoE one as well. Not that I would want to press it, but it does give it to me. Oh, I never actually killed that one. There we go, there's the fairy Fungar's dead. We really don't have to worry about the hunting log, to be honest. The fact we're level 30, it's a non-issue. We're level 30 and we're still only on like level 20 storyline. We're actually nearly level 32. And the storyline's level 20 still. In fact, we could keep on Gladiator. I really feel like I could juggle another class. Easily. I could easily juggle another class. I mean, for now, the leveling will slow down a bit. Oh, we have our third attack now as well. Rage of Halone. I really want to see what this looks like. Ready? Oh, it's like a big blue splash, like a wave of light. Okay, here's the airship. Look, it's crashed and everything. There's crashed shit there. I don't think that whole thing is phased. It might be. Max level in this game. The original max level is 50, so this is all going to go up to 50. So we're already halfway there. And then every expansion adds 10 more levels. So you go up to level 60. By the end of the first expansion, you're level 60. And then it's 70 and 80, and that's where I stopped at 80. I haven't played anything after 80. An adventurer? What are you doing out here? Who are these guys? Airship crewmen. Now, for any Final Fantasy fans, you're going to recognize these guys and love them. No, wait, let's find some cover first. Oh, there you go. Road to XX buff doubles all XP gains. So, yeah, if you would normally get enough XP for one job, then you could probably juggle two. The Adder's Nest sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. No, I have this fancy... I've forgotten what it's called. Falcon clothes? What's this called again? I don't even know where I got this glam from. Peace, friend. We mean you no harm. You're an engineer of Garland Ironworks, are you not? So I think 1.0 players would recognize this, Garland Ironworks. We don't, certainly. We were alerted to your plight and have come to rescue you. And your tremor, I presume. I was told to expect an honorary serpent. My thanks for your aid, friend. I like how he sort of crossed his arms and tapping his face. Oh, they look ready for the hunt. Do we trust them? I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. Is there no end to the man's treachery? So here's Imperials. These are the first Imperials we've actually been near, I guess. I mean, some Imperials were watching us in the Ifrit fight, as you saw. That guy Nero and his friend Livia. But, wow, I say friend. She didn't really like him, did she? But yeah, it's a crashed airship. A lot like our Mini, actually. The secrets of Magitech belong in Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. So yeah, these guys, they can't really use magic themselves. So they have Magitech. Technology emulated magic, I guess? I don't know. Anyway, it's their special thing, and someone has been teaching us about it. Down here in the magical area. Uh-oh, someone's on there, scared. We're taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must. And bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. So who is Garland? Imperial scouts from Castrum Oriens. They mean to requisition the ship. Wedge! You have to help him! That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the Tiny Bronco. The airship was called the Tiny Bronco, was it? The Tiny Bronco? But isn't that the Ironworks' latest creation? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity, this guy says. The first since Master Garland. Well, since he went missing. And after years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. And she was soaring, she really was, till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Attend me all. The Ironworks' latest creation must not fall into Garlean hands. We shall strike them swift and sure and rescue Engineer Wedge. Tremor, I trust we can rely on your support. May the matron watch over us with me. So, a guy called Wedge. In nearly all Final Fantasies have a Biggs and a Wedge. And 14 is no exception. There is a Biggs and a Wedge as well. And yeah, they work for Garland Ironworks. They're technologists that mess with Magitech, even though they're not allied with the Empire. The question of who Garland himself is and why he's missing remains to be seen. Alright, so let's get in here. Now, as a paladin, I can just AoE. I read online that this AoE is really OP. Usually it takes like 3 targets before it's like an improvement to use an AoE. But I think even at 2, quite often, on a paladin it can be. Now, unfortunately, they're not really aggroing me right now. I want them to, because then I can pull them over to the archer. These melee guys. The archers, and keep in them. Oh, there we go, that's good enough. Seriously doubt these guys will pose a threat. Weave in a stun there. Use reprisal. And what you'll see when I reprisal is they all get debuffed. There we go. Now that there's only one target, I should just go back to this now. Oh, I say that though. Oh my god, there's a machine. Annihilate these barbarians. Teach them the futility of resistance. Oh my god. So there you go. Magitech Vanguard. Yeah, we will fight lots of machines. There's always kind of this long-term discussion with FF14 about like it can't, like the newest expansion is kind of very sci-fi in a lot of ways. And people are like, oh, it breaks the aesthetic. But you know, there's always been like this sort of technology to the game. I mean, look at this. We're fighting a mech. Hey, Boots. How's it going, man? You guys are going to make me re-up my sub. Well, I mean, the more the merrier, really. I mean, it should be good fun. What I'd like to do once we beat the story here, I would like to to keep covering the game. Like there was a big live letter announcement. They actually announced yesterday, you know the Hall of the Novice that I showed you guys? They're overhauling that on the next patch and adding a bunch more stuff, like making it better. If you remember when I was doing it, it was just dodging a couple of AoEs. It wasn't very good. But they're really teaching you a lot more with it, so when that comes in, I might play it. But the thing is, it's in November, so it's ages away. But yeah. Wedge! Biggs! Alright, we now know both of their names. Yeah, you probably guessed it. As soon as we found out this guy was called Wedge, we realised this guy's called Biggs. Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. How's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. While you do your work, we shall keep watch over the perimeter. The enemy may be yet lurking nearby. As for you, Tremor, you have more than done your part today. I bid you return to the Adder's Nest and complete your enlistment. I pray there'll be no further interruptions. When next we meet, let it be as Fellows of the Serpent. Fellows of the Serpent, I can't remember what I said. I wanted to say sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously though, if it hadn't been for you and the twin Adders lads there, we'd both be chained up in a dungeon by now. I mean, your debt friend, we both are. No worries. You're just the first of many we'll be saving on our adventures. And he says, Wedge! And he says, oh, well, thank you, we're very grateful. Yeah, a little bit of politeness goes a long way. Oh, there's an Ochu there. Look at that. That's like straight up an FF10 Ochu over there. And the gnats buzzing around. It's funny, guys. Actually, I can show you something here. I didn't even think to do this. Look at where we are, right? This is where the crashed airship was. I guess it was phased. Look at this. We're basically the edge of the map here, right? But if you look down there, there's like a fence. And over there, there's a massive gate. And if you look up, look at that huge fucking wall. There's an epically sized wall. I think that's called Baelsar's Wall. I'm pretty sure, right? And the castrum is back there. Basically, guys, we are on the border of Girabania now. That's the conquered nation over there, Alamigo. There's this massive wall abutting straight onto the forest. And basically, the very end of the first expansion is right here. Seriously. You get a huge revelation about a character we've already met. It's right here, seriously. Like, you climb onto that and you collect a quest right there. So it is funny, actually, to be here. But way later, we'll return. I don't know, if at that point anybody remembers this conversation, call out in chat. Okay, cool. So, we've proved ourselves to the Twin Adders. I don't know, if we picked another order, what exactly would have happened, whether we'd be right here or not. I think probably we would have the same story, but the airship would have been shot down in a different place. I don't remember doing that before. It's more a worry about airships being shot down than it being a limited technology. Yeah, in the previous episode, I thought they suggested it was more that they were scared of them getting shot down. Alright, so this is all new to me here. I usually... Well, let's just do this dialogue here. Tremor, it does my spirit well to see you returned. Word arrived but moments ago from the team at the Nine Ivies. Lest you worry, 2 engineers are safely on their way. The lieutenant informs me that you were instrumental in the mission's success. Had you not found Engineer Biggs when you did and helped us rout the Garleans, things might have been very different. And all this before you were even included into the order. You're well on your way to carving out a fine career for yourself beneath the Twin Adder standard. But without further ado, let us see your induction. 12 willing, there won't be any further interruptions. Okay. The personnel officer stands ready to complete your induction into the ranks. Words will be done. I think we're still not where I was going to end the other episode. We're nearly 2 hours in. Protocol requires that I apprise you of who we are and what we do. After which I'll invite you to swear an oath of your own free will. Ahem. I don't like their music as much as the flames. The Order of the Twin Adders is a grand company of Gridania. It brings together the martial, economic, and technological resources of our nation that we might stand strong in times of direst adversity when our very survival hangs in the balance. The Order was formed back in the days before the Calamity in readiness to fight the Garlean Empire and to combat the Beast Tribes and their primals. Needless to say, our struggle continues to this day. Elder Seedseer Kani Senna is the supreme commander of our forces, and under her wise leadership, we protect the people of Gridania and the sanctity of the 12 Swift. As the entwined serpents that grace our standard, let forestborn strive as one with friends from afar to ensure the peace shall ever reign in Gridania. In doing so, we honour the will of the elementals, and theirs is the will of the wood. Now then, Tremor, I ask that you give us your oath of allegiance, in whatever fashion you see fit. My life for the Seedseer! I shall strike down our enemies and drink of their blood. Oh my god, what a line. Let's say this. He's smiling as he says it. Quite. Your fervour is duly noted. May it lend you strength as you strive to preserve all that is good in the nation. And then he's like backing up, because we're essentially talking like a vampire. By the power invested in me, I assign you the rank of Serpent, Private, 3rd Class. You're now a man of the Order of the Twin Adder. Go forth. Now, I don't know what tutorials they'll give us here. I'll give you guys a quick run through this system. I don't know if it's all fully unlocked. Like, maybe the retainer not having ventures yet. It might not all be fully unlocked. Okay, so we get a little ring. Can you hear me, Tremor? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Order of Twin Adder contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations. I have no doubt you're eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I'd ask you to pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you're now a serpent of Gridania, you're no less a scion. Pray return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I'd very like you to meet. We shall be waiting. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? She basically... We join the scions, and she immediately fobs us off to these guys. It's like, well, what if they had a bunch for us to do? But we can juggle it all, I guess. Distant call from a friend. As you are needed elsewhere, I shall not keep you any longer. I would, however, suggest speaking with the High Serpent. Hellowy. He may provide you assistance. Okay. So yeah, basically, in Ul'dah, there's a corner of the map of the town where when you walk there, the music changes and everything. Look, here we go. You get the banner, the standard. We get the achievement. We are snake bitten. It teaches about the Grand Corner. So if you listen here, right, I'm going to turn the music up. Out in Gridania, it sounds like this, but when we walk into their little thing... Oh, it's not even doing it. That's weird. Over in Ul'dah, it has totally different music. Oh, no, it is changing, I guess. Well, whatever. Anyway, look, this is like the area for the Grand Company. I've spent almost no time here. I spent loads of time in the Ul'dah one. So they have a few things you can do. First, there's this hunt board. Can we get this already? Right, so you remember those big those monsters roaming around? They're all like level 50, I think, so I don't think we can do it. But you can take one of these. They're like mini quests, I guess. I've never really done this much. But they'll pay you gil and they'll pay you seals. So now we have a new we have ventures. These are what you spend for retainers to go out on their quests. We have Grand Company seals as well. Cap of 10,000 at first. If I right click, oh well, we don't have any just yet. But basically, as you do things for these guys, you can get seals, and then they'll trade you like special rewards and loot and things. And they've got some side quests here. One of them's to do with our Chocobo, which is very good. These guys... Oh, these guys are guilds, basically. So the Grand Companies are at the top, and then your guild, known as a free company, is underneath. So, like, you know how in Guild Wars 1, a guild is like Kurzik or Luxon? I guess it's in this, your guild is either Twin Adder or whatever. Is that right, guys? So, yeah, these are the free companies. This is like a guild. And again, because we're in kind of a weird server thing, I'm not really going to get one. That's what those two are. These two are like various missions. So this guy has missions for us where if we get like crafting or gathering, they'll ask for certain items that you can craft, like if you become a carpenter or something, and they'll pay you seals and shit tons of XP as well. That's the provisioning one. And then this expert delivery is you can give them items you find in dungeons and stuff, and instead of selling them for gil, you can sell them for the seals as well. So through these you can build loads of seals, and then when you get enough seal, he'll give you a promotion, I think. So look, I need to spend 2,000 seals for this promotion. And right now I'm 3rd class. Eventually I'll become 2nd class, you see. So we want to get seals, basically. It's like a kind of a reputation system. And in fact, over here, speaking of reputation, if I click reputation, Oh no, that's not right. Where is it? Here, and under profile now, look, we have a grand company with the Order of the Twin Adder. And when you click it, these are all the ranks. We're at the very bottom. Serpent, Private, 3rd class. And you can progress through all of these. Until these last ones, these last 5, you can't get. They've been in the UI since, like, a Realm Reborn. But Square has never finished this feature. They've just kind of moved on. It's kind of one of those weird features that's actually incomplete. Like, my main, Macon, he's at the equivalent here. It's got a different name because he's with the flames. But basically, you spend seals on these, and then when you get to Sergeant, there's different stuff you do, I think. And then here, eventually you get like a whole adventuring guild. This here, by the way, is actually a door you can go in eventually. And there's a whole, like, group that you can level up. I'll show you more of this as we go along. But yeah, it's big. It's a big feature. I guess the hunt board is the only thing so far. But here, my little Chocobo. Vorsail believes it's past time you were issued a personal Chocobo. So we're going to get a Chocobo whistle from this. A small hand-carved whistle that emits a unique high-pitched tone, discernible only by a Chocobo trained from birth to recognize and respond to the sound. Use it to summon a Chocobo. Ah, Private Dubois, I understand. You have been working tirelessly in Gridania's name. You are truly an example to your fellow serpents. But tell me, have you ever felt as though you couldn't get to your destination quickly enough? That perhaps you could do with a swifter pair of legs? If so, you might consider getting a personal Chocobo. You have yet to be issued your own bird, am I correct? Given your considerable talents, you should be able to obtain one in no time at all. Let me know how to go about it. First, you must obtain a Serpent Chocobo issuance by exchanging company seals with the Quartermaster. Once you have done this deed, present it to your to our man Sigur, and he will furnish you with a suitable bird. Oh, so we need seals to get our first Chocobo. Here, this guy will give us nearly 2,000 seals from our first training. So let's do this. Listen well, the Order of the Twin Adders does not just welcome glory seekers willy-nilly into our ranks. You stand here today because we believe in your potential. We believe that you will go forth as a serpent and help restore order to a world gone mad. And yet, potential alone will not carry you far. Indeed, the road to glory is littered with the bodies of would-be heroes who lack the determination and diligence to hone their innate talents. But you will not suffer the same fate, I'm certain of it. It is with such high hopes for your future that I would send you to begin our next phase of training. The venue will be the Wolves' Den, a proving ground established by the Eorzean Alliance to prepare Grand Company recruits for the battles that lie ahead. The Wolves' Den is to be found off the shores of Lanosia. The ferry at the Morabai dry docks is in Lower Nosia and will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out the Storm Captain. Okay, so they're going to take us to the PvP area. This is something Guild Wars never did. It doesn't take you there. And I think we basically get a free quest for a bunch of seals, and then maybe we can get towards the Chocobo nice and quick there. Oh man, there's a lot here. Okay, so let's do that quest first, shall we? Because I kind of wanted to show you guys that area of the world anyway. So, the woods will be done. That's fine. Okay, a pup no longer. And you'll notice it's got a cool icon there, actually. That's a Twin Adder quest. As far as I know, there's not many, like, repeatable quests like that. Or maybe when you collect a bounty, is that what happens? Let's see if we get a hunt from the board. Yeah, and there's, like, weekly ones as well. Like, this guy, we would get 5,000 gil. It's only paying 100 seals, though. I don't know if I'm strong enough to do any of these. It doesn't tell me how weak they are. Let's do, I don't know, like this dodo. Oh, I'm not authorized. I think we learn that later. Somebody's whispered me, I think. Link shell invite, please. Yeah, sure. If you guys want one. Wait, how do I link? You need to be physically standing next to me. I don't think I can do it from the chat box. It doesn't say here. I can invite to a party, whisper you, block you, report you. I can't invite you to the link shell, sorry. I think I need to right-click on you actually in-game. Maybe this guy wants one? He looks pretty cool. Yeah, if you just come stand near me, guys, I'll do it. There you go. There you go. Okay. Maybe this guy as well wants it as well. Oh, they're already a member. Okay. So we're going to go to Lanosia. Wait, it says level 30. So I'm locked out. But I could swap to Archer and be a level 30. So that's fine. We've never been there. So the boat is from Moraby. We've never been to Moraby. But we can sail to Moraby from Aleport. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. We're going to be in a lot of boats here, guys. Oh, you're here. Oh, where are you? Oh, I tried to right-click while we were in the loading screen. Sorry. I'll tell you what. I'll see you on the boat. Okay, we're back to Aleport. When did we were here in the last episode, right? Very briefly, I think. This place is awesome, man. Yeah, and look at that. I don't think they ever really give you any specific lore about stuff like that. Like, what was that tower that you got struck by stuff from the Calamity? Okay, I think what we want to do is we want to get a boat down here. Hopefully they let me sail there. What we need is a new shield, guys. So yeah, the ferry skipper over here. Oh no, you're not going to take me there. Is there another person? Hold on, there is definitely a line though, coming from this place down to here. So maybe it is one of these locations. Candlekeep? Let's see if it's at Candlekeep. This ferry's bound for Candlekeep. Will you be traveling? Yes. Okay, hold on though. Let's invite this guy before it's too late. There you go. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Yes, let's go. 40 gil. Nice and cheap, eh, guys? Would those who've only played FF enjoy Guild Wars 2? Well, I did a big review about it about 2 years ago. Oh, God, it's a lot cloudier here. They're very different games. Very, very, very different. I think ultimately a lot of the decisions they made for this game like pay off in a big way, and I'm a big fan of this game. Guild Wars is much easier to pick up. It has a much better, more action-oriented, faster, higher impact combat very quickly. It's got buildcraft. This game has 0 buildcraft. And it just flows really well. But then ultimately, I think, flattens out and feels a lot more shallow than this game. This game is like the reverse of all of that. But yeah, like this game doesn't have buildcraft. It doesn't even have like decision making really in how you play the class. Like it's all prescribed. Like Final Fantasy players always talk so weirdly about like rotations and stuff. Like they think everything's designed. They'll go to Guild Wars and they'll just talk completely ineptly about the way that game's made. They'll be like, oh, how do I play? How do I do this? What must I do? Like it's something that's been prescribed from on high, but it hasn't. It's just what people have figured out grinding on golems, really. Effectively, the result is the same. You can just copy what some other person tells you, but with this game, it's the studio is very clearly saying, do this, do that. In Guild Wars, it's not that at all. It's organized chaos, as I would say. Okay, so yeah, we get that Aetheryte. Cool, this is some scattershot exploration here. But now we get this ferry. And this will take us to the Wolves' Den. So, in the previous episode, I told you guys that, what did I tell you? There's a PvP area out in the ocean in the middle of nowhere. Well, here we are. Look at it. Just waters all around. And this is where the 3 grand companies stage friendly matches against one another. And in PvP here, we have totally different skills that you have to bind in a totally different way. And your hotbar changes. I won't go into all the details of this. To be honest, guys, I don't even really have plans at any point in this Let's Play to go into the PvP stuff. There's more than enough on our plate already. Where the hell is the PvP panel? Oh, it's there, but it's still grayed out. I think we're about to unlock it. Nice with the sweeping. Also, this guy looking like a chocobo. Or gal looking like a chocobo. So yeah, we're going to swap class here to Archer so that we can actually complete this quest. Which will give us a bunch of seals, which will let us do the Chocobo quest. Which is only level 20, actually, to be honest. Yeah, and you'll see there's a summoning bell. We can pull our retainers over here. Get a friend request. Okay, hello. Berkoia. I don't recall seeing your ugly mug around here before. You say that Helloe sent you? He said he was sending a new wolf to the den. Bah, more like the runt of the litter if you ask me. You barely have fangs for the hone-in, but I guess I'm feeling god's damn generous, so I'll throw you a bone. Start yourself off with Crystalline Conflict. That's like one of the PvP formats. That's basically push. Them training bouts are made for special for feckless adventuring types who can't tell sound strategy from a horse's arse. I still reckon it won't be midday before you run home with your tail between your legs crying for your mum. But you can have a word with the lieutenant if you insist on giving it a go. You'll find out yourself, assuming you can work up the nerve. And stand up straight, maggot. Ain't no place for the weaker spine. This ain't no place for the weaker spine. There you go. So now we have some seals. PvP unlocked. And Crystalline Conflict, the first gameplay mode, is unlocked. I mean, I could swap to my main and show you guys a little bit about it, but there's so much here. So yeah, now what I can do is on currency settings, I can set my second currency to the serpent seals. This is weird. I'm used to getting flame seals. It's a shame the icon's not different. So now as I right click, we can just mouse through our different currencies. So we want 2k for a Chocobo. That's quite a lot. Does anyone know another way I can quickly get more accommodations? Here's all vendors for the various PvP currencies. And yeah, I guess surely it's unlocked now. Yeah, there you go. PvP profile. So, oh, weird. Job. Oh, I don't even have a job. I only have a class, right? So maybe I can't really play right now. What about you? A Grand Company attendant. You have a quest for me. Oh, God. Oh, no. What have I done? What have I done? All right, this is Crystalline Conflict. This is the main piece. I play quite a lot of this in this game. It's very simple. The skills are super, super consolidated. The build is predefined, so it's all just skill, really. The only thing that's randomized is the party comps, which can suck. Sometimes people just land in a really, really good comp and you just get screwed. But it's very arcadey. Oh, God, do I have to do the whole tutorial here? Oh, no, there you go. Crystalline Conflict is small-scale 5v5 tactical skirmishes. Yeah, and it's now on our duty finder here, you see. Crystalline Conflict, you can play ranked, casual. Also, there's one that you can do every day. Or we have the Guildhests to show off as well. I'll do that in a second. So yeah, there you have it. A little bit of the PvP. I guess I'll attune to this. I actually used this as my home base for a while in the game, but the problem was that because it changes your skills to the PvP. You see how everything on my skill bar here is grayed out? It was kind of a bit fiddly, to be honest. Oh yeah, and here's another game mode. This one's Rival Wings. And that one I haven't played much of. On my last playthrough 2 years ago, there was another game mode that I think they've retired now or something. But yeah, also the music here is Machinations, which usually only appears in cutscenes. Oh, that guy's got a mini Ultros. I like it. Okay, how to get our first few seals for our Chocobo. I really want that for this episode. This whole episode is supposed to be about getting a Chocobo. Maybe we can... Oh, look, we get another 300 seals for doing the main quest, for cashing that in. So we'd be close. We'd be very close. Right, so let's pray return to the Waking Sands, everybody. And we're back to the Scions. Frontline is alive and well in daily... Yes, Frontline is like their world versus world equivalent. It's very, very good. Oh, I only needed 200 for the Chocobo? I thought I needed 2k. Oh, really? It's... Oh, my God. Ah, oh, dude, it's good here now at the moment. We gotta unlock the vistas. I'm seeing so many of them around. These glowing orbs. We gotta be grabbing those. They're too fun. Okay, I'm back. For some reason, you unlocked Frontline at the Grand Company instead of at the Wolves Den. Frontline is cool. What you can do with that is it's nearly always a level, basically. Well, kind of, from playing the daily roulette. But you can load in on any class for XP on that class and then swap while you're in the middle to something else that you prefer to play. We work in shifts to ensure efficiency. Do you now? Hello, Ida and Papalimo. Let me see if I have this right. You're an adventurer who's a scion and a serpent. Golly, how do you keep track of everything? It must be fun pairing up with lots of different people, though. Me, I'm always with Papalimo. Come to think of it, why am I always with Papalimo? Following the calamity, each nation's armed forces underwent large-scale restructuring centered upon its Grand Company. In Gridania, the Order of the Twin Adder absorbed both the Wood Whalers and the Gods' Quiver, while the Lominsas enacted the complete merger of the Maelstrom and the Knights of the Barracuda. Ul'dah is the odd one out, having made no notable changes in its armed forces. As before, and in the spirit of the Sultanate, each entity retains a certain degree of independence. Thank you for that colour. Oh, look at Thancred cutely sitting on this crate here. The incident with the traitor still weighs heavily on everyone's minds, the Flame Generals most of all. Wait, incident with the traitor? And although he cannot be expected to know what evil lurks in the hearts of every man under his command, the revelation is nonetheless a devastating blow to his authority. Even so, it warrants that saying you should not... Oh, I see, yeah. With the Ifrit story. That traitor. I was like, what? I was thinking it was like a thing from years ago in some part of the lore that I'd forgotten. But no, it was in the last part. Even so, it warrants saying that you should not let this tragedy colour your opinion of the man. In all my years working with the Flame General, I've never had reason to doubt his capacity to lead. Okay, nice little reminder there of some recent events. Now, do these guys all have different things to say as well? I can't help but check. Brennan? I heard tell one of the brothers came from I heard tell one of me brothers came through not long ago. Looks like I just missed him though. I ain't seen either of them since the calamity. I didn't even know if they were still alive, but after running into folk who swore they knew me time and again, I reckon they had to be out there somewhere. I've been travelling and peddling in the hopes to find me brothers ever since. If you see a fella what looks like me, let him know that Brennan's looking for him, would you? Actually, I recognise his face. Have we met somewhere before? You must be quite the accomplished adventurer to be welcomed in these halls. Me, no one's ever expected much of me, and so far I've done a fine job of living down to their expectations. Brilliant. This is all different, isn't it? Who are you? Wait, who am I speaking to here? You. I've been chatting with Persevanes, and we both swear that there was another member of our crew, but we still haven't figured out a way to prove who he was. But we just wait and see. It won't be long before everyone sees us for the heroes we is. So hold on, is that a forgotten warrior of light, basically? Anyone in here? No. Hanako Berneko, the Scion supplier. Oh my god, you're a vendor. Oh, so look, we can buy this orchestrion roll for 5,000 gil, and we can have this music at our house. I wonder if I have that on my main. You might also be looking at this dark matter. This is once you're a crafter of some kind, and obviously I haven't shown any of that in the Let's Play. But as a crafter, you can repair gear and stuff. I guess we can repair our gear here as well. Just pay for it. So there you go. Who we got here? Orly and Arenvold. We definitely spoke to these guys. I'm not sure I grasp the purpose of these remembrance ceremonies. Whether you remember or rewrite the past, what does it matter? Our present-day enemies ought to serve as sufficient motivation, don't you think? The only lesson I believe we should take from the calamity is that far greater threats can and will appear. I hear you pledged yourself to a grand company. Me? I don't think I could do it. I'd never feel like one of them, no matter what the recruiters say. Yeah, I feel like we didn't have to. Oh, Ishtola's over here, and Uriage. Hello.
Fate shall be thy guide. When our purposes become one, once again shall our paths lead us here. Our city of learning is now naught but shadows. Ere the light of dawn breaketh, shall we follow whither the sands blow.
What are you talking about, sir? You don't mean to stalk, but link shell. I can't invite people to the link shell unless they're physically next to me. So since I'm in an instance right now, I can't do that, sorry. But when I see you out there, I'll try. We will continue to focus our efforts on investigating the primals. The Amalja are not the only tribe that succeeded in summoning its deity. It's crazy, when I first played this, she was the same height as me because I was a Makote. I mean, I was maybe slightly taller than her because I was a male. But goddamn, doing it as Nellas, and now she seems tiny. It's weird because in my mind she's a very tall character. An imposing character. Welcome back, Chema. Lady Minfilia awaits you within. AWP, I'm joining a bit late. I really like speaking to these early NPCs in the Waking Sands. Feels cozy and chill. Yeah, I think it does, yeah. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called me to regale me with the tale of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Tremor. Now, when we last spoke, I said that I wanted you to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you've already met. Tatari, please show them in. Okay, who are the friends? I think I can guess. No, I can't. She said sirs. This way, sirs. Alright, it's these two. You're friends of the Scion, are you, Biggs and Wedge? Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I didn't think we've been properly introduced. I'm Biggs. And I'm... Gods, man, spit it out, will you? The Lalafeld animation. Wedge, at your service. I'm pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions would serve as the keepers of this technology. Neutral? So we're not against the Empire? We clearly are. How are we neutral? I mean, we're neutral to the 3 city-states down here, I guess. That's probably what they mean. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. The family does continue to grow. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Aww. Aww, isn't that sweet? So yeah, 2 more characters. And we level. Oh my god, and I'm once again doing this on Archer, not Gladiator. We just don't want to fall too far behind, right? If Gladiator ends up below level 20, we can't accept quests on anymore, which we'd get snowed under. Minfilia needs you to investigate the Sylphs. Alright, so the next arc begins. What was that quest that I just did? Woods will be done. We're still not! Oh my god! Alright, here we go.
Now, having set aside the formalities...
Oh, okay, yes, the formalities are done.
We have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
I feel like he doesn't sound too different later.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gizzlegreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
So, people from the other Final Fantasies may recognize gizzlegreens are, you know, the food that you usually feed to capture chocobos or whatever. Ride them. And it's true in this as well.
Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained, until such time as we know.
See, listen to that. Ramu? Ramu, like a cow? Like her bracelet?
It
or
would
necklace?
be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
I should voice Minfilia with the Setsuna voice acting every day. It's funny you remember Setsuna. What was that? That was just obscenely high-pitched lady voice, wasn't it, really?
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
Garuda is the most savage.
In short, it is essential that we approach the sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible.
And just to be clear, we will be fighting Garuda fairly late on in it.
Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo.
Huh.
Winning the sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us?
So there are these little forest creatures, and because we have the echo, we can communicate with them perhaps more delicately than others.
I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods.
I want to look like an archer, you know? I've got to figure out a good... If anyone's got any advice for early level gear in which I can look like an archer, let me know. Oh, I've just realised, by the way. You know we were talking to that Calamity Salvager? I was going to show you. You might have seen one of the options, the vendor options, referred to the Faith. That's where you buy the Una and the Tidus outfits.
Ul'dah and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ul'dah, us!
Okay. Voila. Your mission is to make contact with the Sylphs, with the ultimate goal of finding a peaceful resolution to the threat posed by Rama. Be fairly warned, the Sylphs are a unique people to say the least, and you may find yourself bewildered by their customs at first. Yet know that Ul'dah and Papalimo will be on hand to support all your endeavours. So, here's a funny thing. What we're about to experience, when I think of when I think of playing A Realm Reborn, like if you just say, WP, think about when you were playing A Realm Reborn, like, maybe you guys do this yourself now. There might be some scene or some image or some moment that just springs to your mind straight away. For me, it's this bit of the story that we're coming up to now. I don't know, it's not fighting Ifrit, it's not... You know, I can recall various scenes like meeting Alphino and Alice and stuff. Okay, who was it that wanted a Link Shell invite? Oh my god, that's a cool looking Chocobo. You can have one. And you can have one. And you can have one. This is a Chocobo riding a Chocobo. Oh my god. This guy's not riding his Chocobo, but it's alongside him. And look, it's a very cool colour, isn't it? I like that. I'm just gonna hope I got one of you guys. All those invites went through. Holy shit. Okay, so, let's go get our Chocobo. If we only need 300 seals. My little Chocobo. It says I can't, guys. Oh no, it says I can't because I never bought the item, but I can buy the item now. So yeah, happily this all takes us back to Gridania. Oh god, the rain. I was begging for the rain in episode 1 and now it's following us around. It's still nice and sunny here though. Aha! Managed to escape the weather. It's like being on the motorway, you know. And you can see the storm clouds and you've just managed to like outdrive them or whatever. For A Realm Reborn for you, it's the Kurthus section. That's really interesting because I have almost no memories of the Kurthus section at all. What do you want? What quest is this? This guy's looking for a few good soldiers. It's a blue quest, so it unlocks something. Huh, I don't know what that is. Right, yeah, there you go, the music changed. Right, we know far too little of the Sylphs to lay any worthwhile plans. We must call upon the Scions once more if we're able to... I beg pardons. It is a terrible habit of mine to think aloud. But tell me, what brings you to the Adder's Nest? Well, a few things. We come in peace. Commander Vorsail Heli... I hate this name. Ul'dah, maybe? Has been awaiting the aid of the Scions. Well, if it isn't Private Dubois reporting for duty, that's the zeal I like to see from an enterprising young serpent. That's nice, because I guess if I joined another order... Wait, the order I picked doesn't manipulate this... No, it doesn't manipulate the story on here. Good day, Commander. Sorry to disappoint you, but other business brings us here today, says Ida. Ida and Papalimo, always a pleasure to see the two of you. My men tell me you quest in the name of the Scions of late. Quite so, Commander. A little bird told us that the Adder was in need of our adventuring prowess. Aye, your little bird sings true. No doubt you've heard that we're investigating the Sylphs, that curious beast tribe that calls the depths of the Twelveswood home. The Sylphs are for the most part a peaceable bunch, much to the delight of the elder Seedseer, who has no desire to see her people embroiled in yet another fruitless war. The twin Adder is of the same mind, and 'tis precisely for this reason that the Sylphs' relation to the primal Rama has raised a flag of warning amongst our ranks. Yeah, you might have thought the Ixal and Garuda were the immediate story, because we've been hearing about the Ixal constantly. But no, it's this other group, the Sylphs, that we've heard nothing of until now. Friendly as they may appear, beastmen will be beastmen. Should there even be a sliver of a chance that the summoning of the primal might disturb the balance between Gridania and the Sylphic tribes, it is a possibility we cannot ignore. Better be safe than sorry, indeed. Do we strike at Rama or leave the Sylphs to their own ways? That is the question. Yet I find myself lacking ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions abound within Gridania, but to listen to only one's own is among the greatest mistakes a commander can make. I would hear from the other side, the Sylphs themselves, and seek an impartial party to serve as my liaison. That is where you Scions come in. The Sylphs of Little Solace remain untempered, and have held many productive dialogue with our people. I would hear their candid thoughts on the tempered brethren. Okay. That said, I urge you to exercise due caution. Sylphic traditions and etiquette bear little resemblance to our own. It would not do to have any cross-cultural faux pas get in the way of productive parley. En route to Little Solace, you'll come across the Hawthorn Hut. Our officer stationed there can enlighten you as to how to win the Sylphs' favour. May your expedition be a worthwhile one. A friendly palaver with the Sylphs. Palaver? This should be pleasant enough diversion. The Hawthorn Hut, was it? Why, I believe the ferry departing from the West Shore Pier should take us straight there. A friendly palaver indeed. I hope this will be as straightforward as you say, Papalimo. Okay, so we'll accept that quest, but before we leave... okay, we go to the Quartermaster. The Quartermaster will sell us items in exchange for seals. So, for example, they have swords and stuff. They have weapons. These actually would be quite good, I guess. The short bow there. It's a stronger short bow. But let's not... we've got to be careful, because we only have 1,000. Oh, yeah, and then here, look, the Gridanian clothes. I'd love to wear all of these. We could look like a proper Gridanian at this point. I might set that up as a glam plate in the next part. Over here we have ventures we could buy, which allow us to send our guys on quests. Our retainers on quests. But here, the Serpent Chocobo issuance. Present this deed to the company stables to receive your own Chocobo. Thank you. And then a bunch of other things, crafting related, which we're not doing. Okay, here, I have... oh, sorry. Oh, we gotta go to the stables. Literally, it's not even here. He has another quest, though. Shadows Uncast. That's crazy. Right. My little Chocobo. Oh, no. Again, that's not where I thought it would be. I thought we were going to... Bent Branch. Remember in episode 1, I was saying we were going to go there to get a Chocobo? I guess that's later when we want to get a Chocobo companion, which is a slightly different thing. Have it fight with us. What a bird issued, you say? Then you'll need the Chocobo issuance. I do have one. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right back. My temptation to just go and go and go is very high right now. And I would, but you know, I talk the whole stream. I could, like, there's a Final Fantasy X stream I did that was like 12 hours long, 15 even maybe. And here he is. This fellow has been in high spirits the past few bells. He must have sensed that his master was coming. Now then, to make it official, you'll want to give your noble steed a name. The thing is, as well, it's going to be a long series no matter what. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? Whee! There you go. Look at him. Aww. Imagine having to wear that mask all day. Okay. Chocobo. Queer. Oh, I name it. Of course I do. My main's called Garnet. I love that name, and I made him red eventually. Because we can feed him. Basically, you can do gardening, and then you can feed it different foods, which will change. Like, if you want to make it blue or black or whatever, you can do that. And I made mine red. Go on then, chat. Give me a Chocobo name. What do you think I should call my very first Chocobo? Well, in fact, I don't even know if there's a way to rename this. Reginald. Let's keep going. Let's keep hitting randomize on that. Reginald. I don't know about that. Matt, Gerald, Chocobro. Visual. Thrill House. No, I want like a cool name. Like a cool fantasy name. Hermes, name for speed. Topaz. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll call it Topaz because it's like it's its brother of Garnet. Let's do Topaz. Love it. Sorry, guys. You missed it. It's over now. Queer. Beauty. And I guess we'll make him blue then, maybe? Hehehe, I dare say he likes his name. Here's your very own Chocobo whistle. Simply blow into it and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in crowded city areas or monster-infested lairs. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. And lastly, I present you a license, as is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your Chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. So we have a personal Chocobo. So, quite a few things unlock with that. First of all, we get a skill. Oh, well, no, hold on. First, we get the whistle. Yeah, nice. Oh, the champagne. So we activate the whistle a bit like unlocking a minion or something. So, if I go up to character now, you'll see we have a new place. The Mount Guide. Much like the Minion Guide. You get loads of them. You can favorite them. You can randomize them. So it will only be your favorite or whatever. So these happen to be some favorites from my other character here. So our one thing at the moment is a Chocobo from our company. And there are different Chocobos you can get. You can get a black Chocobo later. These gold feathers, if we do more refer a friend, I'll get a 2-man Chocobo, like a Chocobo with 2 seats, and you can ride and carry people around. It's pretty cool. Born and bred in the city-state of Ishgard, the majority of company Chocobos are geldlings of the Rouncy variety. However, massive Destriers and miniature Bilaldian Genets are also raised to accommodate the builds of Rogadin and Lalafin. Oh, if I was a Rogadin, I'd have a whole different Chocobo, and a Lalafell one would be a little one. Oh, that's why they're so small. That's really awesome. I didn't realise that. Oh, that makes me want a Rogadin. So Rogadin get, like, their own bigger variety. Because my Hrothgar's pretty big. He's pretty big, bulky character. That must be why he seems so oversized. Right, so anyway, yeah, we can grab this and put it on our skill bar, as you can see here. Now, it's grayed out, because like they just said, you cannot ride this in a town or in a dungeon. So, you want to be careful about that. We come in peace. Oh, really? It's still a quest just in town. Oh, they're going to let us on the boat, I think. I think we're going to get on the boat, maybe, and sail across. So yeah, you don't ride them when you're in like big boss fights or raids or dungeons, but for the open world, they're pretty good. Now also, is it available? Let's see. Where do I see my... Oh, it's travel, isn't it, or something? Yeah, travel. Here, there's also this menu now called the Mount Speed menu, and you'll see that there's stars. Basically, fully unfogging areas gives you a star. Like, fully mapping a place, imagine like Guildhests map comp a bit, I guess, will allow you to speed your mount up. And then there's, like, items you give them to speed them up even more, right? So I have a friend that has all the stars everywhere. So of these first 3 places, the Lanosia, the Black Shroud, and Thanalan, I have no progress on any of it, as you can obviously see. But, I guess you can mount in the housing district, because that's what I was looking at there. So we've unlocked that. And then also, there's this companion menu now as well. We have a Chocobo companion, but we can't... Oh, we can summon him already? We need Gizzle Greens to do it? I swear this unlocks at level 30, not level 20. So we might look at this later, but we can fight alongside it too, and there's just all this shit here. We can change the armor that the Chocobo's in. That's not the same as dyeing it, by the way. Not dyeing it, it's changing its color. Once you're sure, head due east, and you should find the Hawthorn Hut without much trouble. Okay. Hello. Wait. Which boat did I want to get on? Oh god. I mean, we've actually already been to the Hawthorn Hut, so we don't have to do this. I guess let's just guess. Let's say the Sweet Bloom Pit. I think the Lavender Beds is the housing area. Oh, this game's mad, man. How much of this commentary is just like, oh, here's a feature, and now here's a mountain of things to talk about with the feature. So like this companion thing. And again, the whole path companions, I think probably use this here. But as it levels, it gets HP, and it gets stronger, and it has a bunch of skills it can learn. And you can choose to train it in a specific way. So right now I have a Gridanian saddle for the helmet, the mane, and the boots. But you can get different armor for it. And yeah, it looks different. So here we go. So this is our Chocobo. We use the same skill to get off of it. And we can just ride it anywhere now. The theme that we're listening to is different to the theme when we were riding it as a porter before. Or we can move around the world with all the more speed. With Topaz, the currently yellow Chocobo. The NPC that gives you the Chocobo should have another quest for that to unlock battle modes. Yeah, and I think that's a level 30. So that won't be in this episode, but it will be coming later. So it's just really fleshed out. And then there's a level cap, and then you gotta like grow certain onions to increase the level cap. And that's something even on my main I've barely touched, by the way. Or when I say barely touched, let me rephrase that. Never touched. Like, my guy's like level 10. My Chocobo's level 10, and it can be level 20. But that's like Chocobo levels, not normal levels. Like, it can fight with me at level 90. Well met and welcome, friend. What brings you to my humble abode? Well, this guy does. Well, hold on. What do you do here? I used to be an adventurer, but I gave up that life some years ago in favor of the homesteaders. This here's my place, but what comforts I have at your disposal? Just don't get too cozy with Isabel, my little girl. I'm more generous with my hospitality than most, but them abusers will get put out on their asses quick as a spit. Don't say you haven't been warned. Okay, so don't flirt with your daughter. Hi. Do you smell the honey? It may not compare to Mother's mead, but it is a lot nicer than the first batch I made. That one smelled like wet Chocobo. Did it? Hello. Amelaine. Indeed, I am Amelaine of the Twin Adder. I understand you're here to learn of the Sylphs, yes? For all their whimsy, they are a wary lot, particularly since the Empire has come to the Shroud. Earn their trust, however, and they're as friendly as any folk. They have their quirks, but so do we all, no? Would you know more? You'd do well to speak to the master of this hut, Rolf. He's forgotten more about the Sylphs than I'll ever know. Okay, hello again. Who did I just hear laughing and giggling? Oh, someone over there. Rolf, the patriarch of the beekeeping Hawthorn family, is said to be well versed in Sylphic customs. Come to learn a thing about the Sylphs, have you? Well, I'll tell you one thing. They're a peculiar folk. How peculiar, you ask? Well, let me just tell you. Beg pardon, friend. My memory's just not what it used to be. I could have read that totally differently, but fine, whatever. I've seen much more in my adventuring days, and it's all just a clutter in my noggin now. Though I've shared my stories with those around the hut before. You might have more luck with them. Okay, so he was absolutely useless. Well, his daughter maybe will be a little bit more useful. What do you know about the Sylphs? The Sylphs? Yes, Father told me his stories plenty of times. What I've always found most captivating is how their concept of etiquette is almost completely alien to our own. You do best not to underestimate them on account of their childlike looks, lest your face end up a mess of glyphs, squiggles, and chocobo scratches. Tee-hee-hee! Okay. And we already heard that the game of politeness with Sylphs. Holy crap, dude. How have you got a giant cactar on your... That's a cool chocobo. It's green, and he's got a giant cactar on the back. Oh my god, I love it. Where did you get that from? I've never seen anyone with that, ever. I mean, it's clearly like a fluffy toy. Wow. 10 out of 10. Big fan. Laziette. The quickest way to equip a woman's heart might be through her stomach, but don't even think of trying to foist your foodstuffs on a sylph. They sustain themselves by simply bathing in the sun. Also, Rolf once told me. Okay, so let's not offer them any food. If we, I think we will actually have to like play a game in a minute of like picking the right dialogue option. The sylphs, inveterate tricksters and troublemakers. That's what they are. The one day they're drawing marble faces on our masks, the next they're sending our young sentries falling to the bottom of a ravine. Tell them to stop and they just laugh at you. Ralph claims they harbour no ill will, but I dare say such pranks are no laughing matter. So they're just kind of chaotic agents of madness here in the forest. Did I just hear a delivery moogle maybe? Hello, Rolf. Oh, of course, of course. Hearing your stories, well, my stories, has brought the memories flooding back to me. I feel like dancing. Yes, nothing brings people together quite like a bit of toe tapping. He's doing it. A sylph told me long ago that dancing is a time-honoured greeting among their kind. You'd do well to remember this. It may just help win the favour of our forest friends. Okay. I'm trying to find a good moment for a break here for another one of my plans for this episode. Rolf Hawthorne would share further knowledge to assist you in befriending the sylphs. Oh, still here? Great. There's one more thing you should know about the sylphs. They don't take kindly to guests who show up empty-handed. To earn their trust, you do well to bring along what was it again? And my wife Rosa and I were just speaking of the matter not days ago. Forgive me, friend. Speak to Rosa at the comb. Her memory should prove more reliable than mine. He's like going mad from amnesia? I don't know. All right, guys. I got an idea. One of the things I've wanted to do is the Guildhests. And we are now high enough level to do... So we unlocked 2 of them at level 10. 2 at 15. We can do 2 more Guildhests, basically. So if you guys would like to do the next ones with me, please come and stand near me. I'm looking for 3 players to come check out these Guildhests, because I've been wanting to weave them in as the episodes go along. We didn't do it in the last episode. So yeah, if you want to do a Guildhest with me, if you can come and stand here, because it would be quicker to play with you guys than it would be to do it with... there we go, here we have a player. With like the matchmaker. Here we go, and we got 2 more here as well. And they won't be very difficult, so you guys can play whatever you like. Okay, and then the guy with the cacti. Cool. Everybody's got such nice fashion. Look at this. Right, so we have a basic party here. We need a healer, I think, probably. So I'm going to go to the duty finder. I'm going to silence the echo. Go min-eye level just to maybe make this a little bit more interesting. So the third Guildhest is this. Basic training on enemy strongholds. This exercise will test our ability to breach enemy strongholds' defenses. Eliminate targets in each of the 3 chambers before infiltrating the final one and engaging the Cyclopean Toad, who makes the cave its den. Making quick work of the creature is key. For the Arzons who lurk beyond the chamber's boulders will emerge once they smell blood. So yeah, again, a lot of these. Yeah, we need a healer, I think, guys. Can anybody play a healer? Link shell distributor. Do I have it? Yeah, here you go. Sorry, I can invite you a link shell. There you go. Yeah, any healers? So again, this is a weird thing where like you have to kill a boss before a wall breaks, and it's like I don't really remember anything like that coming up in any other mission in the game. Oh, it still says one of us does not meet the requirements for this duty. So how can that be? It's not me that doesn't meet the requirement, is it? Has one of you guys never done a Guildhest? We can't play it with one of these players. Whoever it is in the party that has never unlocked Guildhests, unfortunately, I think you're going to have to leave the party because we're not going to be able to do it with you. So once you drop from the party, I'll invite someone else. Yeah. That's crazy. You've never done a Guildhest. Wow. Well, here we go. We'll invite this guy. And if he accepts, we can run on in. You should definitely unlock those. They're basically all very, very basic little missions until the last one, which is pretty cool. Actually, I would say the last 3 or 4 are all quite cool. So there we go. The next Guildhest. I guess I'm a tank. I didn't even realise I was really opting in for that. So some gates will open automatically after all enemies have been defeated and the area is secure. There are, however, other gates which can only be opened by using levers. When you arrive in the final chamber, then Yarzons will attempt to break through the boulders they're trapped behind. Finish off the toad before then. The first gate is open. So yeah, this is basically teaching us how dungeons work. This actually is real information, to be honest. So quite often in a dungeon, you got to kill all the mobs before the door opens. Except it's like a wall exploding or lava or an area flooding or whatever. It's just very often, okay, kill all the enemies to get access to the next place. You remember when Guild Wars 2 came out? Oh, sorry. If you remember when Guild Wars 2 came out, they you could just skip loads of mobs. This game, that's not a thing. They have a very robust thing in place where it's like, killing the enemies is how you proceed. So that's why you tend to have the tank grab everyone and do like a wall-to-wall. But there you go. And then sometimes it's like a lever you got to pull, but you can't do it while you're in combat. I think anyway, I can't actually think of any examples of that at the moment. There. A bunch more Spriggans here. It's funny. I wonder how many stats we actually lose from doing these midnight levels. So then there's another lever. Oh, I can think of an example. Praetorium has that right at the start. It's not a lever, it's a button, but still. And then look at this here. By the way, if you're wondering where we are, we're actually north of the Waking Sands right now. So we need, our job right now is to kill this monster before these Yarzons break through this boulder. See here? And it's very easy. You just hit it, and that's it. It's over. By the way, this thing, somebody left a comment saying that I can backpedal at full speed while locked on. I really can't see that setting. Are you sure that's a setting? It'd be amazing if it was. Anyway, there you go. That's it. That's the Guildhests. And we get 5 achievement points. A superb display of strength and speed. Well done. Just remember, they unlock in 2s, so that was our first level 15 Hest. You seem to know your way around the battlefield. Here's hoping it may work again later. And our first time completion bonus gives us a lot of extra stuff. So we can dip out. I think we're going to start getting seals as rewards from these as well, maybe. Or maybe not. Next, it's Hero on the Half Shelf. Wealthy noble Teleji Adeleji has had his prized pet, a rare gill turtle, kidnapped by ruthless bandits who seek a sizable ransom for the gentle Wavekin's return. Always a man of principle, Teleji Adeleji has decided that instead of caving to the bandits' demands, he will offer the ransom to anyone who can safely retrieve his pet from the clutches of evil. If you remember, in FF12, there's like a bounty about this, the whole gill turtle thing. So I feel like this is a reference to Final Fantasy 12, actually. After weakening the turtle, we need to slay fire sprites and use their cores to light a special herb on fire. The smoke release will be powerful enough to put the creature to sleep, but only if the turtle is close enough to the flames. This one's really tricky, by the way, and if you get this on your, like, daily, people always mess this up, and it takes ages. Because your instinct is to just run in and attack the turtle. Right, so now we're back in Ul'dah, actually, and I remember a class quest happening here. So, weaken the gill turtle and lure the beast into the trap. So long as the turtle is nearby, the bandits will attempt to heal it. Try and keep the creature beyond the reach of their spells. Slay the sprites and use their cores to light the herb patch on fire. So again, and this is very nuanced, this fight here, really. Right, so I'll have aggro on the turtle. Oh, and he's trying to hit me. It's weird not being able to use anything ranged. Oh, and we can stun him to interrupt that. So I don't know, maybe I should spam AoEs here. The craven bandits who spirit away the turtle would not, I don't know. There's a problem with this game where when they do text on screen, it's called battle talk. It nearly, if it's long, you get almost no time to read it at all. You'd have to like read it in the chat down here. He's saying, get your heads out of your asses and heal me wounds. So the herb patch is over there. Hey, I had a donation, thank you. KR says, thanks for the fantastic LP. I really appreciate that, man. £5, thank you. That's really nice of you. Okay, in its weakened state, we can do the thing. So I think what we do is we grab the fire sprite, and then we drag it over to the herbs. Try not to kill it. I've sheathed. Okay, I think it died a bit too early. Oh no, I have a core. Then we light the herbs on fire. With the turtle in the herbs. Oh, they stunned it again as well. Wow, well done, guys. That was a quick stun too. By the way, this guy using bio. I didn't realize any classes got bio. Is that a red mage thing? That's awesome. So I've got to move it a bit more into the herbs. And so the gentle giant succumbs to slumber's blissful... Well, there we go. We got it. So there you have it. Moving enemies. And there are sometimes mechanics like that where you have to move an enemy onto a thing. There you go. And we got a level from that. I can't believe how much value we're getting out of this stuff. My god. Okay, let's do one more here now as well. Pull in the poison posies. The forest land traps have reached maturity and have begun releasing noisome poison clusters in their efforts to reproduce. When taken into the lungs, the pollen causes severe irritation, nausea, and in the case of extended exposure, even death. These vile seekin must be dealt with before the entire Twelveswood is engulfed in a cloud of despair. Because, well, no, I think we should do one more after this as well, actually. Because I wanted to do 2 in the last part, and I didn't. So we want to do 4, really, here. The 2 for last, and the 2 here. When a pollen cluster is released, the area will quickly become filled with noxious gas that will eat away at your health. Lure the creatures away from the gas so that you don't die. Yeah, the idea is don't be fighting in that. We're supposed to pull them out. But the poison does so little damage, it really doesn't matter. Here we go, so... And if you look here, my debuff here, pollen. Deadly pollen has filled the lungs. So this is like quite a bad tutorial, to be honest. I'll pull them out. I'll try. Here we go, look. The thing is, moving enemies tends to slow people's ability to do damage down. I'll go aggro these. The wind, it carries away the mist. The matron smiles upon us. And again, this is kind of a thing, I guess. Not standing in AoEs in specific areas. Really, the Hall of the Novice update coming that they just announced yesterday sounds like it's probably going to be the best tutorial, really. There we go. What's this about bio? Summoner loses bio and Scholar upgrades it to another name. Really? That's very odd. So again, just cash and XP every time we do this. With a bonus the first time we ever do. Okay, so the final one I want to show today is this Stinging Back. A notorious band of outlaws known as the Red Belly Wasps is seeking to establish a new hideout near the Thousand Maws of Toto-Rak. What's going on here? Somebody's opened a trade with me? Once the leader is attacked, he will summon nearby allies to his aid, including powerful conjurers skilled in the arts of healing, defeating these allies before engaging the leader. So this one's basically kill the allies before the boss. Oh, somebody wants to give a paracel. Really? Oh, that's so nice of you. This seems to be worth quite a lot of gil. Are you sure about this? The prim dot paracel. Whether or not this parasol is considered prim rather than depends on the person holding it at the time. I mean, I'll totally take that. Thank you very much. I'd love that. Here, so this is a novelty, guys. Oh, God, we're explaining so many systems. Basically, you unlock this, and I believe I'll automatically use it. Fashion accessories here. To use it, first select fashion accessories under character from the main menu. The actions to equip accessories can be used directly from this menu or registered to your hotbar. Okay. Oh, this is lovely of you. Thank you. I don't even know where you get that. My main doesn't have that. Okay, another window. Fashion accessories. It's like minions, mounts. Here's another bunch. So there should be a thing where I can automatically equip it. I guess I'll just hotbar it for now. So when it rains, he automatically uses it. But there you go. I like it. Pink with polka dots. Thank you. And then also, we have special abilities. So like we can dance in the rain and stuff with it. That's me checking the rain under my hand. And then this is me spinning it around and playing with it. Thank you. That's a lovely gift. Yeah, see, everybody here with these umbrellas. Yeah, everybody's messing with them. Oh my god, guys. I don't know where these crazy neon ones come from. Also, the Yojimbo Chocobo is amazing. He's basically got an umbrella above his head. Wow. Thank you. I didn't even catch who that was that sent that there. So to whoever that was, thank you. That's very nice of you. There we go. One more Guildhest. If you want, you can press Control and up to move your camera up so you have more camera space for fights. Yeah, I know. I'm happy with how my camera looks at the moment. Yeah, I have that rebound as well to left shift and a couple of mouse buttons. Yeah, it's called camera tilt, and it is a good option. So here, for example, I can look up a bit more. The thing is, it can be a bit weird. My character's now like hidden under my skill bar or whatever. Red belly lookouts will approach at the sign of anything suspicious and call for help when overmatched. Try to defeat the outlaws in pairs or small groups instead of engaging the whole band at once. So, we could do that. Or we could run in and blow them all up, probably. Keep your eyes open for roaming bandits. So yeah, this is what I said. Guildhests kind of talk about the game like, I don't know. It's a bit like Guild Wars 1, I suppose, or something. Where you're watching for patrols and stuff. I've never had the experience in this game like Guild Wars 1 where you're watching for enemies and you don't want to over aggro. This Guildhest is teaching it, but it doesn't really seem to be relevant. So anyway, I'm just going to run through and aggro a bunch of these guys. I'll aggro these as well. Hopefully I don't get battered. And here's the boss. I'll use Rampart here. I'll put my damage buff on. I'll throw a random stun out on the boss because presumably he does the most damage. There's 2 more lookouts over there that I probably need to hit. There we go. Oh, we're all good, are we? Oh no, we want to probably get over to this guy. He might be a healer as well. And there's another chanter running on in now. My wounds! Somebody see to my wounds! Where are my men? We just annihilated them. And there you go. The Guildhests is complete. Come and collect your reward. It's more like old school MMOs like FF11 and Guild Wars 1. It's not even necessarily an MMO thing, I think. It's just a game thing. And I wouldn't say it's antiquated design either. So they moved away from it with this. Everything's very static in this. When you're running through a dungeon, there's not scary patrols generally that you're trying to sidestep and avoid. It's just aggro everything, kill it all in front of the wall, and the wall will open, you know. But yeah. Alright, so let's go on our Chocobo. Thank you guys for that. And let's... I'm going to leave party, by the way, just in case there's an XP thing with it. I don't know. And here, by the way, look, achievements, current area. Like I said, usually when you come to a place, here, it's got some kind of a fate. Successfully complete the fate Lazy for You with the highest rating. Oh, it's that fate over there. Like, that will be some kind of big event. I have no idea what it'll be. It ends in 15 minutes. Should we go do that? I'm going to go over there. Why not? We have a burb to travel us there nice and quickly. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see, what is this? Progress 0%, 15 minutes. I tend to assume that the achievement events are, oh god. Okay, I can't fly either, so flying on mounts is a thing too, and I need to remember that I can't do that. I tend to assume that the achievement events have like prerequisites and stuff, but that one's just sitting there ready to go. In Xenoblade games, you do not want to aggro too many groups, and it's 2, and it's not an MMO. Yeah, I don't think of it as an MMO mechanic. It's just a way that you can do RPG exploration and movement and stuff. When I was playing Dragon Age Origins, it sort of had that going on. Oh, it's a giant Ochi boss. Oh my god, it's the Ochi we saw earlier in the episode. We're back near the wall again now, right? Lazy Lawrence, he's called. Oh my god, and the music. The things we love destroy us every time. So it was with Farmer Lawrence, who was devoured by his grossly overgrown pet Ochu, which he named after himself. Slay the rampant creature. That the old farmer's soul might know peace. Alright. Wow. It's huge! Holy fuck. And you can see up here, by the way, with the health bar, it's telling me who he's aggroed on. So it's not aggroed on me, it's aggroed on Lefedler Highwind, who is 100% health. That's my ally, Lefedler. So we'll be fine. And we can quickly target our allies, by the way. I guess I'll talk about that more later. Our skill bar's got... Oh, it's because I didn't have Iron Will on, probably. Yeah, and he's also a tank. So I could provoke it. I'll show you guys provoke, ready? If I provoke... Oh, it didn't even work with provoke, really? Wow. I must do very little damage compared to these guys. Oh, my ego. It's almost like stacking in Guild Wars 2. I guess a little bit, yeah. Oh, right, because I'm not in a party. Yeah, I think I want to be in a party for, like, enmity. I think to get a tag... Here you go, look, he's focused on me now. And he's put slow on me. I think you want to be in a party for, like, the whole group's total aggro rating is what's used to determine whether you get a tag for the event or something. Like, I think... please, people correct me if I'm wrong. But I think the thing with this is, like, in open world, usually what you want to do... I'm actually dying, and without a healer, I might be down, completely down and out for the count. I'm actually going to turn off my stance now and start running away. Ah! Oh, somebody healed me. Thank you. Let's put Rampart on then, I guess. Oh, you shirked the aggro. So, yeah, shirk is like the reverse of provoke. You can throw your aggro onto another person. And in the high-level content, you have two tanks, and they swap aggro back and forth. He's tanky as all hell, my god. And all I can do is 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 right now. But yeah, like a lot of people play tanks to get tags. Like they'll spam the ranged aggro button over and over and over and over and over again. And meanwhile, they'll be nice and tanky. The world bosses, again, I haven't really done... this I wouldn't call a world boss. This is just a random fate. But the world boss stuff sounds nuts. Like, again, like you have like 70, 80 people fighting one thing. I've seen like one ever, and it was a couple of months ago in Shadowbringers. It was in a map called Amarot, for people that don't know. I would not consider that a spoiler, by the way, because it's many hours down the road before we even hear a word like that. Brave, Sir Tremor, yeah. Well, I'm brave now that someone's healing me. We could eat some food as well. Here, let's eat this braised pipera from the start of the game. That's the last one now. Is he stunnable? Can I low blow him? No, stun, fully resisted. Someone's applied slow to him. So yeah, we have 15 minutes to kill this. It's taken us 5, which feels like a long time. Lazy Lawrence. I don't know if I've ever done this on my main. This is the only achievement in this map, though, so we got quite lucky seeing this here. Down he goes. Ah! Okay, by the way, the quest we are currently on, finally, this one, First Impressions, this is where I was going to end the last episode. Alright, Lazy Town. That's what that achievement was called. Alright, nice stuff, guys. Nice stuff. Yeah, wow. This is where I was going to end it. Seriously, First Impressions. What does this tell me then? This tells me there's going to probably be a couple more episodes than I anticipated. But the thing is, though, there's a lot of extra stuff I've explained here that isn't going to be in the other episodes. Like the glamour stuff and the Grand Company stuff. The Grand Company stuff took a long time to get through. It took us to PvP and all this. Getting our Chocobo. I mean, there are a lot of other features and things in the game that we will be getting through. But, I don't know. It feels like there was a massive deviation here. that I'm not sure is going to happen again. It's not like in 10 levels we're going to join another Grand Company-esque thing. You know, this is kind of like just a lot of the early game stuff setting us up for things. So I don't know. Maybe my original idea for the pace will work out. It'll be something for me to think about once we're done with this episode. Okay, so the bees, look. Hello, Rosa. Yeah, see, we automatically get the umbrella out. A peace offering for the sylphs? Were it anyone else, I'd recommend a jar of honey. But I fear that it wouldn't get you past their front doorstep, dear. No, their tastes run more to the unusual. Are you perchance familiar with milk root? That's what we call the root that most fiendish seedkin, that's what we call the root of that most fiendish seedkin, the ochu. When chewed, it exudes a cloudy liquid that is said to induce curious visions in the imbiber. You did not catch me dead trying this stuff, but the sylphs seem to enjoy it, no end. I've not seen an ochu around the comb in quite some time, but I did encounter a suspicious clump of grass the other day. Were you to stimulate it somehow, with some of this amber syrup, for example, you might be surprised at what comes out. Good luck. Okay. So kill some ochu, get one of their vines. That's funny, since we just killed an absolutely enormous ochu. So you notice whenever I'm on my Chocobo, it changes the music to Eorzea de Chocobo. That's the song in this soundtrack, this version of the Chocobo theme. Of course, there's a billion of them. There's a game option, though, where you can disable that if you like. Okay, so we put the syrup on the curious tussock here. With branches of thrashing, the vegetation springs to life. Okay, so we have an ochu. And I finally get to start using Rage of Helone more. Oh my god, it just destroyed it. It did like half its health in one hit. Okay. And so now we have the vine. The thick white sap extracted from this ochu root has the power to grant its user wondrously terrible visions. Wondrously terrible. Okay, so the sylphs are like these chaotic forest creatures. And we're going to curry their favor with hallucinogens. I'm an excellent storyteller. Thank you. That I don't know if that's really true, but I really appreciate that. Thank you. I wish to be Macon, the real Macon. Oh my god, guys, I have some crazy trivia for you. You know Macon from 10. Oh, I am an old man. The Crusaders were born in the ancient days, and Yevon was not happy. And blah, 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 blah. And that, as they say, is that. Like, I can't even do the voice is so deep and amazing. It's like got this trembling, quivering old man vibe. He sounds ancient. The voice actor for Macon is Dwight Schultz, who plays Lieutenant Barclay in Star Trek. What? Okay, for anyone who's seen the 90s Trek shows and knows Lieutenant Barclay, you'll know him as like this very young, jittery, anxious, like early 30s character. And then just a couple of years later, he voice acted Macon in FFX. I had no idea it was the same guy. That's Lieutenant Barclay. Oh, that's the most mind-blowing thing I've ever read. And I just happened to come across that like a couple of days ago. I was going to point it out in the last episode. Wow. To be honest with you guys, Barclay is not my favorite character from Star Trek. He seemed like a bit of a stand-in for like socially maladjusted Trek nerds. And I suppose a lot of people resonate with the character. I don't know. I think he's a bit awkward. He has a nice arc. By the end of Voyager, he's an okay character. And obviously that's not to say nothing bad about the actor. But yeah. Anyway, you're back. Was my wife able to direct you a suitable offering? You can see it now that I say it. I cannot see it at all. I mean, a little bit, maybe. I think it's an incredible job. I can't believe he did that voice. Milk root, but of course! Those sylphs quaff that cloudy stuff as quick as I do a flagon of mead. The effect's just about the same as well. Hold on, aren't we supposed to entreat with them? It's probably not a good idea to get them high, is it? Any road, a gift of milk root will have the sylphs calling you friend and brother the moment they lay eyes on it. Now, let me wrap that up for you. I'm starting to feel a bit woozy. First impressions complete. There we go. All right, guys. That's the end of the episode. Imagine that's 48 hours ago. That's what I was planning to be saying. Okay, first contact. So we begin the Sylph storyline. Rolf Hawthorne has gift-wrapped your offering in preparation for your journey into the Sylph's domain. That's right, that's how we pronounce that. What? Okay, that's some seriously unexpected trivia. Yes, I aim to please. For people that know those two characters, I mean, wow. I've taken the liberty of wrapping your milk root well and good. This should keep it nice and fresh, not to mention spare you from that god's awful stench. Thank you. Man, I've got quite the bicep there, I just noticed. The Sylphs love the stuff. For me, I'd rather bury my nose in Chocobo dung. I dare say the reek even rivals the breath of the Morble that put an end to my adventuring days. Oh, you got attacked by a Malboro, did you? But I can tell you that story another time. You've more important matters to attend to today, yes? The Sylphs are an eccentric bunch, but I've shared their company long enough to know they're kind at heart. They'll not shun one whose intentions are true. May your parley be a fruitful one, friend. And do stop by on your return. There's a flagon of full flower mead with your name on it if you'd ever regale me with your adventuring tales. Oh, you know, I'd love to, but... and before I forget, don't go traipsing off just yet. Amelane here would like to have a word with you. Travel in safety, friend, and do pass along my regards to the winged ones. Yeah, as much as I'd like to do that, you're just the first in a long list of companions and friends we'll probably never see again. But maybe? I don't know. You never know with this game. Welcome back, friend. Why not stay a while? It's okay. We may well see him again. Who knows? We're not necessarily Ash in his journey at the end of episode saying, I'll see you soon, and then never see them again. It's good to see your knowledge of Sylphic culture has matured. I see no reason to delay your mission any further. Upon your arrival at Little Solace, seek out a young Sylph by the name of Comixio. He has served as an intermediary between our peoples on many an occasion, and has the close ear of his tribe's elder. I see that Hawthorne has furnished you with some of the malodorous root that Sylphs so adore. I have something of a far greater import for you to deliver, a missive from the Elder Seedseer herself. To summarise the letter's contents in brief, it vouches for the integrity of our envoy, that would be you, and restates Gridania's desire to maintain a harmonious relationship with our long-standing friends at the forest. The war with the Exile has taken a toll on our resources. We can ill afford to get mired in another conflict. I need not impress upon you any further the importance of this mission. So you can see, Final Fantasy XIV does this a lot, right? Oh my god, look, the sun came out while we were in there. Oh, it's gorgeous out. It does this a lot, where basically you're in the middle of a quest and they sort of restate it. You do a bit of busy work and then they'll re-explain what the quest is. And that might seem a bit crazy, but I think it's very useful. Like, there's a thing going on with Guild Wars at the moment in which... Should we take the parasol off here? It's not raining anymore. There's a thing going on with Guild Wars where there's a lot to track and a lot of story to keep up with over many, many, many years. Like, to really enjoy Janthea Wilds. And they don't have many of these moments where they just recap and lay it out plain. What are we doing? Right? FF does that a lot, and it kind of bags the story down and hits the pacing a bit, but... You know, I'm fine with it. I really don't mind. I'm here to play a game. I don't want to just run out of content really quickly. So, yeah, and also I like to imagine that, like, you know, for me right now, we're still in episode 4 and we're just playing along. But what if I stopped playing, you know, after getting that milk root for the night? Maybe I went off, lived my life, came back. And it's nice to have these little reminders of actually what's going on. And to greater or lesser extent, this game does it a lot. Okay. Right here, do you hear the music just changed? A minute ago, I was telling you guys, when I think back to my experience in A Realm Reborn, what do I think of? Do I think of fighting Ifrit? Do I think of joining a grand company? Do I think of getting my first Chocobo? I think of this. This moment right here. I don't know what it is, but this exact thing of walking over to this NPC in this position, in this map, with the big tree houses up here, by the way. They live up in these trees. And by the way, there's a jumping puzzle way up in the trees that we will discover later. Kind of. This here, I don't know. There's something about this. Maybe there's quite a few quests where we speak to this character. But holy shit, it's speaking to the Sylphs. I don't know why. This is the moment that stands out. Walking one is not familiar to this one. This one does not trust strange walking ones. Strange dancing ones might be a different story, but this one expects no such thing. Walking one should go home and leave this one be. Huh. So, as you can probably guess, we probably want to walk to it. Yeah. Let's perform a dance. I don't know if I've actually shown you guys the dancing. Sorry. Yes, I'm foolish or whatever. Here we go. So let's dance for the sylph. With a, like, vague smile on my face. Oh, do I need to target you as I dance? Did I accidentally miss-target you? I dance happily for Kumiexio. This one would welcome talking one who moves like these ones. If walking one would talk to this one will answer. This one is a busy one, so walking one should speak with quick tongue. Okay. Well, I'm going to deliver the gift and the letter. Here. The sap and the missive from Sani Kenna. Walking one brings Milkroot. Milkroot fills this one with great joy. This one gives thanks, gives many, many thanks. So again, this is like a quest hub where you can build rep with these guys. My reputation is not very good with them. I think I'm like friendly, that's about it. Walking one carries message for Elder One. This one will deliver the message to Elder One. Walking one should not be worried. It's Papa Limo and Ida again. Hello there, we're envoys from Gridania and we're here to treat with your people. Aye, we come to pay our respect to your elder and to learn more of him and your lord, Rama. Who are these ones? These walking ones come from Gridania. Walking one become a dancing one and brought us Milkroot, but walking one tricks at this one. This one does not like tricks. This one will speak no more. Elder one is busy. Walking one should go home. Oh, these guys have like messed it up for us a little bit here. Go home, you say? But the Sylphs of Little Solace have always welcomed Gridanian envoys with open wings. The letter carried by Tremor here is an oath of peace penned by the Elder Seedseer herself. Still, you would refuse us? This one's reasons are no business of the Walking Ones. Elder One has no words for Gridania. Walking Ones will waste everyone's time. Well, I never. Turned away at the gates. Whatever did we do to deserve such a rude welcome? Was Tremor's jig insufficiently jiggy? I'm as baffled as you are, but something tells me recent events of erstwhile fluttery friends feeling uncommonly wary. It would seem we've no choice but to ask around and see how we might earn their trust. So we get a choice here. A silencing potion, a sleeping potion, or a paralyzing potion. These are generally all going to be useless. So, oh, look at this, by the way. Someone on Kraken bought this for 1 million gil 19 days ago. What? Who did that? Is that just people... I don't know. I feel like that's an RMT thing or something. Here, I'll buy one. Their legs look like dead twigs. Oh, ooh, they are pretty gross, aren't they? I mean, don't let her hear you say that, but... Or me say that, I guess. Right. So, Ida and Papalimo are standing here now. It's funny, because as much as I say this is the moment I remember from A Realm Reborn, I don't remember that these two were here. Ida has a notion on how one might earn the Sylph's trust. Moving money to an alt. Oh, do you think? Say, Tremor, are you in the mood for dancing? That's right, dancing. You went through all that trouble to learn the Sylph's traditional greeting, but you greeted hardly any of them. Why, if I were a Sylph, I'd be beside myself with delight to see such an adventurer expressing an interest in my culture. Me, of course I'd be happy to join. Ow, ow! There go those bloody leg cramps of mine acting up again. Okay, so are you going to come dance with me or no? I feel like no need to overthink things. So long as your heart is in it, the Sylphs will understand you. By virtue of the crystal trade, the Sylphs have maintained friendly terms with most every race in Eorzea. Alas, the appearance of Rama has been a storm cloud over relations. If peace is to be secured, we must reopen a dialogue with the Sylphs before they have the chance to summon their god again. So, is Rama summoned right now, or no? I'm really not sure. Amixia. They're so creepy. Look at their black dead eyes. This one is wearing cloth. Waking one would know more. This one does not trust walking ones, who do not show respect. Okay, I will dance for you then as well. And it is unenthusiastic, isn't it? Is this just the Ellison dance, by the way? I don't know. Waking one would be a friend to these ones. This one is overjoyed. But this one keeps the ways of weaving a secret. Even if Walking One learned the secret, Walking One could not weave in the same way. Right. Weaving. Oh, this guy's like messing with the pot. I like that. I'll dance just immediately for this guy. I like to imagine what this was like on launch, right? With a billion players standing here just dancing. Ooh, Walking One knows Jolly Dance. Jolly Dance fills this one with good cheer. Let these two be friends. Okay, that's it. I feel like one of them's upstairs. Should we go have a look? No, apparently it's over down here. We will eventually go upstairs. Okay. Oh god, I forgot to dance. What does Walking One want with this one? Yeah. Here. I like the idea that he's really bored of it now. Or like tired. Ah, Walking One is a friend to these ones. Friendly like gracious elder of the forest city. Knows to dance into what these ones' hearts. Okay, we have danced for them. That's Ida's plan. How much will that really have accomplished? I guess we'll see. Still want a new shield. Tremor, would you like to hear the good news or the better news? The good news is that your lovely dancing has brought smiles and high spirits to all of Little Solace. The better news? Why, I've thoroughly recovered from those accursed leg cramps. Onwards to our next adventure. Great. I'm glad for you. Right, Papa Limo has a notion on how you might endear yourself to the sylphs. What's your idea? Tremor, as an adventurer, you're not a stranger to helping distressed folks, I'd wager. Tales of good deeds are quick to spread. The adventurer who comes to the aid of the local populace can go from stranger to hero overnight. No doubt you see what I'm getting at. The sylphs who make their home in Little Solace do so, having been driven from their woodland home. Surely they have their fair share of troubles. Seek out troubled sylphs and see what might be done to ease their worries. A sound plan, would you not say? That said, the sylphs have not known to share their worries with outsiders. You'd be better off inquiring with Hera and Media, off to the Gridanians who reside here. She is most likely to be privy to the sylphs' troubles. Okay. Hey, that's awesome. We had somebody who joined, by the way, and have fun with the new emotes. And John Sellers with $20. Dude, thank you. Enjoy my content. Thank you, man. Oh, it's such a relief. It's so good when... Thank you very much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Imagine having to dance in front of a stranger if you wanted to talk to them. Thank you, man. Man, the storyline of Ida and the refugees is one of the expansions. Just leapt to mind. You're avoiding spoilers. That was a good arc. Just bittersweet. She does have a good arc. I like her story. And I recently replayed Heaven's Ward with Kerry. And, so I'm very familiar with what happens with her arc there. Praise be, and obviously it continues into Stormblood. Praise be to the elementals, but the twist is revealed in Heaven's Ward. I cannot express how happy I am to see an adventurer with a truly gentle heart. The sylphs of Little Solace are sorely in need of aid. Pray hear me out. Hey, and we got a membership from Waffer as well. Thanks, man. Being a temporary settlement, Little Solace wants for amenities. Not least a stout set of defences. Consequently, beasts from miles around are free to wander in and terrorise the hapless residents. The Ziz Gorlins and Gaul Gnats that roam these parts are especially troublesome, but slaying one of each should serve as a warning to the rest. Furthermore, perhaps you could gather 3 brownie brushes as well. They play an important role in Sylphic culture. I do not claim to know the details, and what with such feral beasts prowling the forests, they're not easy to come by. When you're done with the deeds, seek out Comixio. He is slow to warm to outsiders, but your good intentions will not be lost on him. My own experience speaks to this. Yeah, these guys are just really creepy. Everyone says they're nice and happy and whatever, but they freak me out a little bit, I've got to say. So, forest friends. So we're just going to hit random mobs in the area. No, speak with Emblem. Well, no, here we go. Look, there we do want to hit these mobs. Was I looking at the wrong quest there? I was. Do you know what? I'm abandoning this. The game is desperate for me to look at that. No, we'll do it this way. Okay, by the way, oh, can I just blow your guys' mind as well? If you're not already thinking, oh my god, there's a lot to this. every step of all of these quests we've done, you can open the journal, and it's got like paragraphs of new details there. Like here, look. As Emidia would tell it, the sylphs live in constant fear of attacks by ill-tempered forest creatures. She bids you slay a Ziz, blah, blah, blah. It's essentially just saying the same thing, but it's totally new. Like, someone had to write that, and then multiple people localized it into multiple written languages, and it's insane. It's everything. Like, look at all the... It's how much there is that they write. And this is just for the first little fraction. Look at this! Of A Realm Reborn. And it's not just for the main quests, it's every quest. All these side quests. I haven't done a single side quest in this playthrough yet. And as I mentioned, like I was doing some at a town the other day, and it ended like 20 quests deep. And when I was on like 17 of these 20, I opened the journal, and it just blew my mind. All the text. Like, this is not copy-paste of what we already read. It's absolutely bonkers, and I have to imagine, right, like... Not many players have read this paragraph here. While scouring the depths of the Tamtara Deepcroft, we are assailed by a vengeful spirit who had been awakened in the course of Galvant the Dominator. After a titanic struggle, you succeeded in sending this dark being back to the Abyss, thus foiling the cultist's plot. Make haste back to Gridania. It's crazy. And no, we're not reading all of that. You guys link me to an LP with that, and I'll say bravo. Oh god, I forgot I can do 1, 2, 3 now. I don't just have to do 1, 2. These Ziz are quite cool. That's oh, guys, listen to this. For any WoodenPotatoes fans out there, alright, I've got a question for you. God, how self-aggrandizing is that? For all the WP fans... Basically, if you've watched one of my other Let's Plays, listen to this. It's the death sound effect on this guy's voice. Ready? Okay, that noise there, I'm going to try and do it with my mouth. And then it died. That sound effect is like clearly from like a sound bank or whatever, right? Like you can buy access to generic sound effects. You may have heard it in a bunch of different games in a bunch of different places. I'm sure I've heard it in multiple games. It's here. In fact, it might even be a sound effect in Guild Wars 1, by the way. There are certain moments where you definitely hear Guild Wars 1 sound effects in this. But to me... Okay, someone guessed that's the heretic sound effect. For me, that is the sound of some of the enemies that die in Azaric. If you go and watch my LP on that, and you listen, a lot of the monsters that die in that game do that death rattle sound. And I always hear it whenever I'm here in FF14. I'm always like, oh, that's that. And I think it might be in Guild Wars 1 as well. There's certainly a very common ARR sound that you'll hear there. There's a brownie brush. Oh, so are we getting actual mushrooms from this? Legend says that Eorzea was once inhabited by a race of tiny creatures called brownies. And they would use the spores of this particular mushroom to paint their faces for battle. Oh, isn't that cute? I haven't had a brownie for a long time. I would so devour a brownie right now. Oh, this is the stuff though. Maybe this place sticks in my memory just because of the sounds of the birds and stuff. I don't know. Hopefully these lemurs don't attack us. We're slightly over-leveled for them. And the icon says they're not aggro-y. So. Oh, look. See? Into this giant fallen log. Aha! Another brownie brush here. You love the sounds. Too bad in Guild Wars 2 footsteps are tied to effects. It's the same in this game, actually. They're tied to it. I have a penumbra tweak, though, which raised the footsteps, so I can lower it and readjust things. Oh. It's weird as well. With Guild Wars, I remember... I might be misremembering this. This might not be real. But for years, they made absolutely no press or comment about GW2. Like, nothing. The very first thing that they announced, according to my recollection, was a post on the GW2 Guru forums in which they were talking about audio design for footsteps. I believe that was the first thing they actually talked about. It was a post where they basically explained, oh, the feet sound different depending on what you're standing on, which you can hear here in Final Fantasy as well right now. On the grass, we got this sound, and then when I go walk over on the wood over there, and it's all very good. I think it's all very, very, very immersive. In some ways, this Let's Play cannot capture what this game's like to play, and I do encourage you guys to try it out. Because, like here, you've just got me yapping and yapping and yapping away constantly. But to play on your own is just like true immersion. So yeah, Dancing One is still here. Dancing One can dance all day. This one's trust is not so easily earned. Well, here we go. Have your brownies. Dancing One brings brownie brushes for this one. This one can dye thread once more. This one's pleased. Dancing One kills bitey buzzy one. This one hates bitey buzzy ones. Dancing One is kind. Too kind. Many walking ones come to these one's abode, but few are friendly like the Dancing One. Perhaps this one was not wrong to trust Dancing One after all. Yeah, you can trust me. I'm nice. Hey, 5 membership gifts. Thank you very much. Good luck to anyone who gets one. We have some cool Final Fantasy emotes. Alright, Little Solace. This one would ask Dancing One for forgiveness. These ones have many troubles since walking ones last came to our abode. This one must be careful, always careful. But Dancing One is not like the other walking ones. This one can't trust Dancing One. This one would ask Dancing One for help. Strange ones walk with bodies of steel. Come to the home of these ones. This one thinks steel ones come from the Empire. Ah, so Guardians have been here, have they? Where the Empire goes, many living ones become dead ones. Trees fall and bushes burn. These ones' home is in danger. Danger! This one begs of Dancing One to help this one no more. Dancing One is friends with these ones and walking ones, yes? Dancing One must speak to these ones here and walking ones in Hut House and find out more. This one has a bad feeling. This one fears steel ones are after something. But this one should speak no more. Go, Dancing One. This one depends on the kindness of Dancing One. So that's our new name here, guys. We are the Dancing One. Tremor, the Dancing One. Yeah! I swear that sound effect was one of the Grand Company cutscenes earlier. Okay, investigate the suspicious presence. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, alright, I know you're tired, old man. Strange steel walking ones? Yes, this one is seen. Still walking ones carry big boxes. Maybe walking ones hunt for shiny treasure. This one likes treasure. So are they Guardians, though? They just say that they're in armor. They might not be. Get 10 gifted members. That's lovely. Oh, we have a friend request here. Nefaxio. Shh, this one says, still walking ones are scary like touched ones. This one hates scary, and scary ones have scary friends. Okay. So out there, across this bridge, by the way, across this river, which is nice, isn't it? If we go across there, I'm pointing. Do I have a /point animation emote? I should hotkey that. Yeah, that way, guys. That way. I'm getting too much of a kick out of this. It's like scary. That area of the forest is like not nice, and it's where most of the rep quests get done. Like when you're building reputation with these guys, you collect the quests in their houses up there, and then you go over there. Right, so we've got quite a walk now. We could Aetherite, but I think it would be more fun. The Chocobo. I believe that there's a main scenario quest we're going to do in a second, which gives us increased mount speed. That might be nice. Gotta show WP the support. Thank you very much. I'm keeping an eye on this series, like, in terms of whether people are really liking it and stuff. And the memberships and stuff really do help, so thank you. I like the smoke coming out of that house there. And the god rays with the trees. I remember modding Oblivion to have god rays. They're a bit of an eyesore sometimes, I know, but generally I like them. Off back into this guy's house. Right, Victor, one of the wood whalers, I guess. Fearsome types, clad head to toe in steel, you say. Imperial soldiers, no doubt. I couldn't tell you what they're plotting, but I'm sure it's nothing good. What have they got? They got cookies on the table? Maybe. Oh, that's not the way out. This is. Mon. Hello. Men clad in strange armor. Why, now that you mention it, I did see some suspicious types of late. They were gathering deep in the forest. I simply assumed they were adventurers. She didn't think they were Garleans. Can we first person while mounted? Oh, we can, but we don't see the Chocobo. That's a shame. These giant gnats will attack us, but I'm thinking we can get past. Now, if you get attacked while you're mounted, what happens? Do I instantly dismount? No, I think my Chocobo has its own health bar. And if you get attacked too much while you're mounted, you get dismounted. Isn't that it? Why can't I remember how that works? Alright. This one is happy to see the dancing one return. What did you learn? Well, not much, I guess. This one sees still walking ones come from the Empire, carry boxes and go walking deep, deep through the trees. As this one thought, still walking ones are up to nasty, no good things. This one knows the forest well. Still walking ones try to hide, but this one will find them. This one would borrow dancing one's map. This one makes mark right here. This is where still ones hide. This one knows. Dancing one will go looking for still ones, yes? Sure. So you think that they've gone back over here? Between those big trees near where we were walking a second ago. Whoopsie. Turned off my stance. One thing, by the way, that I still haven't fully impressed, probably for any newcomers to the series watching this, is the like class UI, this cool emblem that we have on this character. They all end up with cool UI. And the UI expands a lot. Basically, guys, once we rank our classes up, we become a bard, we become a paladin. Yeah, a paladin. I said gladiator. You'll find, fancier things happen. So we're gonna have to deal with these gnats. Uh-oh, and we've been ambushed. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna try and line of sight these guys. I'm gonna stand behind this root here in the hope they all run in. There we go, and now I can hit them all at once. So this is a Laquarius, an X, a Sequitor, Signify. Believe it or not, there is actually logic to all the naming schemes and shit among the people of the Empire. It's crazy the detail they go into that. There we go, suspicious box. You're keeping my dog company while I'm out of the house. Really? I thought you should know that. I mean, a view is a view, I guess. On the internet, no one knows if you're a dog. That's well known. I've had people over the years, and this has always been very heartwarming to me. I've had people saying, oh, like my baby recognizes your voice because I've had your Let's Plays on while I've had a newborn. And I like those stories. It also makes me feel a bit weird because I do sometimes swear. And I know that some people get really, really iffy about that. But yeah. Dancing one is back. This one breathed a sigh of relief. This one was worried. Dancing one found something? This is one of those arcs, by the way, where if you were just spamming through the dialogue, just go, it would be very transparent that the questing is just like, Go left, go right. You're just yo-yoing back and forth from the hub. And I think it would feel way more tedious than at least if you're reading the story, right? Dancing one found paper inside of box. This is a message from Empire? This one can read walking one's symbols. Message paper has names of food and rocks. Rocks and food were inside boxes. This one knows. This one does not understand. Food and rocks mentioned all come from the home of these ones. How does still walking ones know how to find them? By the way, they're saying rocks. I'm guessing that's crystals, actually. Crystals filled with aether. Is there sneaky ones hiding behind this one's wings? Snooping ones selling secrets to still walking ones? This one fears for this one's home. But Dancing One has helped this one much today. Dancing One must promise to always be a friend to these ones. Okay. So we could pick a potion or an ether there. Yeah, I guess the theory here is that Nero and Livia, they watched... So Ifrit got summoned, right, by the Emulger. The Emulger had a bunch of crystals to do that. Nero is trying to get data from the primals. So I assume that they're the armored people. And they're basically giving them crystals or something. So, Camuxio is planning pining for a wayward friend. Helpful ones arrive at a good time. This one needs helpful one's help. One of these ones named Claxio ventured outside Little Solace alone. Alone is unsafe! Okay. Claxio struck west after leaving the settlement. Hurry, before he's in the belly of a beastly one. Okay. Don't worry, babies and dogs don't recognize swears. Yeah, but I think about that moment. There must be a moment where the kid is, like, getting old enough. And then there's me talking about, I don't know, wanking myself silly or something over, like, some lore. And they're like, I mean, I feel safe with that phrase at least, because I tend to imagine people are Americans and they don't really care about that term. But yeah, there's got to be a moment where they're like, I'm not going to play this around my kid anymore. You know what I mean? Oh, there, we got a crit on it. That was a huge hit. Or talking about boobs. I don't know. I mean, it depends how prudish you are, right? But people have boobs. I don't think that boobs is a terrible thing to mention, is it? But yeah. What? Walking One wants to return to Little Solace? Doesn't make this one laugh. This one is wary of living with those who are not these ones. This one wants to be alone. These ones rely on Walking Ones for everything. No better than those ones that summoned a Primal One. Small wonder this one chose to leave. This one thought it was a likely place to build a home, but then Meddling One arrives. Forces this one to go deeper into the forest. Meddling One is forbidden from following this one. Away with Meddling One. Okay, so my translation for that is that we're under attack from Aziz. No, okay. And enemies are getting pretty strong now, by the way. Level 20 compared to where we started. Jeez, that's such a big hit. What is the potency? 330. Yeah, it's massive, actually. Considering we started the chain with 150. That sylph doesn't like how the sylphs here are relying on everyone else, values their independence. This could be the baddie, guys. This could be the one that's betrayed them to the Empire, maybe, or... And there's some big irony about that. They don't realise they're being manipulated. What do Ida and Papalimo say at this point? No need to overthink things. Okay. She's saying the same thing. What? Claxio refused to return to these ones and went deeper? But this one saw touched ones lurking in the forest. Helpful One must hurry. Hurry and find Claxio. Helpful One should search for spools of thread on the forest floor. Those things will help lead Helpful One to Claxio, but hurry, hurry before touched ones take Claxio away. So, yeah, spools of thread. Touched ones. What happened to my brain there? Are probably tempered. Remember it was mentioned earlier that some of them are tempered? That's what touched probably means. I might be wrong. I can't fully remember this, but that's what I'm guessing it is. My old guild had a child who said he wanted to grow up to be you. He thought I was you as the only British guy in the guild. Really? That's very odd. I think a lot of young people, though, in the West, they do see content creators and they aspire. I remember I saw something that was like, there was some massive survey of like 9-year-olds or something. And in China, they were all saying they wanted to be astronauts. But in the West, they were all saying they wanted to be influencers. And that just makes me cringe out of my skin, by the way. Like, I kind of just fell into this in a way. But when I started doing YouTube, it wasn't like a career or whatever. There wasn't really any money in it. I did it as from like a hobbyist perspective. And then it turned out, oh, you can put ads on your videos and, and then Patreon came along and so on. And it's like, okay, that's awesome. But like the idea of aspiring to be it is such a, I don't know, man. Down we go. Unless by wanting to be me, you mean, I don't know, have my voice. Jesus, this thing's tiny. It's just a tiny little glowfly. You can barely see it. Oh my god. That's pretty cool. Oh, and it made a really loud... Oh, wow. That was some cool sounds as it died there. What is this thing? A jumping dinger. Oh, I can't see that. Grass is too tall. Idle cam. Oh, God, it just ran into the camera there a little bit. There we go. Oh, no, these things are too low to the ground, and there's so much foliage. The eyes are pretty big, though. And you can actually see they're, like, kind of compound eyes, like hexy sort of pattern on them. All right. So what do we do here? Oh. Axio. The guy standing blatantly behind me. Ah, we have a little, actually, duty here now. First cutscene in a while, maybe? When you grow up, you hope to have my Alphano voice. Yeah, how do people get voices like that? I mean, really. Meddling One is back. This one told Meddling One to be gone. Tell Comoxio that this one will never go back. Never. You're going to get attacked. Ooh, look. They're dark sylphs. Touched ones? Touched ones should go away too. This one is a good one. Everyone should just leave this one alone. Oh, these guys followed along. Be on guard, Tremor. These sylphs have been tempered, brought under the thrall of the primal Rammer. Akin to the Amalja, tempered by Ifrit, these sylph exist only to serve their deity. More prayer, and so on. They'll not answer to words, only still. I take no pleasure in this, but it must be done. She's a monk, by the way. Or a pugilist, I guess. And as a monk/pugilist main myself, I've always felt a great relationship with her. Eventually the class quests get really good. And she's actually in the monk quest at the end. So there was a bit of dialogue, I missed it, but they were saying, come, join us. Join us. There, so I stunned that caster Blizzard. Holy fuck, that was huge. Jesus Christ. I'll try and interject another one. A Marble! And things were going so well. Oh my god, our first Malboro. I love these things. So they do cast Bad Breath in this game. Basically, do not stand. Not Stinky One. Stinky One is scary. Stinky One makes stink attacks. There's something not quite right about this Marble. Ignore it and focus on the sylphs. Ick, Tremor, and Papanema, I can handle this beast. Okay, so I think it's... We're supposed to ignore it. Okay. Can we kill it now? Oh, it's running away now that they're dead. Oh, that is cool. I love these enemies. These are some of my favorite enemies in the whole goddamn franchise. Alright, he ran off. See, there's someone coming from 10, where Bad Breath, like, they'll ambush you and use it, and it's absolutely horrifying. I've just always held them, and I've just always been such a massive fan of them. It's funny, there's a sub-game mode in this called Eureka, where if you die, you lose XP. And it's kind of like classic MMO grinding. And there's a place there where you can, like, aggro 1 billion Malboros. And they all cast Bad Breath, but they don't even have ground telegraphs, so you can get caught by it, and it's just chaotic. It's amazing. This one is safe. This one was so scared. Claxio, this one's been worried, so very worried. Is Claxio unharmed? Still in possession of our wits? Comoxio and Meddling One as well. Why are these two here? These two came to rescue Claxio. That Claxio is safe fills this one with joy. Comoxio, forgive this one. This one did not mean to run away from Little Solace. This one was just afraid. These ones who live at Little Solace were changing, becoming friendly with the other ones. This one feared that these ones were forgetting who these ones are. Like Touch Ones did, but this one was wrong. This one can see that now. Oh my god, can I just say, right? It's so tedious voicing these guys. They're not as bad as the goblins. The goblins are even worse, but jeez. This comes across much better reading it, I think, than having it all voice acted. WP, you must get the Marble Mountain. Yeah, I would love it. That's from doing everything on Blue Mage. I would love it. That would be really cool. Let's call that a stretch goal of a stretch goal. Meddling, helpful one. Oh, do you know what? I could level Blue Mage really easily with the Sex B buff, couldn't I? Holy shit, actually. I mean, you still have to go through and do all the content with all Blue Mages. They might update it as well. When the Beastmaster gets added, you might be able to do Beastmaster and Blue Mage parties together, like mix. That kind of could be kind of cool. This one tired of voicing these ones? Yeah. Meddling, helpful one. This one is grateful. This one will return to Little Solace to be with Comoxio and friendly ones. Bye-bye! Let they do a little wave. So am I the dancing one, the helpful one, or the meddling one? Well, that should see to that. What say we return to Little Solace as well? I, for one, could do with a nice hot bath. There's a lovely song playing at the moment, by the way. It's a little bit quiet. And you'll hear it in a billion cutscenes, so... Okay. Yeah, a nice hot bath, because the sun has set in-game now, I've noticed. Wouldn't go amiss. I actually, I have desperately needed to pee for about an hour. Oh, and we'll see how much longer I can resist. But basically, when I have to give in, guys, I'll end the episode, which is disastrous, really, because I mean, what quest are we on now? Brotherly love. My plan is, so I have Wiki open here. Let's see. Brotherly love. Oh god, it's so weird. We're so far away. Oh my god, man. We're genuinely like 30 quests away from where we be. This one would love to play Blue Mage. Yeah, we could set that up as a group thing, couldn't we? This one thought Claxio was lost forever. Helpful one saved Claxio. Now these ones can be family again. This one is known as many walking ones. Even many kind walking ones. But Helpful one is kindest and strongest of all. Helpful one is a hero to these ones. Helpful one will bring these ones and walking ones closer together. This one knows. This one would take Helpful to see Elder One. But Elder One is... Uh-oh. Are we finally going to get to the bottom of this? Is their leader corrupted or something? This one must ask Kind One's forgiveness, but this one made a promise to take Kind One to see Elder One, yes, but this one cannot. This one cannot because Elder One is not here. Elder One is not anywhere. Elder One went into the forest yesterday but has not come back. Oh, by the way, here, I got mount speed boost from doing that quest. Our Chocobo runs a bit faster now. This one is worried. Elder One often goes into the forest, but never for this long. Kind One will help find the Elder One, yes? Near where the Elder One disappeared is the home of the Walking One named Buscaran. Buscaran can know what happened to the Elder One. Talk to Buscaran, but Walking Ones do not always trust these ones. Would Kind One talk to Buscaran for this one? And Kind Ones come from Gridania, yes? In Gridania live many Kind Ones, yes? This one begs Kind One, please go to Gridania and ask fellow Kind Ones for help. And please hurry. These others are not safe until the Elder One returns. Okay, so the plot thickens. They don't actually have a leader. Yeah, I was wondering why we weren't going up to speak to the leader. Okay, so let's see. Spirited away, back into the main town. And then what I also wanted to look at here real quick is travel, mount speed. See, we got a star now in Western Thanalan and Central Thanalan. And same for the Black Shroud. So as we could, you get some of these stars. You make some progress as the story goes along. But to get the second star, takes a bit more. So, but yeah, if I get on my Chocobo, you might notice it's running a bit faster now. Oh my god, in fact, it's running a lot faster. Wow. So there you go. There's also like a flying speed, and when you're flying, you fly real fast. But, it's only ever as fast as 2 stars, I think. And in fact, I think you can also skip gathering those travel stars. If you just intend to fly everywhere anyway, because flying speed is always super quick. I think that's the thing. You gotta remember that flying in these early maps was only added recently-ish, around when I joined the game, in fact. So the mechanic doesn't fully line up. Alright. Well, if it isn't our intrepid ambassador, how fare your diplomatic efforts with the Sylphs? The Elder's gone missing, you say? Why? If he were to end up in the hands of the Tempered Ones, we'd have a crisis. You can assure the Sylphs of my sharpest... you can assure the Sylphs my sharpest-eyed serpents will be on the lookout, night and day. No stone must be left unturned. I'd ask you to call upon Guy and Morkle at Bent Branch and deliver the message to the Wood Whalers. Okay. And he's got a red quest for us later. The Bent Branch is, of course, the first place we went to. Oh, cancelled my teleport there. Yeah, so teleporting costs gil, by the way, and I asked this in Spud the other day. If I interrupt the teleport animation, I think we don't pay. You only pay when you actually transport. Speaking of gil, we're up to 33k. A message from the commander? I'm going to give up saying his name. The Sylph Elder has vanished. Worry not, friend. The Wood Whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder is anywhere in these forests, we shall find him. Okay. So we've helped those guys out a bit. Now, we've got to go to a new map. A map we've never been to. Ah, remember the dungeon? So I'm going to run south. This was where the dungeon was. We've got to go into the fourth? Let's see, yeah. We've been to the North Shroud. We've been to the East Shroud. We've been to the Central Shroud. We've never been to the South Shroud. And in fact, there are 2 Aetherites there. Camp Tranquil and Quarry Mill. Interesting. Yeah, so this is the last map of the forest that we're going to now. Not that we fully explored by any stretch of the imagination, but as far as just like a basic tour is concerned. So it's interesting as well, isn't it? We've already got a mount. You don't really need Chocobo porters now. Even though the vast majority of Chocobo porters we've never actually visited. So that seems a bit... I mean, maybe there's an idea there that you don't rush the main story. You just kind of explore and do fates. I mean, back when leveling up was slower, maybe. And in that way, you would have got more value out of porters before hitting level 20. Or maybe it was that once upon a time you wouldn't get a mount at level 20. I don't know. Maybe some of you guys who played through it all can tell me, can fill me in. Is there a voice cutscene I could auto-advance and then go take a toilet break? No, I wouldn't want to do that. I want to watch the cutscenes. I'm going to run away in the middle. No. Here we go. And you can see we're actually walking a bit slower again now. Because we're in this map where we don't have a star. So what is this place? Hello, Gunterus. Oh there, friend. Is this your first visit to the Druthers? It is. If so, then we drink to new acquaintances. If not, then we drink to old companions. A toast, I say. A toast to the best tavern in Eorzea. Saw that ruin to the north, did you? Was a watchtower once. Aye, Master Buscarin manned the ramparts there when he was a raw recruit. Huh. This place looks cool. And there's a Chocobo key. Wait, have we been here before? Well met, traveller. Can you have a porter? I guess we did unlock this as a porter already. I don't remember when we were here. Christ, we're only on episode 4. Why were we here? Oh, hello. Are you the guy? You're the brother. Your brother's at the Waking Sands. Is that the guy's face I recognise? Well met, adventurer. We have the finest grog and grub this side of... Eh? Not here to fill your belly, then? Ah, hunger for news, is it? Aye, there's been talk of a sylph lurking hereabouts, but I couldn't rightly say if it be the elder you seek. Those woodland scamps all look alike. Short of painting one red and the other one blue, most folk would struggle to tell two of them apart. If you've the time, mayhap you could stay a while and see what the gods have in store. You never know, you might even stumble across this sylph elder yourself. You could use an adventurer to douse something. No word on the sylph elder yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, how about doing a favor? Oh, I remember this. Oh, there's a very little bell ringing in the back of my mind here. There's a customer outside who's spoiling for a fight, and I need you to call him off for me. No need to go cracking any skulls, though. Just take this tub of cold water and douse the drunkard. Tends to do the trick. My patrons can swill grog all night and carouse loud enough to wake the dead if they wish, but as soon as it turns violent, I've got to put my boot down. Yeah, okay, so here's some criticism of ARR. I think there's a lot of moments like this where you have the main story, and then you've got to go help someone else, and then they tell you to go get information from somewhere else, and then I think I remember really not liking this bit. I think we spend ages here doing quest after quest after quest for this guy, just basically stalling and killing time until we learn where the Elder One is. What are you staring at? You want to keep them eyes in your face? Let's throw the water at him. The water-filled tub. Ugh! Nuffica's teats! That's cold. There's not much as me talking about boobs, guys. What do you mean no fighting? This Duskwhite scum was... Yeah, I know the rules. That bastard gets to keep his skin for now. Ooh, and he leaves. Soaked in mead he is. He was called mead soaked, and then it says water, so which one was it? Thanks for stepping in there, friend. Not that I can handle myself against a bleating milksop like that. And I don't want to cause no trouble for Busker and, you know, having to mop up blood and bits of teeth and the like. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what the fight was about. Yeah, I remember this is very blatant. And I think ARR has a few moments like that. Oh my god, that's a great mini. I'd love that. It's a good anthology mini. I think ARR does have a few moments like this where it's just like, it gets very obviously fillery. Now, I mentioned this in episode 1, I'll mention it again now. There was a patch during the game's 3rd expansion that went back to a Realm Reborn, and it cut a ton of busy work. It cut a bunch of quests. It cut a bunch of activities within the quests to like get rid of a bunch of filler. And I think it's like moments like now. I think this used to be like 10 quests or something, and they like cut 4 or 5 of them out. But there's still quite a lot, and you can still feel it. And there are these kind of very blatant moments where you're just sort of running around doing busy work in weird areas, and it only feels like vaguely connected to the main story. If you can kind of just relax and sort of chill and just be like, okay, this is just some time to enjoy some time in Eorzea, no rush or whatever, I think it can be fine and fun, and it's content. But, yeah, like... And, by the way, when I joined the game, I joined after the patch. I joined after they consolidated all this stuff. So even for me, I remember not liking certain moments and being like, Jesus Christ, this is slow. And that was after the patch that I had that experience. So yeah, nicely done, Tremor. I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other over a bit of petty prejudice. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that outburst is a Duskwhite Elezen. There are people who shun cities to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. If I was Duskwhite, would he say this? To be fair, the Duskwhites can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them. And it doesn't seem right to bar a whole race of people from the Druthers for the misdeeds of a few. There should be at least one place where anyone willing to pay the coin and drink in peace is welcome, don't you think? Sure. And we get a chicken egg from that. That's crazy. Okay. The eponymous proprietor of Busker's Druthers has need of an able adventurer. I appreciate all the good work you've done for our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I have a favour of my own to ask you. There's a Kokirin friend of mine, you see, the name of Tetaroon. A good lad. It was right after the calamity that I came across him, fallen in the shroud. He nearly died in all the havoc. So I took him in and nursed him back to health best I could. He worked here at my Druthers for a spell after that. Got to talking about striking out on his own, he did. and not long after, he cast his lot with a merchant bound for Lanosia. Well, it just so happens that I got to cleaning up round here, and he came across something of his, this scarlet earring. I know he was fond of the thing, but he must have just forgotten where he left it, so I'd like to see it gets to him. Can't say for sure where he ended up, but it might be a friend of mine can. A Rogadin named Bansing. You can find him on the Hawker's Alley in Limsa. He knows everything of the comings and goings of merchants. So, like, look at this. We're trying to deal with the sylphs. We come to this guy, do a random quest with a drunk for him, and now he's sending us to Limsa to deliver an earring to another guy, but we can't even find the guy. We have to find a guy to find the guy to give him the earring to come back here to... It's nuts, you know? Yeah, do not remind me about the wine and cheese arc. Yeah, later. There's a really, really pretty, like, beach area called the Costa del Sol. There's a whole long thing about, like... It's a similar thing to this. You, like, go to a bar and you're, like, helping a guy at a bar. And you've got to get, like, food and drink for his people or something. And there's this huge, long thing about getting, like, the right wine and the right cheese. It's just this huge... And it's so egregious that I'm pretty sure later on, when the story gets... I promise, guys, I promise that in the expansions, they don't do stuff like this. And the story just gets very good. And it can slow down a bit from time to time, don't get me wrong, but it's basically all worthwhile stuff. Anyway, they make fun of the wine and cheese thing in-game. I guess we'll get there later. You found your way to Orca's Alley, friend? A Kirin. What worked with the druthers? Ah, you speak of Terroon. Related to Kyukyurum bloke, just over there by some blood or another. Two of them put together were making a good coin, but old Teteroon up and left Limsa not long ago. Couldn't say as to why or where. You're better off asking him himself. Oh my god, actually, are we about to go to the Costa del Sol? Is it about to happen? Little blast, best to take the chicken egg with you, but bloody bastard loves the things. Heh. Good thing about old Busk, though. Sounds like he ain't changed a bit. I'd just like to send him another venture along. Too shy to come on his own self. Gods, I miss drinking with that fool. Yeah, he's just sent me to go do crazy busy work. Here we go, our first Kirin that we speak to, rather than fight, though. Customer, be welcome! Not customer? Not come with custom? Kirin, busy with business, too busy for blather. Alright, here, have this egg. If one were so inclined, the freshness of this egg could be checked by placing it in a container of water. Were it to lay on its side, it almost certainly would be fresh. Should the egg float, however, it may be possessed by a void scent and should be smashed with extreme prejudice. Jesus. There's that thing of boiling an egg, right? It sinks if it's boiled, and... Is that a thing? Chicken egg? Kira can love chicken egg. Love chicken egg more than love customer. Looking for Teteroon. Teteroon no here no more. Teteroon leave Limsa. Teteroon go to look for Sparklies. Now working at Trading Post. Good Trading Post. Forget where Trading Post is. Weinberg no Teteroon. Weinberg no Trading Post. Weinberg at Ferry Docks. You go Ferry Docks. Kukurin forget things. Weinberg remember things. You talk to Weinberg, not Kukurin. Okay, and then he fobs us off. I don't know how to voice him. And in the middle of the Silk arc, yeah, we get another one of these lesser races to voice. Extreme egg voiceover. I tried to speak into the mic a bit more, like, I don't know, because that's the narrator there, you know. Right, where are we going here? Downstairs? I bloody hope this is the right way. The post around Reborn MSQ bedcore was torment. Yeah, like, this is all premature conversation, really. But once we beat the main story and we get into their equivalent of Living World, that is where the game really burned me out. That is where I was like, oh, no more, I can't do it. And that is where around Reborn I ended up having the huge break and just quitting. I bounced off of those patches hard. I do actually think that the story quality starts improving there, but oh, fucking hell. The thing is, for me, I was playing it all in one go, so I couldn't really understand the distinction between the base game and the post patches and where one patch ended and another began. For me, it was just this endless checklist that just never goddamn stopped. Teteroon, I seen him. That is to say, I saw him. He was headed up this way, up somewhere north by way of the ferry to Aleport. Might as well head there and see what you can suss out. The skipper here can take you there. When you arrive, I'd start by asking Old Foet. He's an old hand what knows a great deal about a great many things. Right, so we're going to Aleport. See, when we ride these boats, we don't get little cutscenes. I'd love a little cutscene like we had with the airship. Show me sailing. Aleport, this is where we were to sail to the mist earlier as well, isn't it? The tariff on ale has been risen 200 gil per barrel. Oh my lord. Teteroon? Aye, I saw him. That is to say, I seen him. He took himself north through Skull Valley into Oakwood. Was looking for a place run by his fellow Kukurin. I reckon he meant the one right on the shore of the Bronze Lake. Memorune's trading post. Follow the road and you're sure to find it. Okay. So... Oh wow, it's not even loading this map. You right there, game? So we could Chocobo north. Yeah, I guess that's our only choice here, really. This area of the world is really interesting. Like the Limsa maps. Because they're all like just separate islands, largely, right? And like maps are split in half in interesting ways. It is cool. It's the whole place, you know, the main town is a maze and all of this stuff's a maze as well. It's just ridiculous. But anyway, we've been here before. That's the Hall of the Novice that we were in. Satasha, the first dungeon, is on the left there, but there's an exit up through here. There's some cool enemies around here as well. I think there's giant roaming gobus and stuff. And, yeah, I don't know. I spent a lot of time fishing here and getting lots of cool, like, region lore and all the different fish. There's, like, hundreds of fish, and they all have descriptions and stuff. Right, here we go. Mapping the realm. Upper Lenosia. This place is quite nice. Sun's coming up, by the way. It's 5 a.m. It's actually already a lot brighter here than I'd expect for 5 a.m. I mean, maybe in the summer. I mean, actually, it's still kind of bright out here at the moment. It's rapidly getting darker, though. I mean, IRL. Like this time of year. Okay. Customer, be welcome. Not customer? Not come with custom? Bring something for Teteroon? Yeah, your earring. Like, all of this was just to give him his earring and be like, there you go. A weathered brass earring fitted with a polished scarlet stone. Teteroon, forget this. Forget it, druthers. Teteroon swore would never forget earring, but never forget forgot. Teteroon, thank. Teteroon, thank. Good Buscaroon, doing good? Good Buscaroon, good to Teteroon. Teteroon miss good Buscaroon. Oh, look at this hat here, guys. Oh my god, we gotta wear that. The Sugarloaf hat. Why is it a Sugarloaf hat? Oh no, we'd have to pick it though. Well, let's pick it then. Please tell me that's my best gear for now. It is! Yeah! I could show off dyeing as well. Do you guys want to see some dyeing? Look, we can dye it ice blue. Ready? Oh yeah, ice blue, I guess, yeah. The tooltip made me think it was going to be a very different kind of blue. But yeah. There's actually quite a lot to the dye UI that I haven't shown off, but hey. Get another weapon. Teteroon has places for me to go and things for me to get. Good Buscaroon help Teteroon. Teteroon dead without Buscaroon. You help Teteroon make firewater? Need thingies to make. Need many, many thingies. Need curl pup whiskers. Need 3 good ones. Like, this is madness. So we're now... What are we doing now? We want to find the Ancient, so we've got to hang out with Buscaroon until the Ancient shows up or he learns something. In the meantime, we've gone to Buscaroon's friend, and now Buscaroon's friend wants us to get firewater. To me, this just smacks of, like, Squarewood Desperate. By the way, this place is cool. Is this the floating city? Or the ruins of Nim or whatever. We'll get to that with our history book soon. It's like Squarewood just desperate for a reason to have some Limsa exploration here. And look at that giant skeleton. That swamp with the lowlands. I was leveling there the other day. So curl pups. Oh, here, look, we actually have gladiator. We look ridiculous. Gladiator hunt-log stuff here. The kobold Pikmin. It's funny. I'm used to playing Warrior, where I can guarantee a crit, or Marauder, where I can guarantee a crit on my third hit. We don't get that anymore. We might have unlocked some other stuff. No. Shield Lob would be from class quests. Oh shit, our ranged thing is from class quests. I really need to do that then. Sentinel is my big mitigation, minus 30% damage taken. And we get a follow-up AoE as well, the Circle of Scorn. Well, this song seems nice. On Westerly Wings. Should I jump down there? Oh god. Don't attack me! I think we're okay. Sup Potato, are you going to play Throne and Liberty? I'm not super... When's the release? I should probably look into other MMOs. I mean, in a way, that's kind of why I'm doing this LP. Look at these waterfalls. Man, they're cool. Okay, let's hit the pup. Not a full-size one, not the most dangerous and deadly of them. So yeah, this is just 3 of them. I can imagine a world in which this was a lot more. Like maybe this used to be like kill 10 of them or 20 of them. Oh, there's a Fate over there with another big boss, the Simurgh. Simurgh I feel like I recognise from the other games. I'm not sure where though. A colossal cloudkin who is thought to nest high upon Ogomoro. He has descended into the upper Lanosia to feed. His prey of choice, Lalafels. Slay the creature before he finds his next tender, juicy victim. Well, I'm not going to be able to solo that. That's amazing. It eats Lalafels. Alright, we've got to find a way to get back there now. Here. I'm going to disable the mount music. So that we can hear this lovely music as we run. It's turned off because I'm in range of a Fate. And a big one, it seems. Well, there you go. Well, we didn't get much uninterrupted music there, did we? But hey. Tetraroon makes firewater for Buscaroon. You bring thingies Tetraroon needs? By the way, different mounts have different mount music. So I never really know whether I like to have the mount music on or disabled with this game a lot of the time. Because, like, a lot of the time it's kind of generic, but sometimes it's really badass. There's actually one of my favourite songs on the soundtrack is a song for just generic A Realm Reborn mounts. And it sounds so good. It takes almost a full year for a curl to grow its first whiskers. It took less than a minute to remove it. You brought all thingies. Tetraroon make firewater now. Make good firewater. Tetraroon start making firewater now. Good firewater take time. More time, more good. You come back later. Look at this. Imagine if each quest was daily gated as well, by the way, guys. In fact, look, if you could only do one FF14 quest per day, every day. This is a cool idea for a stream series, isn't it? If you could just do one per day, how long would it take you to beat the whole story? Oh, you'd really be living and breathing for the big story moments, wouldn't you? I tell you, if I could trust myself to commit to really long-term projects like that, I'd love to do that. That would be like art, wouldn't it? It's like that guy that covered World War II in real time. And he spent like 6 years of his life on YouTube doing it, and he just finished a couple of months ago. Alright, Tetraroon appears to have finished his gift for Buscaron. Tetraroon, make firewater. Good firewater. You take to Buscaroon. Good firewater for Buscaroon. Tell Buscaroon to drink now. No drink now. Tell put away. 1 year. 1 year make best flavor. Tetraroon hopes Buscaroon happy. Tetraroon gives Buscaroon thankies. Many thankies. Many thankies. You tell Buscaroon. Tetraroon make big shop someday. Biggest shop in Eorzea. Make many sparklies. All thanks to good Buscaroon. Alright. Well, there you have it. This is genuinely a really gorgeous area. And we'll learn more about these creepy ruins and things as time goes forwards. It's a bit Guild Wars-y in a way, actually, with these fates randomly popping up next to us constantly. I might disable fate music. That could be a thing, actually, couldn't it? Alright. So there, the side quest inside of a side quest inside of a side quest inside of a side quest. We didn't attune! Why? Well, I see why, because we're not really that close, to be honest, to the other two. So we're going to have to go back to Bent Branch and run south. Alright. The streams would be too short? Well, no, I don't think they would, though. They wouldn't. You would... Okay, a project like that would 100% work. That's 100% the kind of thing I'd like to do, again, if I could trust to such a long-term commitment. You could do daily episodes, Christ. If you had a fresh channel with no expectations of what you do and all that stuff, and no anxiety or baggage, you could definitely do that. And you would just do an episode a day, and so what? Sometimes it would be like a 20-minute episode because the quest is short. So what? You know, drop a Guildhests in there or something, I don't know, or just a bit of extra exploration if you really feel the need. But that would be a part of the magic of it, wouldn't it? Following it along and be like, oh, okay, this one's 10 minutes, this one's 20. And then you get to the big story moments, and, you know, they're beating Shadowbringers, and it's like a fucking half-an-hour episode or something. Filled with awesome cutscenes and big moments and big story beats. It's like, oh, yeah, today we get a dungeon. Oh, my God. I feel like it'd be really interesting. You're going to watch the World War II playlist after you finish Mike's Discworld run? Yeah, I'm still watching his Discworld. I'm on episode 2 at the moment. That World War II thing was a huge undertaking, by the way. And I feel bad that I only learned about it on his final episode, you know? It's sort of like, well, it's a bit late now. But yeah, he like covered the news of everything. It's pretty cool. Ah, you've returned. Thank you for seeing Tetraroon's belongings to him. What's this for me? Yeah, look, I got you some firewater. A foul brew that is made by tossing various items found in the wild, both alive and dead, into a barrel of water and letting the concoction ferment for a senite under the warm sun. What the hell is a senite? Oh, I loved how we heard him click. Kirin firewater. So he bloody remembers my fondness for the drink. Why that old oh, bloody hell. He's cutting onions back here. He says to shelve it for a year, does he? Aye, that sounds about right. I hate to have to wait, but I reckon it will be worth it. This stuff has an aroma and body unlike any other drink I know. Ugh, well, the tooltip just made it sound disgusting, bro. Anyway, it's going to be a long year. So I'll see you in a year, and then we'll deal with the ancient then. No. What say you come back then, friend? We'll see if we can make it through this ball together. Sure, but in the meantime... There was word while you were away, he says. Sylphs were seen here in the wood, but near no lands of their own. No, this place was near to here. A place we've never known a sylph to come. Something must have given them cause to venture this far. More than like, the missing sylph's elders is among them. Here, I've marked the tract where they were sighted on your map. Go see if there's anything to be seen. Aha! The blatant side quest filler is complete. So let's see now. See, and this is just good, peaceful music, you know. It's nice to be able to get on the Chocobo and not interfere with it. Okay, our destination here. We're looking around. Okay, a lot of this game is this. I can't believe it, actually. This is the first time we've done this, isn't it? Is this the first time? A lot of the story, even in the expansions when it's good, is this, guys. Go to a map, find some spots. We may have to kill some Ochu for this one. and just like look around. And your character does like the lookout animation. That hat is the perfect paladin hat. Yeah, I know. We need good paladin outfit. What do you guys think? Between this episode and the next one, maybe I should finish the archer story and the paladin story. So that we have cool armor and we have all the skills. Like, I've shown you how it works. There is one class story that I really want to show on this series. It's not even a class story, it's a job story. The upgrade to Lancer. We saw the Lancers Guild here in the forest. The upgrade is Dragoon, and the story for the Dragoon is 10 out of 10. It's really good and extremely, like... It's basically a prologue to the first expansion. It's like a huge amount of background for the very first expansion. Like, and I played it recently. I would say it's almost like essential viewing. It's really good. So I want to do that one. But aside from that, I don't know. I think they'll all just be like fun little stories. The gathering ones are pretty good. The mining one was fun, as I've mentioned before. This is cool as well. Do you know what this makes me think of? The Bug's Life PlayStation 1 game. Where you're really small, like running around in the forest at the start. Or the garden, I guess. Damn. There's quite a lot of jumping around at this. Still searching. There's some stags over there. Not really up to too much. This is the ambience here. No, the music stopped. Uh-oh. Okay, so what is this? The MSQ currently has 952 quests. So it would take you 3 years. That's not even that bad. A quest a day for 3 years. There you go, somebody do it. FF14, a quest a day. And you know, if you're an incredible entertainer, word will spread of the series. And ultimately, you know, you'll have a bunch of people ready for those big story moments. It'll be quite good. See, I love this game, and I'd love to have an audience for FF14, but the thing is, I played it all in one massive burst 2 years ago. And this is another massive burst. What we really need to do is cover the game regularly once we've caught up. So we'll see about that. You could get a degree in 3 years. Yeah, that's true. Do that. Get a degree while playing one quest a day. You can do both. Look at these buildings, by the way. Oh, is this the same bar we were at? Oh, of course it is. It's Busker and Struthers, just from the other side. Damn, dude, I didn't realise how fancy this room looked. Can I go upstairs? No, we're not allowed past the bar. Hey, dude. Sorry, I didn't mean to attack you. I'm back. So, there was aught to be found in the wood. What did you come to? Garleans in this part of the... Oh, yeah, I didn't even talk about it. We just got ambushed by Garleans. First Sylphs and now Garleans, and all in the same place. It cannot be mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the Sylphs? Tracking them or giving chase, mayhap? But no, not this far into the forest. The Whaler's spires are everywhere. Imperials could never have stolen past them all. How in the bloody hells could they... Unless someone guided them through. Someone who knew where the spires stand and where the Whalers watch. A Gridanian traitor. Ooh. I don't remember this part of the plot. Yeah, I've muted the music right now so we didn't hear the quest complete fanfare. Busker has more work for a willing adventurer. I'm glad you've come, friend. There's something I want to talk to you about. You know I said I thought we might have a traitor in our midst? Someone as aiding the Garleans? Well, I'm thinking I might have identified our suspect. There's a regular of mine who used to dine on thin soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another. But of late, he's taken to ordering my best wines and the finest cuts of meat I can lay my hands on. Were he a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it. But this lad's a wood whaler. And wood whalers don't earn that kind of coin. By chance, I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about the Guardians in the forest, and I couldn't help but putting two and two together. Suffice it to say, if a whaler's working for the Empire, none of us is safe. The lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. Last I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Find him, Tremor, and if he is up to no good, put an end to it. And him, if it comes to that. Wow, did you just advocate me killing the guy based on your suspicion? Jeez, dude. Not sure about that one. Alright. Let's bring the music back, shall we? Oh, it's right here. I thought we were going to end up going really far away, but of course we're in the South Shroud. I do feel the need to go grab one of those Aetherites and show you guys one of these other areas of town, because it is cool. Okay. So, we just got to find him. I don't know. He's somewhere around here hiding, it seems. Oh, there he is. Oh, he doesn't look good. He looks panicked and scared. Can you not see I'm on patrol? Be gone. If you have business with the whalers, take it to the barracks. Well, let's follow him. We're going to spy on him. Like spying on Fargoth at the start of Morrowind. Does this lead to the mansion? The mansion is where I was planning on ending this episode, but we're not going to get there. There's no way we'll get there. You never know. We might be able to catch up and make lost time in the next part, because there's not all the Grand Company stuff to go through. But you never know. Not long now. To think patrol routes and rations would fetch such a price. Oh, look, he's guilty. No more than I deserve, though. 'Tis little wonder the Empire has risen to such heights. If only the whalers paid men their worth. You! What did you... How long have you... Help! 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 Please come quick! My friend, it is I, Laurentius. I am under attack. What a wimp! Oh, look, here we go. There's a Guardian. Dude, you got no hope. Absolutely no hope. So when we have slow on us, it's going to slow down our GCD here. Sorry. There you go. I'll tell you, haste feels amazing. When you get it very rarely in this game, but when you get it, it feels awesome. I've never played the like really hardcore endgame stuff, but I love the idea of a fight where you can earn haste through doing a mechanic properly. How did you just... I know nothing. I was on patrol. He appeared. I thought you were working for the Guardians. Wow, what a slime ball. Well, we can let him live and run, because he'll lead us to more Guardians, right? Where is that coward? Do you think he's inside this tree? I bet he is. Oh, no. Come out, come out. Wherever you are. Who are you? Just a guy chilling with a campfire out here? I am but a simple minstrel. He looks like me. Though I once served with the god's quiver, my days are now measured by stanza and verse. It has been long years since I last set foot within the 12th wood, yet I could no longer ignore fate's incessant pull. And so I shall abide here for time until certain matters are laid to rest. Huh. Possibly a side quest related thing, or a main quest thing later, or... Palace of the Dead is near here, by the way, which is a super cool type of dungeon. Laurentius is absolutely freaking out. Oh, here we go. I wonder how my paladin's level compares to my archers at this point. How long do you mean to keep this up? What is it you imagine I've done? Enough, I say, enough! Or rather, enough I say. It's over then. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I. I meant no harm, I only wanted the coin. The whalers are good, strong. I was proud to join their ranks. Am proud. But they do not provide. They preach justice, honour, duty. But in the end, it is those with money who do as they will, who live as they will. So I saw an opportunity to change my fortunes, and I took it. All I've done for money. Endanger myself, my home, everything, and everyone I love. Why my actions have even put your life in danger too. Okay. Oh, and he's laughing. I thought he was all repentant. Though you do not realise yet how much. Ha 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 ha! Bloody idiots. Did you imagine you had cornered me? No, it is not I who is cornered. Guardians, I brought the Ellison bastard. Little reference to our name there. Our race, sorry. Permit me a question, if you will. Are all adventurers so deluded as to believe they can challenge the power of Garlemald? You would need a veritable mountain of gil to fund such an endeavor. I like how he's so money-minded. Such is the cost of fighting a great power, or of making it, or of remaking it, as it were with Gridania. So that's the way of it. Swapped your hard bunk at the barracks for a feather bed in Garlemald, did ya? And these spits. So these guys coming out of nowhere. You there, Elizon, you stand here at the old Busk's wish, no? Then you don't stand alone. Cool, a bunch of guys from the bar, I guess, gonna help us. So start beating him up. Oh, he's called Legless Laurentius. That's amazing. Your eyes betray your words, coward. You know full well the price you must pay. Another little money pun there, all the wordplay. Alright, he's the only one left now. His defenders sucked. He's hiding in a bush even as we kill him. Oh, he casts Cure on himself. After these trees drink your blood, I will see to it they're cut down and buried. Man, I don't remember any of this part of the story. This is just running around the woods, fighting random Empire patrols. This is all purged from my memory, guys. I may as well be blind, by the way, with everything we're playing right now. Like, I remember the vibe. Oh, he's running off. There's a Curlclaw Hunter. If this is a fight Boscaran once won, then I'll be in it, I think she said. How? Why? You scum have no allegiances. Laurentius is a very Garlean name. That's true, yeah. This guy calls you a bitch if you play as a female. Wow. Alright. How can we spice up the fight commentary here? Here we go. Ready, guys? Rage of Halone. Fast Blade. Riot Blade. We'll do it like an anime. Rage of Halone. Sprint. Fast Blade. Riot Blade. Low Blow. Rage of Halone. There we go. It's over. Someone remind me to do that on the next fight. I'll keep it up the entire LP, I promise. Impossible! How did you best the Empire's finest? And with bandits and poachers at your side? They're your sworn enemies! Why do they fight with you and not against you? Ah, but I know the answer only too well. Boscaran. This is his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act better men than I. Gods, what have I become? What have I done? I'm sorry. No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies. No more bribes. I will go to the Order of the Twin Adder and confess my crimes. I don't believe him. There's something I would like you to tell Boscaran. Tell him Laurentius is the fool says thank you. I feel as though a veil has been lifted from before my eyes. What? We're just going to let him leave? A bunch of people are dead. I can't believe he must come back as a villain later. That's bonkers. Okay, back to Boscaran. However, we are halfway to Quarry Mill here, guys. So I'm going to wander through the forest just a little further east. Because you see there's that, there you go, look, that's Quarry Mill itself. This, you know how you can favorite an Aetheryte and set it as your home? So when you die, you respawn there and all that? This was my, and it's free to return there. This was my home for a long time. What brings you to Quarry Mill, adventurer? Mayhap you heard that our pact with the elementals permits hunting in this area? Do not think that gives you leave to strip the forest bare. Such freedom is only granted to those who temper their actions with restraint. Any who would do harm to the 12s would. Well, I'm sure you've heard the tales of the consequences. Okay. So, and there's a Chocobo key. I guess we'll unlock a porter, because why not? You remember that girl, Edda, that we saw? She was in an adventuring party, like her husband died or whatever, and she said she was like a fangirl of ours. I think her story continues here, ultimately. But this place is very cool. I actually don't know whether we have access to it. That's leaves there. But there's a very cool dungeon deep beneath this place. And it's a special kind of dungeon called a deep dungeon, different to the others. Anyway, yeah, so that'll be that, I think. Let's head back now. All I really wanted was the Aetheryte. a story for later. That's the place that I mentioned, like in the last part, that I got really into it. And I started a stream once where I was like, oh guys, look at this, look at this, look at this. I think people were mostly a bit like, meh. Get back to the story, please. What's this? I forgot I can favorite? You can only favorite, like... I think favoriting is like the retainer thing, isn't it? The higher level your sub, the more you can favorite. Is that it? I might be totally wrong about that. I'm sure people will correct me if I am. Dude, I love the architecture here. This feels like going around the countryside and barns around here. I love this place. I think I only get one favourite, maybe. Oh, Ida and Papalimo are here. Were you two always here? Bhaskaran is a good friend of ours, and there's no place like his for the latest gossip in the South Shroud. The Sylphs are known to avoid the South Shroud. What could have compelled the Sylph Elder to come here? But the question of motive must wait. Finding him is our foremost priority. With things relatively calm over in Little Solace, we can focus our search effort on this area. Okay. I think we may finally have figured out what was going on with the Elder there. Whoops. Aye, Laurentius confessed to his crimes. I just had word from the Twin Adder. Seems he marched straight into the nest and gave himself up. Oh, okay, he did. The lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was only small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his fellow Gridanians the misery he'd known growing up. Trouble is, protecting Gridania is too big a job for one man, and he came to believe he couldn't make a difference. It was hopeless. There are few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in the dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. That's a nice quote. I reckon he thought that if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow men, he might as well change his own. Thing is, he was making a difference, just not on his own. Somehow he failed to grasp one simple truth, that those things that we cannot do alone, we must do together. Eh? He asked you to thank me, did he? Then there's good in him yet. I just hope that them at the Adder's Nest are able to see it. What he's done ain't easy to forgive, but I'd like to think he'd be afforded a chance to make amends. But let us leave the fates to the 12. I have other news for you, Tremor. Sylph Elder has been found. Oh man, yeah, I was a bit bloodthirsty about that guy, I guess. Aha! The Elder has been found. There we go, we leveled up. Yeah, we're level 32 Gladiator and a level 32 Archer. We're now equal. Bhaskaran has reliable information regarding the whereabouts of the the Sylph Elder. I'm swapping so many words left to right here. Yeah, I know he said he'd turn himself in, but he could have been lying. It wouldn't have been the first time someone's lied to us. It's taken us a fair old while, but we've finally got our hands on some reliable information concerning the whereabouts of your missing green friend. Ahem, his name is Frixio, and he's the eldest among the Sylphs of Little Solace. Long has he represented his kind in dialogue with the Gridanians. By the way, you know how these two said that they're friends with Bhaskaran? I wonder whether that was a 1.0 thing, and maybe we should be getting a kick out of this. I don't know. Like, it's a nostalgic throwback. Yeah, he's like the bridge between us and them, a small, leafy green bridge that we can't find at the moment. And bridges are of no use if you don't know where they are. That's why it's so important we find him. Man, I saw a video online. Hurricane Helene just happened, by the way. Anybody watching this in the future. And, my god, I saw like a massive highway road get carried off by floodwaters. There's an abandoned dungeon called the 1,000 Maws of Toto-Rak here in the South Shroud. It was by the entrance of the place that Frixio was seen, and not long ago, neither. If you hurry, I reckon you'll find him. Walking ones, please help this one. This one needs help. Needs to help Elder One. Poor Frixio, poor Frixio. Okay, look. Oh, look at that. The leaf on their face with the sad face. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold your chocobos. Take a deep breath and tell us what's wrong, nice and slow. Elder One went into Toto-Rak but has not returned. This one is worried, so very worried. And you're right to be. That place fair crawls with nasties waiting to make a meal of anyone daft enough to wander in. But what in the seven hells was he thinking entering that bloody death trap? Elder One had no choice. Imperial ones were chasing Elder One, please. Walking ones must help Elder One. Help Elder One now! My god, this video must be the one video of all that I've said the word one more than anything else. Ah, the fates conspire against us. Forgive my pragmatism, but Frixio is our best hope of reaching an accord with the Sylphs. Were we to lose him, all our efforts thus far would have been for naught. I will tend to our wounds, Ida. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and request assistance. Understood. Ida's clothes are so weird, man. Tremor, go to the 1,000 Maws of Toto-Rak and see if Frixio comes no harm. Peace between man and sylph rests upon your success. So, the next dungeon. And in fact, you'll remember earlier in the video, I unlocked a side dungeon as well. So how about let's do the dungeons, guys? First of all is the 1,000 Maws of Toto-Rak. And it's not too far from where I currently am. So, if you guys would like to do the dungeon with me... I notice now, actually, it's got very quiet. Is anybody there? If you guys want to do the dungeon with me, come meet me outside the front of Toto-Rak. I'm going to go walk over there now. And if we can get a party together for it, we'll take that same party into the other side dungeon. So, I believe I counted them up. I think there's like 4 side dungeons in ARR. Base ARR. So we go. I'll join Snargle Goldclaw's party. Oh, I guess people were just waiting at the entrance. I see. Hello. Yeah, I'll need to be party leader if that's okay. Snargle is currently the party leader. So let's speak to this guy. And look, the smith is here to remind us to do the tutorials before we go on in. By order of the Elder Seedseer, the dungeon known as the 1,000 Maws of Toto-Rak has been placed under control of... What? The Sylph Elder is inside? You are sure of this? How in the 7 hells did he manage to sneak by? God strike me down in a purblind fool. You must find the Sylph Elder before he falls prey to the fiends within. The entrance to Toto-Rak is ordinarily restricted, but there are exceptional circumstances. Sorry, these are exceptional circumstances. Pray assemble a rescue party and enter as soon as you're ready. So there we go. Again, this is going to be a very early game dungeon. Let's not get too giddy about it, but should be good. With a party of NPCs, I'm just curious, who do we get? A Scion Thaumaturge, a Scion Lancer, and a Scion Conjurer. Eventually they'll become real characters. Level 24 this dungeon is. And I'm in good enough gear, I guess. So let's update my gladiator set. And we already have a perfect team. Oh my god, guys, well done. So yeah, over on the dungeons thing, here we go, the 3rd one. And again, we're going to do it minimum eye level. Named after a man-eating creature from Pajali folklore. So the Pajal were like the Elder Seedseer, right? So wait, guys, where do the Pajal live? Are they in the forest somewhere? You just don't get to go? Do they have like a separate place of living to Gridania itself? Anyway, a man-eating creature from Pajali folklore. The 1,000 Maws of Toto-Rak was built upon the site of a natural cave system beneath Silent Arbor. Until recently, it held all of Gridania's foulest criminals, from arsonists to poachers. But the completion of a new jail, closer to the city, heralded its abandonment. Oh my god, wow. So this was a jail. Cool. In we go. You're here to remind me to do the tutorial before I go in. What do you mean? I've already done the tutorial. Oh, you're just speaking... I see what you're doing there. Ooh. There's some horrible looking plants, some spiders, giant tick creatures. Okay, so this is a very good example of a dungeon that used to be a complete maze. In fact, when I started playing the game, it was a ridiculous maze. But they've refined now in my most recent 2-year break. And it's much more linear. But again, I also think this was a thing in 1.0. It was just an open world dungeon back then. And I think it's a shame that we don't get to play the more maze-like version of it. For repeatable content like this, I get why you'd want to make it a bit more linear, because, you know, the maze is only fun the first time. All the other times it's not necessarily fun anymore. But yeah, also, I still don't have my ranged enmity thing, so hey. Water-stained note. Toto-Rak expedition notes. Dangerous fauna encountered upon entering the cave. Culling as per mission parameters. Expect to encounter more as we press deeper. Alright, let's see what we got. Creepy little things. I've got to put my stance on. Oh man, I would love to be able to just like not even play and just idle cam and watch the fight. You know, let you guys be the stars of the show. Let's actually look at our party in a second here. Oh, we got a new button, by the way. Aha! So we got another new roll skill here. This one is one of my favourite buttons in the game, actually. It's called Arm's Length. So all the melee DPS get this, and all the tanks get this. So this is a very common skill. What this is, guys, basically, is it's a double skill. It has two different effects. First of all, it's stability. So if you're going to get knocked back or thrown around, which is a very common mechanic, you can endure that by arm's lengthening first. So it's a really fun and rewarding skill when you know the fights, and like you can anticipate and basically give yourself 6 seconds of stability, and you'll stop all those kinds of knockback effects. The other thing is that when someone attacks you, you apply slow to them. So it's quite good when you do a big pack. Like if you're a tank, you can run through, grab a bunch of monsters. I love the light cascading down into it. And then you can arm's length, and there it's kind of like it's a mitigation, really. So I'll try it here. I'm going to run right over to this wall. Remember what a Guildhests taught us? Some doors only open when enemies die. And then when they stand to hit me, I'm going to arm's length. And you'll see, if you look, it says slow, slow under my cursor. And if you look at the enemy list, you can see they've been debuffed with slow. So now they're attacking much, much slower. So it's kind of nice. On Dark Knight, I find it really useful. On Warrior, these are all tanks I'm talking about. On Warrior is so insanely overpowered, it never really matters. But it's a good habit to get into, to arm's length right when you end with like a big dungeon pool like this. And I always have these like this, by the way, the roll skills on these specific binds. Like I know, for me, arm's length is always the same button. And here, for example, if I had it up, I would arm's length again. I'm going to die. Oh, gods. Let's get our potions ready. Oh, sorry, my gear is awful. Clearly, it's awful. I'm going to keep the pouch open. I have Rampart up. We can stun one of them. Oh, that healer did a real good job to keep me alive there. Holy shit, well done. Oh, I'm going to run a little bit again, though, because it's still a bit scary. There we go. Nice. Yeah, we may have to go single packs here. If anyone, please, between this and the next episode, if anyone can offer me advice in the YouTube comments, because the live chat I can miss as it goes along, where I can buy fun-looking gear that's actually quite good before level 50. Like, is there somewhere I could buy level 30 gear? Maybe I should just go to the market board. I don't know. All right, here we go. So then the next boss, first boss. The Curl of Nine Tails. This is just like a little O2, it seems. I don't know what the mechanics will be. Poisoning the whole room, it looks like. There's a weird thing. I'll just tell you this now, okay? When it comes to playing the main story and just regular dungeons and regular normal mode content, the hardest things in the game are actually for a tank. It's not even the bosses. The bosses, like, the tuning of the game and everything is so out of whack now and so weird. To be honest, the bosses aren't really a problem. It's much harder to stay alive when you're pulling big packs of mobs. And that's one of the reasons I like dungeons. It's one of the only moments the gameplay feels a little bit intense. First bit, Rydell. Engage with sizable fiend. Succeeded in exterminating, but casualties mounting. Must consider turning back if situation worsens. Yeah, who's actually in our team here? What we got? We got a samurai, female Hrothgar, a male Hrothgar, that's Snargle from earlier. And over here we've got an Ora, that's a dragon person. More on those later. So I'm just going to do 3x3s, I think, here, guys. Again, arm's length. I'm taking a lot of damage, so I'll probably just rampart nice and early with a lot of this. There are, of course, traits and things as well. Oh, we already have the first trait. Just being a tank reduces our damage, gives us extra HP, lots of buffs. Like, those legs are way better than the legs I'm currently wearing. Oh, look how green and mossy this room is. Prison pudding. Ugh, look at them. I love flans as well. I always love these guys. Look at the face, look at the eyes. Do you remember me pointing out that mushroom in episode 1 with the little eyes and it looks around? Like, all these enemies have all these details. One of the add-ons I would love for this game is a corpse slider. So, like, this thing's corpse is going to despawn in a second there. I'd love it to linger longer. That'd be so cool. You get to, like, look at a lot more details and animations and things. But they despawn real fast. It's a bit like the classic Tomb Raiders, right? Like, in the first 2 games, the bodies didn't really despawn very quickly. But then in 4, I guess the first 3 games, actually. In 4, they despawn really fast to, like, save performance on the PlayStation 1, and it's such a disappointment. Being kept alive real good here. Nice, nice, nice. Speaking of those mushrooms, there's a little one. It's got a different hat, though. Nice! I will equip this stuff as we get it. There we go. Hopefully it's not too loud, by the way, guys, the combat sounds. I was balancing it around -12 on the last episode. I've dropped to 18. Because I got a comment from one of you guys saying, hey, WP, I think that it's a little bit loud. This game needs a bestiary. Yeah, what's mad about it is there's already so much cool detail written, it's just not exposed in-game. I would love a bestiary, for sure. I think there's an add-on where, like, it's for, like, deep dungeons, though, but where you target a mob, it will give you lore. But I could never really get it to work, so... Oh, are those the same legs that we're already wearing? I think they are. There's a cellmite, get it? Prison, cellmate, cellmite. Oh ho ho! Pretty funny, am I right, guys? I'm sure that's what they're doing there. That's definitely the idea. You know, I've done this dungeon a few times. I've never realised it's... I've never thought about the fact that it's a prison, but it's obvious in a minute you find a bunch of cells and things. Here we go. Second boss is the same as the other one? Really? That's rare. This game doesn't really do that. This is like Guild Wars reusing Subject Alpha over and over in Twilight. 8th path. Actually, no, the Guild Wars equivalent's worse, to be honest, because they do it in multiple times in the dungeon and across multiple paths in the dungeon. So I'm going to provoke that one, and normally I'd like throw my shield at this one to aggro him. But since we don't have the ranged attack yet, I'll just come back over. These cocoons in the room are really creepy. There's actually so many webs. Was this dungeon originally designed for a lot more spidery stuff? Or we just have Ochus everywhere, but look at all this. Is the final boss a spider, maybe? I don't remember. Aha! Brigand's Acton. I greeted it, and we got it. Oh, wow, we're starting to look different now. Rapidly gearing up. Yeah, like, look at this. These are cells. And yeah, I think the old layout, you could get pretty lost. Me wandering around there actually ended up somewhat okay. Big Riot Blade. To the face. Jeez. This is called the Tawn's Rest. Mite Trap. Tainted Louse. Another note. Is it possible I can read it in combat? I don't want other people to get aggro. Nah, we can't. Something about a Diamite Extermination, though. I did read that far, at least. So you can see our 2 skill bars are filling up. Class will get a lot more complicated when we turn into a bard. Diamite infestation confirmed. Scores of eggs on the verge of hatching. I see. It's not spider eggs. It's just diamite eggs. Beyond our means to deal with. Aborting mission. Subsequent parties beware. What was their mission, though? What, just to clear it all out? Prison puddings. Dare I go and try and pull another group? I don't think I do dare. I don't. Again, if we die, we just go back to the start, but it's not ideal. Also, the healer can res, but it's a very long cast time, and we would get weakness, which we saw in that other episode. I gotta get used to shield bashing, you know. Like, I can reduce the damage coming in on myself a lot just by shield bashing them all. Ah, look, that's perfect. Gladiator's Frostbite Arms. All right. So this is our first new sword and shield. Oh, wait. What do? I use it. Yeah, I think with Gladiator stuff, you have to use it because it's 2 items and it doesn't really work with the loot window or whatever. Yeah, nice. It's a nice sort of shield. I'm going for it, guys. We got new gear here. Got potion ready. Right, I'm gonna arm's length, and I'm just gonna keep shield bashing. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh god. Oh god. No, maybe we're right. Oh, I think we're okay. Also, if we ever get poisoned, we can use this antidote. Oh, nicely done. Oh my god, the amount that my health is zigzagging. Rampart. And Reprisal. There I basically played a bit bad because I used both together, but just wanted to be sure. The fight's not going to last that long anyway. And voila. Am I still on Primal / Ultros? No, I was never on either of those. We're playing on Materia Ravana. You can have a character anywhere, but just guest over to Materia. You can be EU, NA, even Japanese. If anyone is from Japan, by the way, watching this, please drop me a message. I'd love to hear that.
Darkness.
Oh, I should probably turn this up. The mighty slayer of Ifrit now comes to me. Comes now to me.
Seize that on Rajyadorn.
So we can understand him, and he's realised that. He says, with a countenance that bespeaks understanding. I had no idea we were going to see an Asian in here. What?
Thagon well rogue. Tosan Opaiki.
An intriguing power, the Echo. I must needs choose my words with care.
Mayhap I might if I deign to speak in my guest crude tongue. We meet at last.
Oh, he can speak Eorzean.
I am Lahabrea of the Asians, servant to the one true god.
Oh, finally, we get his name. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, Lahabrea. He's like the main Asian of this story, let's put it that way.
Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing.
Really? Because we're right at the start here, I would say.
It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light.
The dark minions.
All that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether. The Echo.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end. But fear not.
He's alluding to me having a very long tail. Does that mean what I think it means?
Here, feel the presence of evil.
For the end of your tale is but the beginning of another. The tale of the crystal's demise.
Right, so those guys are opposed to the crystal. I can't believe this. This zone has special weather now. Oh yeah, we're in darkness weather. Wow. This is crazy. I've done this dungeon many times. I completely forgot that an Ascian is responsible for why the final boss is here. What on earth, man? Is there an Ascian in all? Oh god, we're going for it. All right, in we go. So we have our limit break ready, by the way. So when someone uses it, I'll try to... It will only be one of the basic ones, I guess. Easily dodged that. Oh, but he's released 2 more scorpions, so let's make sure we've got them. Okay, he's dropped some poison, so let's run away. Oh, there's a limit break. That's braver right there. I love how you can literally see Cloud's Buster Sword in that animation. I'm trying to point the back of the boss behind the poison there, so that people have access to it. God, all the designs are so like cute and little. Oh, we chopped his tail off or something. He's not glowing anymore. Like the tip of his tail is totally been lopped off, right? And he got stunned. Well, there you go. Achievement unlocked to the dungeons. But we came here looking for the Sylph. That's so weird. That's just like nothing. Is the Sylph going to be here now? Alright, that's an Arcanist Grimoire. We don't have to worry about that. There you go. So now all the dark power and ooze has disappeared. And we're back to fair skies. Not that we can tell underground. Good job, guys. Oh man, that Hrothgar voice. I think you have the exact same Hrothgar voice as my Hrothgar. Before the rework, that cutscene was way longer. Was it? Really? Did they retcon stuff out of it? You think he knows more than we do? Yeah, he seems to... Oh, there we go. Hello. Finally, fresh air. Maybe not so fresh, but better than before. Ah, Sinister One is gone. This one can leave this awful place. Hello, Grandma. Did Walking One vanquish the many-legged one? This one is grateful to Walking One. This one is called Frixio, eldest of these little ones of little solace. Oh, we're going to get the echo. You were once in a party where we'd all already done the story. The one player was watching the cutscene and 2 people killed the boss in the meantime. The entire boss died during the cutscene. That's crazy. Alpha Squad reporting, sir. Nothing of note at Larkskull, sir. Usually those dungeon cutscenes are quite short. It's just like introduce a boss and you kind of just get a bit of a look at the animation. Because they don't want people in the party waiting around too long. But I guess I hadn't really learned that lesson in Era. Understood. Return to Area 12. Damn it all, where is that accursed icon hiding? Okay, so the Empire is here, and they are looking for the Primal. Just so that you know, and here we go, here's Nero. The Empire don't call them Primals, they call them Icons. Now, they get that name from the Allegan Empire. The Allegans called them Icons as well, and the Empire just kind of copied their term for it. No sign of our wizened friend. So they just called the Primal Wizened. So Rama is wizened. And they're saying that because he looks like an old man. He's awesome. I'm afraid not, my lord. Shall I order the search perimeter be expanded? Absolutely not. We risk alerting the Gridanians to our presence. His Excellency bid us avoid unnecessary confrontation. Loath I am, though, to admit it, I have found no evidence to suggest that Rama will be gracing the mortal realm in the near future. I ask you, what good is a god who does not grant one's wishes? Were I a sylph, I should strongly consider finding myself another idol. Which reminds me, what of the sylphs we captured? A handful of them seemed to be in reasonably good health when I last looked. Apologies, my lord. I fear we may have been overzealous in our efforts to compel them to summon their icon. Really, Centurion? Were you not aware that the vegetables bruise easily? It is well that I did not entrust you with the important task of making my dinner. Well, mayhap it was a kindness. Better dead in truth than dead to one's own god, I suppose, if you believe such things. Dawn is upon us. Make ready to withdraw. So yeah, you might have thought this was just going to be go to the Beast Tribe, deal with the Primal. Go to a Beast Tribe, deal with the Primal. But in this case, actually, there is no summoning of Rama that's going to happen. We are so close to completion, I can fair taste it. But at this rate, no, I must be patient. Our efforts will bear fruit in time. What was it you always said? Ah, yes. Though it mean bringing down the very heavens, who shall challenge the limits of possibility, if not we? In that alone were you right. ... Garland. Ah, so okay, hold on. There's this guy, Garland, that made the Garland Ironworks and is delivering Magitech to the Free Peoples of Eorzea. Biggs and Wedge worked with Garland. Garland's gone missing. That's all we know so far. But now it turns out Nero is quoting Garland. And he says, in that alone you were right. And I'll just tell you guys now, they're huge rivals. Nero and Garland are massive rivals. But your star is long fallen, while mine doth begin to rise. And Charlotte burns so bright that Lord Van Baelsar's ultimate weapon will seem a mere candle beside it. Ha 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 ha! Ooh, the ultimate weapon. I'll tell you guys, the last episode of this series is going to be called The Ultimate Weapon. And remember, Gaius Van Baelsar is like the leader of all the Empire in this area of the world at the moment. The 14th Legion. He was the guy with the crazy looking helmet. The big boss man. Ah, so look, the Sylph saw. And that's why we're getting echo, I guess, from the Elder. Those walking ones did for Noxia. This one is certain of it. I love this face, the leaf with the sad eyes. This one fears the other ones had suffered the same fate. This one is convinced. Walking ones have black hearts, seek only to harm these ones. Walking ones are not to be trusted. Now, Neuraxia, do not pass judgment too hastily. Not all walking ones are alike. Though there are evil ones among the walking ones, there are good ones also. There you go. See the Elder's speaking sense. Don't tar everyone with the same brush. Feather everyone with the same tar. Does walking one feel unwell? This one would know. What brings walking one to this place? Came to this one's rescue at Neuraxia's bidding? Then this one owes walking one's a great debt of gratitude. Walking one has questions about Lord Rama. Then this one will provide answers. But first, let these ones quit this lightless place. This one will return to Little Solace. When walking one is ready, please come and see this one. These ones may speak properly then. Alright. Then it is settled. Let this accompanying one walk one outside. I've been the dancing one, the walking one. What was that other one? Now I'm the accompanying one. Haha. So, Little Solace. No, we're not going to Little Solace. We're going back to Buscarin's place. So let me cash this in, guys. As you can tell, we're getting near the end of this arc. And actually, there's not going to be a primal here. But, I also want to do the side dungeon. So let's not disband the party till we have disbanded the party already. I don't know. If you guys want to meet me at the entrance of the next dungeon, Halitali, we unlocked it earlier. Or we unlocked the quest for it earlier. Just so that you guys know, the side quest, the quests to unlock side dungeons, let me put it that way, are always just really short. It's basically just go to the entrance. Ah, you're back. Tell me the Sylph Elder is well. Thank the gods for that. I don't rightly know what to make the rest of your tale, but I'm full glad Frixio didn't come to any harm. Ah, but there I go, tempting fate. Run over to Little Solace and secure us peace with the Sylphs before aught else befalls us, eh? Rest assured, I'll send word to our friends in Sharlayan. Sorry, our friends of Sharlayan and the Twin Adder both. So remember, the Scions, many of them are from Sharlayan, so he's talking about the Scions there. You've done Gridania a great service this day, lad, and earned yourself a place of honor here at the Drullers in so doing. Be sure and come by whenever you want a drink of Kakirian firewater. Alright. He now has something he wants delivered to the Sylphs. The Azema Rose Oil. It's a gift to celebrate the safe return of the tribe's elder, and a token of Gridania's desire to unite. The wood is not what it once was. The calamity changed the elementals, weakened them. Until their strength is returned, we must lend them ours to keep the wood safe. But ours alone will not be enough. We must have the strength of the Sylphs as well. Only by working together and fighting together will we survive together, and the 12s were with us. The gift I ask you to bear is a symbol of the hope that both Gridanian and Sylph alike will live to see the light beyond this darkness. Okay. Also very, very wordy there. Okay, so we'll go hand them their gift. And I believe that that's the end of this arc. May or may not be looking on Wiki right now, just to confirm. Yeah. Yeah, because there's a quest coming in like 2 seconds called Back from the Wood, in which we go back to Minfilia, and we're gonna get. So here, I was given 40 of these tickets. We've used 5. We're gonna be given another 33 in a minute. I don't know. I mean, it's weird the number. There's so many. What does Square Enix think I'm doing in these patches? Just constantly going back and forth from the Waking Sands? Role-playing, maybe? These early days amongst the Scions? A gift from Buscaran? A gift for these ones? Yes. It's a fragrant oil pressed from freshly harvested Azima rose hips. Such a lovely scent. This one has never smelled anything like this before. Walking one, Buscaran, and adventuring one are very kind. Know that this one is deeply grateful. Many walking ones are scary. Many walking ones utter many lies and much deception. But this one is moved. Let all these ones be friends forever. And I'll kindly take some Roman coins from you. Sorry, Allegan coins. Demuxio wants to discuss peace with Frixio. And you might be thinking to yourself, what? So there's no primal. What was this all about? Well, don't worry. It does build into a... This isn't the last we'll see of the Sylphs. This one has been expecting walking one. This one fetches Elder one. And here she is. To be honest, I couldn't remember that this was an old lady. I knew it was a white Sylph, but I couldn't remember much else. This one is pleased to see walking one again. Welcome to the home of these ones. Ah, there you are, Tremor. We've just been here and tell of your deeds of daring do. Well done. Ah, the walking ones who aid Noraxia. This one is grateful. These guys easily could have been NPCs coming into the dungeon with us. A pleasure to have been of service. If you do not mind my asking, how did your misadventure come about? This one does not mind. The misadventures, as Walking One calls them, of this one began when Imperial Ones entered the woods. Fearing trouble, these ones decided to watch Imperial Ones closely. You know, we got this information from the Echo cutscene, and basically they're going to give it to us again, but with this crazy language pattern and the colloquialisms of these goddamn ones. Going mad, one. But these ones watched too closely, and Imperial Ones noticed and tried to catch these ones. Having nowhere else to hide, this one fled into Toto-Rak. Would that be that this one had not? In Toto-Rak, a sinister one, robed in black, tried to feed this one to a many-legged one. We need to teach these guys what pronouns are, or just nouns. A sinister one, robed in black? Why do I have the feeling I should be more worried about that than I am? Oh, what do these guys know or think of the Ascians? They haven't spoken of them to us, have they? Elder Frixio, we've come to you as emissaries of Gridania. This missive bears the words of the Elder Seedseer. Jesus Christ, I gave them the missive ages ago. When we first got here, this was the first thing I did. I gave this letter. This one sees. So, walking ones of Gridania are fearful of Lord Rama. Plainly put, yes, your people summoned the Lord of Levin, but once, in 1.0. Yet that single occurrence occasioned great alarm. But it's not as if the Gridanians dislike you or anything. Actually, it's just the opposite. They think of you as friends, and they don't want anything to get in the way of that. That's why the Elder Seeds is written to you. Says the Elder. This one well knows and respects Horned One, Canny Senna. Look, they called her the Horned One. That's funny, because I only noticed just now she has a horn. Be assured, like walking ones of Gridania, these ones have no desire for conflict. These ones resorted to summoning Lord Rama to protect the wood from Imperial ones. This one counselled against doing so, but was not heeded. Against this one's wishes, Lord Rama was summoned, and all those ones who took part became touched ones. Yeah, they don't want to get tempered. Here he is. This is the main man. I love this guy. These ones want desperately to turn touched ones back to normal ones, but didn't know how. And they still do not know. This is pretty dark, guys. Like, and it's really worth lingering on. Just the fact that anyone who gets tempered is... They're just gone. And they're getting put down like rabid dogs by the scions. But here the sylphs are desperate to figure it out. Touched ones, meanwhile, want to turn these ones into more touched ones, and did know how. So this one fled to Little Solace with all the ones who did not wish to be bound to Lord Rama. But walking ones of Gridania need not fear touched ones or Lord Rama. Unlike other primal ones, Lord Rama is not callous and cruel. Yeah, Rama has got a bit of a different disposition. You might think that all the primals are just beasts like Ifrit. They're not. A lot of them can speak and reason, and we'll see. So long as walking ones do not trespass on these ancient ones' ancestral homeland, where touched ones reside, walking ones will not suffer thunderous judgment. Yeah, he's like air element. When we meet him again, there's a song, and his like music is amazing. It's the first song where I was like, oh shit, this game does good cool stuff with the songs. But this one has spoken enough of touched ones. This one would speak instead of these ones. And as this one said, these ones desire peace with walking ones of Gridania. And so these ones ask for a chance to set things right. Okay, so the point is, these guys have no interest in the primal. There are some around that are tempered, but they try to keep apart. By way of an addendum, and even the Empire's decided there's no risk of Rama here at the moment. By way of an addendum, mortals who are tempered come to take on the qualities of the primal in question. Oh, do they? I didn't know that. In the case of the sylphs, Rama's influence has made them fiercely protective of their homeland. That explains why they're so hostile towards trespassers. But what about the abductions? That's interesting. So you take on the qualities of the thing that has tempered you. What does that mean? With other areas of the story. What are the abductions? A fine question, Ida. The abductions are, I believe, an expression of the tempered sylph's desire for reconciliation, another quality traditionally associated with Rama. In the crudest manner imaginable, they seek to bring their fellows back into the fold, a timely reminder that the challenges posed by each primal are unique. Elder Frixio, we thank you for making your will known to us. The people of Gridania will rest easier in the knowledge that they and the sylphs are united in their desire for peace. Wishing to cooperate, this one has written down the feelings of these ones. Please see that these feelings are conveyed to the Horned Carni Sinner. It's funny, I remember the ARR dialogue going on about primals like they were Elder Dragon level threats. I don't suppose that's been culled out, has it, since I last played? Maybe it's later. And with that, I believe we can lay the matter of Rama to rest. That Sylph's Elder is very reasonable, I must say. You could learn a lot from him. Was that a jibe? If so, I feel it only fair to observe that none of us would recognize reason if I punched her on the nose. Did I say fair? I meant reasonable. I like these two bickering. They're awesome. They're such a pair. Anyway, we're going to head back to the Waking Sands and tell Minfilia all about it. Fear not. We'll be sure to mention the instrumental part you played in all of this. And while we see to that, we would appreciate it if you would deliver on Frixio's missive to the Adder's Nest. Okay. Elder Frixio, we humbly thank you for your time. It has been an honor. So yeah. The honor is this one's. Together, let the walking ones of Gridania and these ones find a way to live in peace. And those two are bailing out. Please wait. Walking one tremor. Oh, okay. This one has yet to give walking one a token of this one's appreciation. Oh shit, this is crazy because there wasn't a fight, but we're going to get a crystal anyway. When these ones summoned Lord Rama, the ones were gifted this crystal. This one would now bestow the crystal upon the walking one as a symbol of this one's trust. It kind of feels like the fight got cut almost in a way, doesn't it? I'm not going to say that's true though, because I feel like it's kind of nice that this doesn't end with a boss fight in a way. It's not too formulaic. Ida and Papalima are the dynamic duo, the boy genius and the girl failure. This dialogue is painful. Yes, but it's over now. I don't think I have to say the word one again. I mean, I probably will. Probably going to get a twitch in my eye every time I say it now. 1. I would like 1, you know, I'm ordering an item or something. Rama Magicite can now learn Thundara. This one was not mistaken about Walking One. These crystals seem to be powering us up. I can't remember. I remember bits of where this goes with the crystals. Walking One is destined to walk a fate far crueler than this one can imagine. A brilliant light from within Walking One enveloped the crystal this one saw. Mark this one well. That crystal will one day be of use to Walking One. Walking One must keep that crystal safe at all times. Okay. Before Walking One returns to Gridania, this one would ask Walking One to watch Touched Ones. So long as Touched Ones are not troubled, Touched Ones will not make trouble. If Walking One witnesses Touched Ones making no trouble, mayhap Walking One can testify to Walking Ones of Gridania that these ones mean no harm. These ones' homeland is fraught with danger. This one marks down one's safe places to look out for Touched Ones. Oh my god, it's not over! I swear, this is the last quest though. They just had to dip this in here, didn't they? Yeah, so look, we're gonna go this across this river, this bridge. We have a friend request. Man, I would love to be able to get everyone in my friends list into the Crossworld link shell, but I can't. Oh, no, I can. Anyone online and nearby, I think I can actually send the invite to. But if people are offline, it doesn't work. Right, back over the bridge. Now, this place over here, this is creepy. And there are tempered sylphs afoot. So we're going to do /lookout, which is essentially the same thing we were doing earlier, except I have to type the animation in instead of right-clicking. Not sure what that's all about, but you know. So there they are in the all purple glory. There are tempered sylphs in the distance. You do not sense that they pose a danger if they are left alone. Okay. Is that the only one that we want to look out at? That's weird, Square. You just wanted me to do that. Just have a little peek into the deeper forest. Well, eventually we'll go there. There's some nasty monsters out there as well. Yeah, so that's the Sylph arc, and it's funny. I expected this episode to end with the completion of the Sylph arc, but the thing is, I thought that the Mana dungeon, which is also here in the forest, I thought that happened at the same time, but I guess not. The Mana dungeon is later. We'll be returning to the dungeon. The forest, sorry. But yeah, let's tell Carney Senna that all is good. Or at least this guy. Hello. Will you send it to her? Ah, Private Dubois. How was the meeting? It was great. Look. This fluid lettering of Little Solace Elder Frixio is as beautiful as it is unintelligible. But will she understand it? We could understand it because of the echo, I guess. A missive from the Sylph Elder himself. Wait, himself? I thought it was an old lady. It is a man. So the Sylphs have no desire for conflict, nor do they intend to summon Rama. And so long as we leave the Tempered Ones be, we need not fear any aggression on their part. The Elder Seedseer will be overjoyed to hear that the Sylphs have welcomed our overtures, and in the knowledge that they bear us no ill will, we may channel our resources towards tackling the more conspicuous threats to our security. You've done a nation a great service, Private Dubois. It will not be forgotten. There you go. Back from the wood. He appears to have more to say. And that the screenshot for this quest was of Tataru's face. The Sylphic folk have long been friends to Gridania. The mere thought of being at war with them pained the Elder Seedseer to no end. But owing to your efforts, she will be able to rest easier. Being the benevolent soul that she is, my lady will surely try to find a way to reverse the tempering process. Once again, I thank you. Had the Scions of the Seventh Dawn not offered us to mediate between our peoples, suspicion and doubt may well have led to us into needless conflict. Pray pass on my regards to Lady Minfilia. Oh, and we get a phone call. Hello? Hello, Tremor. Can you hear me? It is I, Minfilia. Ida and Papolino returned some little while ago, and they wasted no time in regaling me with the tale of your exploits. Thanks in large part to you. The name of one primal may be struck from our list of enemies, and the Gridanians may turn their attention to more pressing matters. Well done. Yet, the end of one tale is but the start of another. Pray return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. I would apprise you of the present situation in person. Okay. So, we can use the ticket and go back to the Waking Sands. Oh, I gotta say though, guys, I gotta pee. I'm gonna end the episode now. Oh, this could have gone very... I'm so close to doing the next story step, or doing the dungeon, or peeing. So I'm gonna end, guys. It's been 5.5 hours. So let's just call that there. We did an arc. I will have to readjust my plans. It's kind of okay. Look, instead of it being like a 9-episode thing, it might end up 10 or 11. I don't think it's going to be too much crazier than that. But I'll tweak some things, and we'll have different bits of the history of Eorzea and stuff going. And yeah, it'll be good. Because there's no reason to rush. I mean, in some ways, I do feel there's reason to rush, and it's because ARR is a lower quality than everything else. But with all that said, oh, that's a nice shot there, isn't it? This is like what I'd screenshot for Steam, but I'd want the water wheel moving, but they only have the static images, obviously. So listen, guys, thank you. I had a donation today. That was really nice. Thank you. It was good to meet you guys in game. Continue throwing those friend requests. If anybody wants to throw out more link shell invites, I guess message me. Thank you for those memberships as well. I hope you guys are enjoying the series. I certainly am. And I will see you for the next part, part 5, next time, as we return to the Waking Sands. And also, we do this optional dungeon here, Hully Tully. We've probably got another one that's unlocked as well now, at this point. Yeah, we're looking very different here, aren't we? With the hat. It's good stuff. Thank you, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the Let's Play FF14, A Realm Reborn. And I'll see you on the next part very soon. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Oh, 14 episodes for the series? That's a cool idea. All right. Take care, guys. Ta-ta.